The knife opened my arm, and I felt nothing at all, which is how I found out I was already most of the way dead. Cold does that. I'd been on the floor of that cell for 2 days, and my legs had frozen to the stone, so when they dragged me out by the hair, the skin came off in strips, and I watched it happen like I was watching a stranger get unwrapped. Now I was standing barefoot on an altar, with my own blood filling little grooves somebody had chiseled into the rock, and the blood was moving too slow and coming out too dark, and my main thought was that they'd cut the wrong arm first. The left one was closer. Sloppy. Above me, a man in a black and gold mask was singing. Around the altar, they'd stacked the ingredients. Twisted flesh, cradles woven out of bone, organs that were still moving, arranged in neat little rows like a market stall. I recognized every single one of those materials, because in another life I'd farmed this exact recipe about 90 times for a staff that never dropped. Here's the part I'd like you to sit with. You cannot buy those materials. There is no shop. The only way to get them is to take a village apart, person by person, and the closest village was mine. 2 days ago, it had a name and about 700 people in it, including 2 herders who were nobody special and who had fed and raised a kid that wasn't theirs and who had died in the snow while I was locked in a basement. So the shopping list on the floor around my feet was my family, neatly labeled, ready for use. I looked at it for a while, then I got to work. What was happening in my head was not grief, and it was not a heroic speech. It was memory, arriving all at once and extremely rudely, like somebody dumping a filing cabinet directly into my skull. My name was Corbin. I had been a professional gamer, not a good one, the best one, the #1 mage in the world, in a full immersion game called Millennium War, and the last thing I remembered from that life was standing on a stage with my hands on a trophy. Then black. Then this. Reborn into the game, as an NPC, in the tutorial, in the Arctic. Illegitimate, undocumented, and about to be a sacrifice in the opening cutscene. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. There were 2 other people in that cell with me, and who they were is funny in a way that made me want to lie down. On my left, curled up like a dropped coat, was a girl with black eyes and no expression in them, and ice crawling up her legs from the floor. Her name was Freya. In about 6 years, she was going to walk out of the underworld and lead a few million dead people back into the world of the living, and every serious player alive would learn her name. On my right, in clothes worth more than my entire village, was a girl with silver hair and gold eyes trying very hard not to shake. Lyra, heir to one of the 7 silver families, future empress. And me. Medium affinity with every element, no bloodline, no name, no shoes. The player's starting build, of course. In the cutscene I remembered, they sacrificed Freya first. She died. Lyra watched her die, snapped, woke up her family talent, and slaughtered the cult single-handed. It was a great scene, real emotional, great voice acting. They took me first instead, which meant the script had already changed, and the change was me. Now, the smart play was obvious. Lie still, bleed a bit, let Lyra wake up, let her do the heroics, then attach myself to the future empress and coast on her coattails for the next 40 years. Easy life. Warm bed. Zero risk. I decided against it, and I'd like to say it was courage. It was mostly that I didn't want to go to the underworld. In my old life, I'd watched the footage of that place. It's an all-plains battle royale for dead people. Endless. No respawn. I did not survive being murdered by cultists in order to get drafted into overtime. So while the priest chanted, I started reading his code. Because that's what a ritual is. It's a program. And this one. Look, I need you to understand what I was looking at. Generations of priests had inherited this thing without understanding it, and every single one of them had added their own little bit on top. And now it was a garbage heap of runes with maybe 15% of it doing anything at all. There were 2 entire energy transfer structures wound around each other that served no function I could identify. None. They just sat there, moving power in a circle, forever, because some guy 400 years ago liked how it looked. There was no authentication. There was no anti-tamper. The whole thing was wide open. Open source, in the most literal and most fatal sense. I bit my finger. I wasn't going to use the blood from my arms. That blood already belonged to the ritual, and who knows what it had picked up on the way out. And I started writing over the parts I didn't like. First, I killed the chains. 4 runes overwritten, and the black shackles let go of my wrists. The priest didn't notice. He'd been doing this for decades. He'd seen offerings scream, beg, thrash. He once told a story about a man who dropped his trousers on the altar and threw the results at him, and he said he just kept chanting. Death throes bore him. Second, I disconnected his voice input. His prayer stopped reaching the altar. Nothing he said from that point forward went anywhere at all. He didn't notice that either. But the ritual started taking longer, and the priests below started chanting faster, and their knees hurt, and the whole room got tense in a way I found extremely enjoyable. Then the priest got tired. An occultist in a pale gold mask crawled up with a bottle of alchemical potion, held it up in both hands like a wine steward, and the priest drank the whole thing. His power came back, so I turned the tap up. I was an ordinary human being at that moment. Weaker than an apprentice, every drop of magic I used to rewrite that altar was pumped out of the priest through his own ritual into my hands, and he kept refilling it because his readings were climbing, and in his experience, climbing readings meant success was near. I drained him dry. Then I finished. I stood up, put the last runes in, and switched the intro sequence over from his to mine, and then I talked to it. I didn't do the voice, I didn't do the mystery, I just said it plainly, the way you'd read out an address to a courier. Cradle of the undead. Gathering place of dark elements, subplane attached to the outside of the material world. I, Corbin, standing in the northern kingdom, in the largest settlement of half-orc blood, offer you my bargain. Everyone looked at me. The cultists looked at me the way you look at a very pretty idiot. Sacrifice doesn't work because you said some words, boy. Sacrifice takes materials, takes a priest. Lyra looked at me, and her eyes went wide, because she'd had a real education, and she'd just watched the runes light up. And the priest almost laughed, because in all his years, he had never once been sacrificed by his own ingredients, on his own altar, using his own equipment. Imagine a chef who has cooked for 40 years, standing over the pot, absolutely certain, and the dish looks up and tells him that today he's the dish, and it would like to borrow his cutting board. He was so angry, he nearly smiled. Then he thought about it a bit more, and got smug instead, because the boy had pronounced the anchor word wrong. Everybody knows if you mispronounce the anchor word, you offend a great being and get struck down. His smile went away half a second later. Here's the thing nobody in that room knew, and I did. There are no gods. The thing they'd been praying to for 400 years wasn't a monarch of the dead or the final destination of all souls. It was a subplane, a big dumb region of dark element hanging off the side of reality with no independent consciousness whatsoever. So every time they prayed, they were shouting the wrong name into an open microphone. The will on the other end could hear something calling, couldn't tell if it was being called, and had to sweep the entire material world looking for the source. That's why their rituals took 4 hours. That's why the payout was garbage. They'd been leaving voicemails at the wrong number for 4 centuries. I gave it a name and a location. It arrived immediately. Everyone in that room, except me, hit the floor. The priest, the 20 believers in gray masks who'd been lying there receiving blessings, all of them flattened. The pressure came down like the ceiling of the world had dropped 6 inches. I didn't kneel. I couldn't. My leg was ruined. I looked up and negotiated. The deal was simple, and it was very good, because I'd cut out 4 hours of guesswork. It took everything. Every cultist in that room, body and soul, the altar, all the materials, gone, in one motion, like a hand sweeping a table clear. And then it paid me. Dark element came into me in a flood, and it didn't just make me stronger, it went back and fixed things. Childhood malnutrition, cold damage, years of hauling more than a kid should haul, all of it scrubbed out and rebuilt, and underneath that my magic was climbing so fast I could feel it in my teeth. I'd done this before, in another life, with a controller in my hands. I knew exactly where to push. When the surge stopped, I wasn't a starving half-orc bastard anymore. I was a first-ring mage, which is roughly the power level of a competent locksmith, but it's the first rung. It's the difference between being a thing that happens to people and being a person things happen to. I opened my eyes. They'd gone gray. I stepped off the altar onto a floor with nothing on it and nobody on it, and I walked over to the 2 unconscious girls. Now, Lyra. I did not give her the blessing. The blessing comes from the plane of the dead, and to the Silver families that's not a gift, it's a stain. If I'd poured death into their air, they wouldn't have thanked me. They'd have quietly executed her and gone home. So I put my hand over her heart and drew a rune circle instead, and pulled water element out of the air, and pushed it through the circle as clean magic, and her talent, which was already sitting right at the edge, woke up on its own. Silver light came off her in sheets. Then I erased the circle, every trace, used the last of the blessing to do it, because that rune array was hers. She invents it, in about 30 years. And if the Silver families found a stranger using their heir's own future invention on their heir's own chest, there is no version of that conversation where I walk away. Then I turned around and looked at Freya. She was an orphan now, same as me. High affinity with dark element, which meant no noble house on the continent would take her in, and no village either. 11 years old, maybe, in the Arctic, alone. A stiff wind would have finished her. I'd like to tell you I thought hard about it. Fine, I said, out loud, to nobody. Let's see this through. I put the rest of the blessing into her, broke the iron off her wrists, pulled the dark element that had been hanging around her into her body, and steered it until it stopped eating her and started repairing her. When I was done, she was a mage apprentice and she was breathing properly. I picked her up. Then I walked out into the blizzard, barefoot, with the shield up against the wind, and the snow closed over my footprints behind me. 10 minutes later, 30 knights came over the ridge at full gallop, saw the silver light, and never once wondered what had happened to the third prisoner, which was the general idea. Here's a thing I learned very fast in that world. If you look about 14 and you're clearly in trouble, kind people will hand you money. I did not correct them. So there was a rented room in a town 2 days south, and I was sitting at a table drawing spell scrolls on animal hide with a bristle brush, because a first-ring mage in the north is roughly as safe as a wallet on a bench. Bandits I could handle. Wild second-ring things I could handle. If I picked a fight with the kingdom's actual army, I was going to be a smear. So, scrolls. Second ring, third ring. Cheap materials, good technique. I could draw those in my sleep. Behind me, on the bed, Freya woke up. She looked at the ceiling. She heard the pen. She turned her head, looked at me for about a second and a half, and went back to looking at the ceiling. Nothing in there. Not fear, not confusion, just off. I put the brush down. Awake? Nothing. I went out and got food. 2 slices of black bread, 2 pieces of meat, a lump of stewed beans, some vegetables. Put it on the table by the bed, pulled up a chair and sat there. And I'll be honest with you, I had no idea what to do. I'm not a therapist. In my previous life, the closest thing I had to emotional training was reading my own hate mail. So I did what I do. Is there a spell for this? There is. First ring, mind control school. Forced calm. It doesn't make you happy. It doesn't fix anything. It just switches your brain back on when it has decided to switch itself off. I put a finger on her forehead and cast it, and the lights came on behind her eyes. And the thing about turning the brain back on is that it comes back with everything. She remembered the basement. She remembered her mother pushing her into it, whispering at her not to make a sound, and then leaving with a hand axe. She remembered her father getting cut in half at the waist. She remembered the faces of the men in the masks, and the specific quality of how delighted they'd looked when they found her. She'd been blurring all of that on purpose, the way you do when the alternative is dying. Now it was in high definition. She turned her head and looked at me, really looked this time, and in her face I could see the boy on the altar and the boy in the chair sliding together into one person. I leaned in. Do you want revenge? She reached out and grabbed my forearm. Her lips cracked when she opened them. Think, she said, which was as close as her throat could get to yes. Very good, I said. Let's eat first. We'll have the strength for revenge after we eat. She sat up and ate the whole bowl without a word. Watching her get through it, I let out a breath I'd been holding for 2 days, because the blessing had patched her body, but she was still a small human who hadn't eaten in 48 hours, and all the dark element in the world doesn't do anything about that. When she was done, she put the bowl down, got out of bed, walked over, and stood next to my chair watching me draw. Just stood there, for 10 minutes, until the scroll was finished. Then she said, I want revenge. I want to kill them all. Now, there's a version of this scene where the wise mentor takes the child's hand and explains that hatred is a road with no end, and that the truly strong forgive, and asks her to consider why the cultist chose her family and not somebody else's. I have watched that scene. I hate that scene. Your strength is too weak, I said. Going now would be suicide. What you need is to get stronger. I'll give you 2 choices. I put up 1 finger. 1. Close combat. I teach you a fighting style and some support spells. 2nd finger. 2. Ranged. I teach you simple spells, 0 ring and 1st ring, plus enough close combat that nobody can walk up to you. I'll take the stronger one, she said. They're about the same. That was a lie, sort of. The mage path is stronger, but a mage is only a mage once she knows a pile of spells, and Freya had nothing, No foundation, no theory, no framework. Best case, I could turn her into a turret in a few months. Which is faster? Good question. Depends on you. If you can take pain, the first one isn't slow. The second depends on your memory. 50 or 60 low-level spells, memorized. I put a scroll down in front of her. Take a look. It's roughly like this. She picked it up, looked at it twice, set it back down. I can't read, she said, so let's go with the first option. And that was that. Okay, first one. I put the scroll away. The training ahead is going to be very tiring and very hard. If you can't stick with it, tell me any time. She didn't answer. Any weapon you want to learn? Longsword, dagger, spear, longbow. It's up to you. Longsword, then. It'll still be useful after the revenge. I pushed the door open, and outside was an empty square with snow drifting down out of a gray sky. I got 2 beat-up wooden swords out of a shed and handed her one. She caught a snowflake first, held it a second, then closed her hand, opened it again, and took the sword. She felt the weight of it and paused, because it was lighter than it should have been. That was the blessing in her arms, and she didn't know it yet. I walked to the middle of the square, turned around, and beckoned. Let's attack. 13. That was the number when Freya first asked. 13 altars down, 11 to go. And we were tying up 2 snow chocobos at the foot of a small white mountain with a map I'd drawn from memory. Because here's the part where being a professional pays rent. I never played the Northern Cult storyline. That was somebody else's content. But after the main quest closed, the whole region turned into a dungeon, and I ran that dungeon so many times chasing a staff that I could have walked it blindfolded. Their signs, their passphrases, every altar on the map. I knew where all of them were. The one in the mountain was busy. Dozens of cultists in a cave, kneeling around an altar, praying in unison, while the priests on top of it thrashed around in a way that had stopped being dancing and started being a medical event. Gray gas was coming off the stone, and as it filled the room, the ones on the floor were sucking it down and going red in the face and getting happier and happier about everything. They were so high, they didn't hear us come in. I put a shield up. Freya just held her breath. I gave her a look, she gave me a nod, and she peeled off along the wall to plug the back exit. Then I got started. Water first. I pulled the moisture out of that cave and put a puddle around every single pair of feet in the room, quietly, one at a time. Then ice. A cold front rolled in across the floor, and every one of them was locked to the stone. They kept smiling. Not one reacted. Some of them were still swaying. Bang! Weapons from Freya's side. One priest had somehow surfaced through the chemicals and made a run for the back door, straight into her. She got the block up, shoved him off, changed the angle, and put the sword through his right shoulder. He screamed, and while he was screaming, she went in again and cut the nerve in his arm. Then he threw himself at her with a black orb building in his good hand, and she raised her leg and kicked him, across the room, at me. I appreciated the pass. 10 ice spikes gathered and fired, and because he was airborne, he couldn't correct, so I picked my targets. Limbs, then the specific organs I wanted offline. His arm lost control, the orb detached, and it went off against his own elbow and turned that arm into something you'd scrape off a wall. Then I closed the distance, took his head in both hands, and put a mental shock straight into it while he was still busy screaming. I did not go easy. I turned him into a vegetable on purpose, because on the dark subplane, as long as the body works and the soul is intact, nobody checks whether the merchandise can still count to 10. I tossed him aside and walked up onto the altar. 10 minutes later, the familiar horror came down and took all of them. The screaming ones, the frozen ones, the drooling priest, and the altar itself, which had cost them a fortune. I cleared the gas out of the cave with a wave and got the map out and crossed off the mountain under my feet. How many is this? Freya asked, quiet. The 13th, I said. There are only 11 left. The next one, I made her take everything. She was already untying the chocobo to leave the gear behind like always, and I said, take it all with you, and started emptying my pockets of every scroll I owned. She turned around with a question on her face. The high priest isn't stupid, I said. We've destroyed more than half of his altars. Even if he's slow, he's noticed by now. He might be waiting for us. From here on, we go up fully armed. She didn't argue, she just started loading up. Now the god, the high priest. He was, in the technical sense, a doomed man having a very loud breakdown. Here was his situation. The Rose War in the south had just ended, which meant the Northern Kingdom was about to have soldiers free for the first time in 25 years, which meant every murder cult in the region had roughly a season left to live. So his brilliant plan was to slaughter as many people as possible, as fast as possible, and use the sacrifices to jump to the fourth ring before the axe came down. Sacrifice caps out at the third ring. It has always capped out at the third ring. There is no version of this where it works. He was killing hundreds of people a week for a promotion that does not exist. In my old life, he didn't even get a proper ending. He went mad, grabbed a moon elf, and got hunted down by a player and a few elven rangers as a mid-tier boss encounter. He was not going to get that this time. I had a different plan for his head. The path up that mountain was crowded, a dozen sentries, several patrols. I put ice spikes through a patrol on the trail with enough force that it pinned them to the slope, and then I went and looked at them. Light armor, good boots, bodies that had eaten regularly. In the Northern Kingdom, not starving is an achievement. Being fed, trained, and armored means somebody important is paying for you. These aren't ordinary soldiers, I said. It looks like we're very likely to meet the high priest this time. Though I have to say, he'd bought them armor and hadn't spent a single point of blessing on any of them, which tells you something about the man. I pinched a plate off one of them and pried it loose with 2 fingers. Quality's too poor, no need to replace anything. Let's move on. Freya stabbed the bodies once each, sheathed her sword, and nodded. Before we went in, we drank. She poured red potion onto the black longsword, and it soaked in until dark red veins came up through the blade like something in there had a pulse. Then she planted the sword in the dirt, took a yellow bottle, and drank the whole thing standing up. Then 3 scrolls out of her shirt, torn one after another. Her skin went yellow and hardened into stone, and a transparent shell flickered on over the top of it. 11 years old, and she was already doing pre-fight prep faster than most raid leaders I'd played with. I did my own version. 7 different bottles, straight down, one after another, while using magic to blend them inside my own stomach so they'd stack instead of fight. Do not try this. I say that as somebody who has read the patch notes. We looked at each other. We were ready. And then we went in a straight line, because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and we were on a clock. The village on that mountain went from quiet to catastrophic in about 4 seconds. The cult had no real defense, a few patrols, a few fanatics running at us on purpose. We walked through them and out into the open square where their high priest was standing on the altar in a dark gold mask with a black staff in his hand, watching us come through the gate. We locked eyes, and I threw my scrolls. Sky curtain first, third ring, area denial. The entire square went dark under a gray-black sheet that cut the inside off from the world. Then the rest, all at once, timed. Cold storm, swift wind, mind storm, wind of death. 4 third ring spells detonating in the same space, micromanaged. When it cleared, everything in that square was under black ice except the altar and the patch of ground we were standing on. Almost every person he'd assembled was dead. A dozen guards near the altar survived because they were close enough to catch the edge of his shield. He lowered the staff and looked at what was left of his followers, and his hand tightened on the wood. Then he looked back at me and did the math, because here's how spell scrolls work. A mage can only make scrolls 1 tier below himself. So 5 third ring scrolls thrown away in one breath means either these 2 children have a 4th ring mage standing behind them, or they are so obscenely rich that they use third ring spells as an opener. Either answer meant he shouldn't be here, so he stopped his guards from charging, and he tried words. My 2 friends, if you turn around and leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. We ignored him and kept walking. Well, Freya walked. I walked and kept throwing scrolls, casually, the way you'd throw bread at ducks. Third ring scrolls I'd stopped using, sure, but first and second ring were coming out roughly 1 every 5 seconds. I'd gone maybe 8 steps and I'd thrown more than 20 scrolls. That was when his face went the color of old ash, because he finally understood that this wasn't a negotiation, it was a delivery. So he put a shield up, turned to the last few guards standing beside him, and killed them. Black tentacles came out of the altar and went through their hearts from behind. Then dark element poured into the bodies and pulled them back up as undead soldiers. First ring, quick and clean, because he'd been raising these particular men for exactly this purpose the whole time. Then he sent them at us. And I panicked. I was extremely good at panicking. I threw scrolls too fast. I threw them badly. I let my voice do the thing voices do. Freya raised her sword to meet them and got shoved back immediately because she looked like a slightly athletic child and nothing more. More of them came. My face went to pieces. And then I cast Resist Fire Ring, third ring, a ring of flame expanding out from me in every direction, which drove the undead off and also caught Freya and threw her clean off the field. The high priest relaxed. He actually relaxed. A hothouse flower, he thought, scared of a few corpses, attacking her own people. What a waste. And he stopped watching me. He turned around and started dragging bodies onto the altar with his ordinary undead, because his people were dead, but they were still an investment, and if he recycled them through the altar, he could get a few first-ring soldiers out of it, and that would be his running away money. He was in the middle of that when I stopped panicking. 2 scrolls tore, Ice Blast, and Corpse Explosion. Everything he'd stacked on that altar went up in his face, ice and bodies at once, a wall of it. And he got the beginning of a shield up, so I tore a third. Spell counter. His shield never happened. The backlash went off inside him, and the storm off the altar knocked the ordinary undead flat and staggered the first ring ones. And I stood there and let the wind pull at my clothes because I'd prepped for it. An ice blast plus a corpse explosion at that range doesn't kill a third ring mage, it ruins him. I took some more scrolls out of my pocket and walked toward the altar. I got 1 foot on the first step and something black and corrosive came out of the dust straight at my head and stopped half a meter from my face against a shield that had been there the whole time. Bastard, said the dust. I'm going to kill you. The wind cleared. He was propping himself upright on the staff. The mask was cracked all the way through. The left half of his abdomen was simply not there anymore, and through what was left of his robes, you could see the dry, gray, half-dead meat of a man who had been trading pieces of himself for power for a very long time. He glared at me through his teeth. I laughed at him. It came out lazier than I meant it to. You? And while I was being witty, I quietly burned a scroll. Third ring, mind control. It worked because he was too angry to look. He didn't heal. He didn't shield. He hauled the staff up to kill me with it. Which is when Freya came off the ground behind him. She'd never left. The fire ring was a door. The black sword went through his arm like a bolt of dark, and the red threads I'd put in that blade went in with it, and the moment they hit the dark element inside him, the contact surface just dissolved and started running down his side. Then she took the arm off. And then, and I want you to picture this properly, she slapped him. Open hand, full force. Hard enough to send both the severed arm and the staff spinning away across the square. He got 1 shot off. A black orb, point blank, and her transparent shield lasted under 3 seconds before it broke and she went into a wall 30 feet back in a cloud of dust. He didn't chase her. He turned around for the staff. Too slow. Mage hand. I already had it. I stood there holding his staff and smiled at him. Give it back to me. He came at me like something that had stopped being a person. I short-hopped to the entrance and left him swinging. His life signs were dropping fast now, because that staff wasn't an accessory, it was his lungs. I set it down carefully, out of reach, and burned 1 more scroll. Death curse. He got 3 steps down the stairs and fell, and rolled all the way to the bottom and stopped moving. I did not go over. I burned 2 more. 2 second-ring spells hit the corpse, and the corpse opened its eyes, and they were full of hate, and he started cursing me. Genuinely creative material. Real effort. I was unmoved. In my last life, I had a fan base. I have been called things by strangers that would make a cultist blush. No, he said. No, no. Several attacks turned everything below his neck into paste, and a gray light went into his head and locked his soul inside it. Done. I picked up the staff, wiped his mark off it, and put mine on. Freya came back across the square on her own feet. The stone skin had taken the hit, which is the only reason she had ribs. I gave her a potion, she drank it standing, and I tapped her stomach and let the magic and the medicine crumble the stone off her. Which left a hole in her clothes, so I took a spent scroll out of my pocket and used magic to sew it over the gap. She looked down at it, didn't say anything. Then I walked to the high priest's head, picked it up, and froze it solid in my hand. Ice crawled over the mask. I tossed it to her. Hold this. Then I went up to set the altar, which is when the rest of the fortress arrived. They'd been waiting outside the black curtain the whole time, and in their minds, there was no possible world in which 2 children beat the high priest, so they hadn't run. They'd rushed in to be seen, to be present, to be noticed at the moment of victory. They came through the gate and found a battlefield. Then they looked up at the altar, and the figure standing on it was not the one they expected. But what actually broke them was the girl standing at the bottom of the steps, holding a frozen head by the hair, with half a dark gold mask still on it. One priest hit his knees so fast he skinned them and started slamming his forehead into the ground. "My lord, I surrender, I surrender. He forced me to do all of this. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Please spare me." And then they all got it at once. And you have never in your life heard a sound like 30 men kneeling on stone at the same time. Every priest in that fortress had his hands up. I want to be honest with you here, because this is the part where I stop being likable. I did not do any of this for justice. Not one part of it. I didn't kill the cult because it was evil. I killed the cult because they killed my parents. And in this world, the only law that reliably functions between people with power is an eye for an eye. Are all of them guilty? No. Cults are mostly made of ordinary people who got talked into it. Their parents aren't in it. Their children aren't in it. But every one of them ate food bought with somebody else's family. They lived in a fortress built on it. If you take the benefit, you take the bill. I didn't feel like explaining that to them. I started the ritual. The familiar horror came down and took the whole fortress, altar included, and I sold the corpses too, at a discount. With one exception. I needed the blessing, but I have limits about where I get it. So after the very first sacrifice, I stopped handing cultists over to be reborn as undead. It cost me 1/3 of the payout to do it the other way, and I paid it every single time. Shatter the body, shatter the soul, and scatter what's left into the dark plane as feed for something else. I did not include the high priest in that. He was already spoken for. "Let's go," I said. We walked out the front gate, because nobody was left to hide from. At the bottom of the mountain, we loaded the chocobos, and once we'd put a little distance between us, I set off the scrolls I'd left in the tunnels. The mountain shook. The fortress on top of it came apart. We didn't chase the remaining altars that night. We found a town, slept, and at dawn we rode for the cemetery with the head in a bag. It took a day and a night, and we killed a few groups of bandits who thought we looked like an opportunity. Then we were standing in front of 700 graves. I'd made those while I was training her. Somebody had to go back and collect the bodies from both villages, hers and mine, and burn them properly and put them under the earth the way the North does it. More than 700 urns. My mother and father are 2 of them. I'm not going to tell you which. Freya knelt down and put the head in front of the stone. I stood there for a while and didn't say anything. Then I picked it up in my left hand and lit a green flame in my right, and I put the head into the fire. The flesh was rotten, and it went fast. What was left was a black, hardened thing with a soul locked inside it, and under the soul fire, it started to come apart very slowly, and it took on his shape, and it wailed and it cursed at us the whole time. I was already in a bad mood. I made the fire slower. I added mental shocks. It lasted a day and a night, and when the sun came up the next morning, there was nothing left of him at all. "Let's go," I said. She nodded and stood up. I looked at the stone one more time, and then I raised my hand and pulled the snow up over all of it, and the graves went under white, and that was the last time either of us saw them. There were still 10 altars after that, and killing the high priest didn't shut a single one of them down. That's the funny part. He'd built the cult so nobody could roll it up from the top, because each altar developed on its own, and even his priests only knew 2 or 3 locations. He'd done that so the kingdom couldn't crack it. It worked perfectly. It worked so well that after we cut his head off, 10 separate groups of murderers just kept going about their business, entirely unaware they had no employer anymore. So we kept crossing them off the map, and the last one I did alone, standing on their altar with a 3rd ring elemental shield up, while roughly a dozen 1st ring priests threw everything they had at me. Dozens of 1st ring spells, against a 3rd ring shield. It was like being rained on. The altar was raised, so only about 20 of them could get up the steps at once, and the ones in the back were shooting hunting bows at me, and I stood there with my hands behind my back and waited for the rest of the fortress to arrive, because I wanted all of them in the room. When the crowd looked about right, I started the ritual with a completely blank face and sent every person in that building somewhere else. Then I stepped down onto empty stone and swept the area for life, expecting nothing. The spell came back with a few signatures still inside. Underground prison, it turned out, and in it, several well-equipped cult soldiers slacking off, and one, elf? Oh, the moon elf. Of course, she was in the last one. Here's what I knew. In the original story, the high priest went mad at the end and kidnapped a moon elf, and that's what brought the elven hunters down on him. I'd been through 9 altars and found nothing but broken corpses in the cells, and I'd assumed I was simply killing him too fast for it to happen. Turns out I wasn't fast enough. I was just early to the wrong buildings. I took 1 step out of the corridor, and put ice through the soldiers' hearts before any of them turned around. Then I cut the lock off and went in to look at her, and I want to skip most of this. They had been modifying her because she was a special ingredient and they wanted a better yield. Her limbs had been opened. Things had been packed into her that should never be inside anything alive. Her organs were mostly gone. She was still breathing, not because she was tough, though she was, and not because they'd been careless. It was deliberate. The last of her own power was holding her heart and her brain, and they'd left her that much on purpose, because dead ingredients keep badly. I couldn't fix her. My limits at that point were real. I was a second-ring mage with good technique and a lot of stolen homework. Rebuilding a moon elf is not on that menu. But I didn't have to fix her. I only had to hold her together long enough to hand her to people who could. So I cast a second-ring heal, put the staff down, and took out a knife. And I dug every single thing they'd put in her back out with my hands, while keeping her alive with the other one. Then I looked at what was left, which was a torso with nothing in it, and the dark element they'd pumped into her, which was fused into everything by now and slowly eating her. I thought about it for a second. Then I pulled theirs out and put mine in. Clean dark element, same shape, no malice on it. Her vitals stopped falling. Now I had a new problem, which was transport, and at that moment I was a teenager alone in a murder basement, and the solution I arrived at was to build furniture. I chopped the tables outside into planks. I cut down a few of the prison's wooden pillars. Then I put the planks together into a box, scattered some wild grass seed along the seams, and pushed a little life magic into it until the grass grew through the joints and glued the whole thing shut. Coffin. Not a great one, but a coffin. Then I looked at her and realized I couldn't just put her in it, because she was, in the most literal sense, open, and the inside of a hand-built plank box is nothing but splinters. First ring. Underwater breathing. It makes a thin film over the whole body that keeps liquid out and lets you breathe through it. Useless in a fight. But it will absolutely stop a splinter, and as a bonus, it works like a temporary layer of skin, which meant nothing else was going to fall out of her on the road. The film came up pale blue, and every place she'd been leaking sealed over. I lifted her off the rack, laid her in, and grew ice up around her so she wouldn't shift. Then I picked up the staff, took hold of the coffin, and turned to leave, and immediately discovered that the basement door was narrower than the box, so I blew the door off with a fireball and kept walking. Freya came running down the mountain stairs, saw the smoking hole behind me, and asked if there were enemies left. None. I turned so she could see what I was dragging. We found a sacrifice they hadn't gotten to yet. Then, because she was still looking at the doorway, the door was too small. She nodded, stepped past me, and took the coffin out of my hands. I'll move it. Thank you for your help. We walked down the mountain together, and behind us the last altar of the northern cult went up. Winter City is the capital of the Northern Kingdom, and it is by northern standards a gleaming metropolis, which means it has a harbor and more than one street. We led 2 chocobos into it with a coffin roped to one of them, and people looked, and then people stopped looking because we were wearing good clothes. That's the whole trick, by the way. I'd come out of the cult war with actual money for the first time in this life. The high priest's staff had cut my scroll budget to almost nothing, so I'd bought us both several sets of decent clothing imported from the south. Not rare, not expensive, just clearly not affordable to anyone standing near us. Nobody bothers a well-dressed child with a coffin. Everybody assumes that's somebody's problem and they don't want it to be theirs. We paid the entry tax. I conjured a little ball of light in my palm to prove I was a transcendent, and they waved us through. Freya was not composed. She had never seen a building taller than 3 floors. She kept doing the thing where you look at something out of the corner of your eye so nobody catches you looking. "What are we doing here?" she asked quietly, moving closer. "Getting you a legal identity that lets you travel." She'd been born in a tribe with no paperwork, and I'd been born with less than that. Officially, neither of us existed. "This is the capital. Stay close. Don't get lost." Our destination looked wrong on purpose. Every other building on that street was gray northern stone that said we are extremely serious about administration. This one was pale blue, with vines growing up it and carvings on every surface, And Freya didn't have the vocabulary for what she was looking at, but her face did. The Moon Elf Embassy. I untied the coffin and lifted it. Wait outside, I'll be right out. There were 2 half-elf guards at the door, and one of them stepped forward with his eyes locked on the box and asked whether I had an appointment. I gave him the full elven greeting, correctly, which he was absolutely not expecting from a half-orc country teenager, and then I told him the truth in the shortest possible form. During an adventure, I encountered a badly injured moon elf. I couldn't heal her, so I've come to the ambassador's house. Then I cracked the lid just enough for him to feel what was inside. His whole face changed. And then he froze, because now he had a genuinely awful decision to make. Ask me to open it again? It's a coffin. The injuries are probably horrific. What if he sees something he can't unsee? Wave me through unchecked? What if I'm a fraud and I'm about to cause an international incident inside the embassy? Refuse? What if it's real? He was still standing there, having the worst minute of his career, when a voice came out of the building. Let him in. The relief on that man was audible. Inside, past a transparent barrier, the Moon Elf ambassador to the Northern Kingdom was waiting at her desk. She had been stationed in Winter City for longer than the Northern Kingdom had existed, and elves being elves, she looked about 25. I had prepared for this. I knew she'd be beautiful in the specific way that stops thoughts. So before walking in, I had set a tiny mental shockwave to go off inside my own skull on a delay. It went off exactly when it needed to, and I came back online instantly. She noticed. Of course she noticed. Are young people these days this careful? I could see her thinking. I ignored it and opened the coffin. She was beside it before I'd finished lifting the lid. Her hand went straight through the ice and the film, without either of them mattering, and she put her palm on the elf's chest, and life poured out of her arm in a quantity I'd never seen from a single person. The dark element still stuck to the torso got driven out. Organs regrew in front of me. Vital signs climbed and steadied. Then she took her hand back and frowned at the box. She was found in a cultist stronghold, I said. They were modifying her as a sacrifice. When I found her, most of her organs had been removed and replaced with foul materials. To keep her alive, I had to take those out and replace the dark element carrying their intent with clean dark element. Pause. It may not look serious, but the contamination has gone into her bones. She caught the hint immediately, which is why she was an ambassador. Life energy alone would fix the surface and drive the rot deeper. She closed the coffin gently and turned around with a very warm, very careful expression. Thank you for your help. We don't know how we can repay you. Which, and this is the entire reason I was standing there, is not a polite formula for moon elves. It's policy. Anybody who saves one of theirs gets paid, generously, every time, without exception, so that no moon elf anywhere ever gets abandoned because helping wasn't worth it. I'd read that in a wiki. As you can probably tell, I said, I'm a spellcaster and a wanderer. I've heard the war in the south has ended. I'd like a suitable identity to travel to Sonar. She raised an eyebrow. Your information network is quite good. Yes, the war is indeed over. Then she looked me up and down and made her offer. I can provide you with 2 apprenticeships at the Truth High Tower. I can have it done within 7 days. 2 seats at the Truth High Tower, which is the holy land of magic, the place every talented child on the continent claws at for a decade to reach, and she was handing me 2 of them like a coupon. I don't plan to study at the Truth High Tower, I said. A letter of recommendation to the Spellcaster Association would be enough. She raised the eyebrow higher. Are you sure? I nodded. Turning that down looks insane. It wasn't. I did not want to be a student. I had a decade of endgame knowledge in my head, and no interest in spending 20 years being a school's asset while they slowly figured out what I was. A recommendation letter opens doors. An apprenticeship closes them behind you. I see, she said, and she picked up a piece of paper that hummed faintly, wrote a letter with magic in about 4 seconds, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it over. Is there anything else you need? Because a letter is cheap. A letter does not settle a debt like this one. She was uncomfortable. That's enough. I glanced at the coffin. Now that the elf has been delivered, I'll take my leave. She walked me to the door, and just before we got there, a moon elf in a tailcoat caught up at speed and handed her a ring, and she put it in my hand. Thank you for saving one of our people. This is what you deserve. Please don't refuse it. I did not refuse it. In fact, I would like it noted that I took it before she finished the sentence. It was a spatial ring. I could tell the moment it touched my palm. I put it away without inspecting it, because inspecting a gift in front of the giver is rude, and walked out to where Freya was sitting in the corner with 2 chocobos, maintaining her sword with deerskin and oil because she does not know how to wait. Behind me, the door closed, and the warm expression went off the ambassador's face like a light switch. Safri, investigate thoroughly. Any organization that tries to provoke us must die. I want to see who thinks the moon elves are afraid to kill. I opened the ring on a hotel bed and emptied it out. 3,000 gold coins. A dozen export-grade extraordinary materials. 2 export-grade first-ring spellcaster outfits. And the ring itself, which was elven work, 20 cubic meters and would have cost somewhere north of 70,000 gold in the south if you could find someone willing to sell one at all. I sat there and looked at that pile for a while. Rich people are so strange. Then Freya kicked the door open with a wooden tub in her arms. Medicinal baths were part of the deal. She'd picked the close combat path, which means the body is the whole project. And a body that trains that hard needs to be repaired every night, or it starts eating itself. So every day she got a bath, and I drew a small heating circle on the barrel while she hauled the water, and we brought it to about 40 degrees and poured in the potions until it went yellow-green. I checked it with my hand and my magic, nodded, and went to the other side of the room and hung up a curtain. Then I sat on the bed with my legs crossed and meditated while she washed, because that was the arrangement. 20 minutes later, rustling. Then she pulled the curtain back, saw I was still under, and put it back down. Then she carried out the used water in buckets, refilled the barrel with fresh cold water, and came back and sat down and watched me. For a while. And when I still hadn't surfaced, she reached out and tugged the corner of my clothes. I opened my eyes. "The water has been changed," she said. "Thank you. You've worked hard." I got up and went behind the curtain. And here's the part nobody tells you about the mage path. I needed the bath too. Knights build the body to lift the soul. Spellcasters build the soul to lift the body. But it's a loop, not a ladder. If I ever wanted to be a 7th ring mage, my physical body would have to be worth a 5th ring knight, or the whole thing collapses. So I poured in a few more bottles and got in, and the heat went through my skin and started slowly rebuilding a kid who'd spent his whole life hungry. The Spellcaster Association Tower in Winter City had 2 guards out front who took one look at the elven robes, one look at the magic coming off us, and made an excellent career decision. Inside, I went straight to the front desk, because I have walked into a Spellcaster Association roughly 900 times in my life, and the floor plans are standardized. I could do it blindfolded. 2 people, new registration and level test. The girl at the desk stood up so fast her chair moved. "Of course. Do you have letters of recommendation?" I put the envelope on the counter and pushed it over. She set it on a verification plate, pressed the button, runes came up, a ripple went over the letter, and the plate flashed green. I watched her shoulders drop about 2 inches. Then she stood, came around the desk, and got very respectful. 4th floor, a room with 2 crystal balls. I put my hand on one and fed it magic, and a 1 came up and hung there, and then flipped to a 2 and stayed. Beside me, Freya took her hand off the other one. Hers said 1. The staff member didn't waste a second. He opened a cabinet and took out 2 first ring badges and 1 second ring badge and handed them over. That's it. That's the whole story of how 2 undocumented northern orphans became registered practitioners of the extraordinary arts. We paid for some intelligence on the way out, went back to the hotel, packed, collected the birds, and left. Except we weren't done. Killing the altars is not the same as killing the cult. There are always ones who slip through, ones who were out of town, ones who ran the moment the fortresses stopped answering. I'd said I'd kill their families. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that was a proportionate response. It was the deal I'd made with myself in the snow, and I was going to honor it. So I burned a little of the blessing out of the High Priest's staff, borrowed the Dark Plane's own senses, and asked it a question. "Show me everybody in the north wearing your mark." It showed me. We spent the next month riding the entire northern territory of the Northern Kingdom, and we found them in cities and villages and holes in the woods, and we killed all of them, and their relatives, and their households. I also used it as coursework. Freya started learning alchemy and magic theory in that month, and she did her practicals on live cultists. At the end of it, I was standing in the middle of a burning village, stepping over a body, looking at the last of them, and I had my one and only moment of doubt. Am I being too extreme? Then Freya walked out of the fire with a longsword covered in blood and said, "It's all done." And I thought, reflect on what? You get on the sacrifice path, there are no innocents left on it. They all die. I nodded, walked past a pile of corpses that had achieved the height of a small hill, and said, let's go. At the edge of the village, I turned around, put the staff out, built a second ring model, and tapped the ground with it. The earth went out from us in a wave, and every burning building in that village came down, and every hidden basement under them came down too. I watched the last dozen life signatures in that place blink out one after another. Then I put the staff away, got on my bird, and rode. And then it was over, and I didn't know what to do with myself. That's a genuinely strange feeling. I stood at a hotel window in some nearby city, watching people walk around in the street below, and for the first time since I woke up on that altar, there was no next thing. So I did what I always do, which is look at the map. The north was about to fall apart. The old orc on the throne was going to die of old age, and when he did, there'd be a war of succession that would eat the whole region, and a second ring mage caught in that is not a player, he's ammunition. The green tide was chewing its way across Donar in the east, and Donar is night country, which is a bad neighborhood for a mage. South then, Sinar, where the Truth High Tower is, where the Rose War had just ended, where everybody was licking their wounds and would be too busy rebuilding to bother me for a decade or two. Fine, Sinar. Then I turned around and looked at the other person in the room, who was at the table with a brush made of animal hair, drawing a spell model with her tongue very slightly out, and that was the actual problem. Because Freya and I had a partnership, and the partnership was called Killing the Cult, and I had just personally ensured there was no cult. I sat down opposite her and waited for her to finish the model. Freya, she looked up. What are your plans next? The cultists are all dead. Have you thought about the future? She put the brush down, thought about it, shook her head. I have no idea. Okay, there's still time. Think about it carefully. So we lived in a small town for a month, which was the most normal month of my life in that world. I sorted my memories and used magic to replay and reinforce them, and I meditated to solidify a foundation I'd forced upward with the blessing. And I tested most of the first and second ring spells I could remember to find out which of them actually worked the way the patch notes claimed. At the end of that month, my foundation was clean, the blessing's residue was gone, and my eyes went back from gray to red. Freya's month was worse. Theory in the morning. Practical assignments in the afternoon, close combat with me in the evening, medicinal bath, then meditation until the lamp went out. At the end of it, she had stopped being a sword fighter and started being a spellcaster. 20-odd first-ring spells, all the ones I'd picked for her, stiff, bad micro, absolutely a functional turret. And then one evening, she started missing. I was blocking her wooden sword with mine and correcting her form, and she was somewhere else entirely. So I stepped in, flicked, and knocked the sword out of her hand. It spun on the ground. She stood there with her hands still closed and looked embarrassed. You don't look well today, I said. What's wrong? She pressed her lips together. Are you leaving? Ah. I picked up her sword. Pretty much. I should leave the north when spring comes. Where are you going? If nothing unexpected happens, Sinar. I put the swords back on the rack. And then I gave her the two options, because I thought I was being kind. Have you thought about your future? If you want to stay in the north quietly, I can leave you enough capital. You can keep studying the book I gave you. The knowledge in there is enough to carry you a long way on your own. Second option. Or, if you want to keep learning properly, I can take you to the Truth High Tower. With your talent, finding a school will not be a problem. 2 doors, comfortable retirement, or the best magical education on the continent. I genuinely could not see a third. She walked over, took hold of the hem of my clothes, and looked at the ground. Can I come with you? Oh. Come with me? She nodded. Following me could be very dangerous, I said. I'm planning to be an adventurer. Travel. Ruins. The living conditions are going to be bad, and the risk is going to be high. Are you sure? I'm not afraid. I looked at her for a second. Okay, I understand. Follow me if you want. And she smiled. First time since I'd met her. I shrugged, mostly to have something to do with my body, and walked back inside. Since you're leaving the north with me, rest today and pack. Tomorrow, we go to Winter City for supplies. Yes. The second time we entered Winter City, we skipped the queue. Registered practitioners get their own gate, and the moment I was through it, I knew something was wrong. In 50 meters of street, I counted more than a dozen half-orc soldiers shopping. Taverns full at midday. Drunks outside them. The city had noticeably more people in it than it had a month ago. I looked at the palace and found about a dozen powerful auras sitting inside, doing a very poor job of hiding, which to another transcendent is like leaving a bonfire on in a dark room. Ah, the southern garrison has come home. Which meant the succession war was closer than I'd thought. Then 2 separate groups of watchers picked us up as we came out of a shop. 2 groups, from 2 different factions, following 2 teenage mages around a market. I checked the map in my hand, looked up, located both of them precisely, put the map away, and took Freya's hand and walked to the next shop. She got it instantly. She put what she was holding on the bird's pack, put her free hand in her pocket, and closed it around a scroll. We shopped faster. We bought a carriage. We bought 1,500 gold coins worth of books from the Spellcaster Association because Freya was illiterate 4 months ago, and I intended to fix that at speed. We registered at the Adventurers Association as a 2-person team, bronze rank, and we boarded our polar chocobos with the association permanently. Freya didn't like that. But polar chocobos are built for the north and nothing else. Take them south and they die slowly. Release them into the wild and they die faster, because they've been domesticated for 1,000 years, and releasing one is just murder with extra steps. She stood there for a moment with her hand on its neck. Then we got in the carriage and left the city in the dark, with both sets of spies watching us go. 2 days out, on an ice plain, a dozen half-orc bandits found a horse-drawn carriage moving along with no driver. There was some debate. "That looks like a Transcendence emblem," one of them said, the short one, the one whose heart was going. "Are we really going to rob a Transcendence carriage?" "Don't be afraid." The one next to him waved a scimitar around. "Those mages never leave the city. It's a carriage. There might be 1 or 2 apprentices in it at most. Real mages don't travel this quietly." Honestly? Reasonable analysis. Wrong conclusion, but reasonable. Those apprentices would be scared to death if they saw us. If we're careful, we just rush them and take them out one at a time. The whistle went. 23 of them charged. Inside the carriage, I stopped mid-sentence, looked up, and said, "A free target has been delivered to your door. 23 half-orc bandits. All ordinary humans. Go and give it a try." Freya closed her textbook, picked up her staff, and walked out the door. She stood on the step and watched the dust come. And then, at the exact moment the first one entered her range, she started her first fight as a pure spellcaster. Weakness, first ring, on the archer. Several of them suddenly felt like something had climbed onto their shoulders. Hands went limp. Shots went wide. One of them actually hit his own friend, and here's the part they didn't plan for. Because a weakness curse doesn't care whether you're a person. The horses got it too. Several went straight down and through their riders. Corruption arrow, 5 of them, into the pile. The screaming started properly. Paralyzing pulse, a gray ripple across the whole group. Bodies stiffened. The wailing got quieter. But it's a first-ring spell with a first-ring radius, and a few of them were outside it. And those few had now correctly identified this as a hornet's nest, and were leaving its speed, abandoning their more optimistic friends. So Freya used the combo I'd taught her. Words of fear first, fill them up so they can't think. Then rotten flesh, quietly, precisely, into whatever's load-bearing. Except her control wasn't there yet. What was supposed to be a surgical rot of the brain came out as a rot of everything. They made it a few meters. Then the riders and the horses both turned into piles of rotting meat and collapsed into heaps. Freya stood there looking at the heaps. She'd meant to do their heads. Well, different process, same outcome. She moved on. The rest of them were paralyzed and therefore stationary, which made them the finest practice dummies a beginner has ever been handed, and she went through the remainder of her spell list on them methodically. By the end, there was one large pile of rotten flesh and several smaller piles of rotten flesh, and, as her precision improved over the course of the exercise, a few pieces that were still recognizably shaped like people. She set the whole thing on fire with fireballs, and then she stood there and watched it burn while she reviewed her performance. Only when it was ash did she come back inside. The horses started walking again. They hadn't reacted at all. Look, the North's security situation is genuinely terrible, especially the trade roads in the south of it, and none of these people were dangerous. Not one of them could have hurt either of us. I never lifted a finger the entire journey. I just handed them all to her, and she killed as many as showed up. The unfortunate side effect is that we killed so many of them that Freya became a story in the bandit community, north and south, and after a while, nobody would come near us at all, which meant she ran out of homework. White Fortress is the last stop before you're out of the north. Orc stonework, southern stone houses, dwarven smithies putting heat into the street, Wood elf architecture that looks like somebody grew it. Most diverse place in the whole region, and the only one where you can buy a mattress. I lay down on an actual cotton bed for the first time in this life and made a small, involuntary noise. Freya sat at the table with a book. Not a textbook. One of the ordinary novels I'd bought off a southern caravan, so she'd have something to practice reading on. I'm going to sleep now, I said. You should sleep early, too. Nothing happened that night, which is a phrase I would like to revisit, because when I opened my eyes in the morning, she was in the same chair, in the same position, with a different book. I got up, went to the window, opened it, and let the light in, turned around and caught her watching me. Good morning, Freya. Good morning. Eyes straight back down to the page. I walked over and picked up one of the dozen books stacked beside her, flipped through it. There were notes in the margins, in her handwriting, which had improved considerably since yesterday. You haven't slept at all? It wasn't really a question. Silence, her fingers rubbing the corner of the page. Aren't you sleepy? No, I'm not sleepy, said the girl who was holding a book she had not turned in 4 minutes. Yeah? I let it go and put my robe on. I need to apply for an exit permit. Do you want to wait here or come with me? I want to go. Book closed instantly. So we went, and I lost her in about 6 minutes. In my defense, White Fortress in the morning is a river of people, and she hadn't slept, and she was gawking at every non-human she'd never seen before, which was all of them. What she did next is the part that actually matters. She did not panic. She did not stand in the street and cry, which, 11 years old, foreign city, would have been completely allowed. She looked around for something useful, and she found a road sign. West Gate, West Street, something she didn't know that character, because I'd been teaching her Southern script for the trip and hadn't bothered with the mixed Northern writing. Fine. Skip what you can't read, work with what you can. Chamber of Commerce District, Central Square, Trade District. Then she hit the actual problem, which is that she had no idea where you go to apply for an exit permit, because she'd spent 4 months following me and had never once needed to know where anything was. So she reasoned it out. Leaving the country requires an application. Caravans leaving the country must therefore have applied. Follow a caravan going south, and it will lead you to the place where applications happen, and the place where applications happen will have me in it. Then she used first-ring hearing to filter the entire street for the right conversation. This trip was a total disaster. The war ended so suddenly, all the goods are stuck in my hands, not them. Why don't we go check out the Silver Dwarves? I've heard they're not them. I heard things haven't been peaceful in Winter City lately. The Moon Elves have sent people, not them. The quality of this batch of furs is really good. Just in time for the war to end. Sinar's going to be very happy to see these. Found it. And she tailed that caravan across half the city like a professional. And nobody stopped her, because the guard saw a spellcaster badge on her chest and decided that whatever this was, it wasn't their problem. The plan was flawless. It took her to the Chamber of Commerce District, which is not where you apply for an exit permit, because caravans do their paperwork in a completely different building. She stood in the corner and watched wagon after wagon roll past her through the gate, and slowly worked out that she had followed her extremely clever plan directly into the wrong district. She thought about going back to the hotel. Hey, what are you doing here? She spun around. I was standing behind her, and I would like to state that I had been looking for 40 minutes. Standing in the sunlight, looking at a kid with her eyes full and her chin down, my tone did something I didn't authorize. Lost? She nodded at the ground. I took her hand. Let's go. And then she came around from behind me to walk beside me and took my hand again from the other side and nodded and didn't say anything. I assumed she'd been frightened of being alone in a crowd, which is a reasonable thing to assume. I said the reasonable thing. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I also quietly cast a spell to check her actual state, because I don't trust faces, and the reading said she was still tense. So I slowed down, took the long way, bought her food off street carts, told her about my own childhood to fill the silence, and I would like you to appreciate that I was making that up as I went, because my actual childhood happened on a different planet and involved a lot of screens. An hour later, we came around a corner into the central square and walked into a crowd. Something was happening. A festival, I assumed. Elite half-orc soldiers filed in and lined a corridor through the middle with their chests out, and then a very well-equipped half-orc transcendent walked down it, and the noise went up several notches. I didn't care. Freya tugged my sleeve and said something I couldn't hear. I turned. She went up on her toes and put her mouth near my ear. Let's go. It's a bit noisy. So we peeled off the edge of the square and left, and I clocked the half-orc as I went. Famous NPC, definitely. I'd seen that face on a quest giver and decided not to bother, since I wasn't staying in the north. Behind us, the famous NPC watched two children walk away from his welcome ceremony and turned to the man beside him. Check the identities of those two human transcendents. They are not simple. Show them respect. The next morning, on our way out with the wagon, several fully armed half-orc soldiers walked up to us. Freya's hand went to her sword. I kept leading the horses. What's up? Every one of them bowed, and the lead one raised a mahogany tray in both hands. Your Excellency, I am here on the General's orders to convey his apologies. On the tray, an exit permit and 800 gold coins. Now that's a very polite gesture, and it is also a message. And the message is, we know who you are. Real school mages don't apply for exit permits. Only wild mages do. He was telling me, courteously, that he'd looked me up, found nothing, and concluded I was nobody's student, and that he'd like me to take the money and go away. 800 gold is a lot for a wild mage. It's generous. It is also, unmistakably, all he had budgeted for this. I waved my hand, put both the permit and the coins into the spatial ring, and said, Tell your general that I've accepted it. I didn't argue about the title. Wild mage, sure. In another life, I had a professional gamer tag, and people used to argue with strangers about it on forums for me. I have made my peace with labels. The soldiers were briefly startled that 800 coins had ceased to exist, then bowed and left extremely quickly. I turned to Freya. Since they've come to us for free, let's go. Standing on the snow outside the gate, she looked back at the fortress for a long moment. Because that was the actual border. Past that, we weren't citizens of anywhere. We were stateless, which, technically, is what most professional adventurers are, and which changed nothing for us, because we were transcendents first, and nationless second. Regret it? I said. If you go back now, it's still not too late. Her grip tightened. She didn't identify with the Northern Kingdom. She never had. She'd had exactly one home, and it was a human tribe that no longer existed, not this orc and half-orc country that had never once noticed she was alive. Her home was gone, and the person who'd pulled her out of the hole and gone and killed everyone responsible was standing next to her. I have no regrets. Don't be nervous. I'm here. Things won't be too bad from now on. I patted her head with my free hand. Which was, to be transparent, a lie by omission. I'd told her the future would be hard, mostly to scare her into thinking about it seriously. In reality, a transcendent traveling the world lives better than almost anybody, and a few rings further up, I'd be able to hand-build a mobile castle and go wherever I liked. I just didn't feel like promising that yet. We spent the road south with a book open, because I had decided the fastest way to civilize a northern tribal orphan was to teach her the politics of an empire she'd never heard of. Short version, the Silver Empire isn't a country so much as a filing cabinet. Elector kingdoms, human kingdoms, principalities, free cities, and one region, the Truth High Tower, that has quietly stopped pretending to belong to it. The emperor is elected, not inherited, and only the original 13 extraordinary families ever had a vote. Freya raised her hand, which she'd started doing, which I found unbearable. 13 extraordinary families? Besides the 7 silver families, where are the other 6? According to the official records of the Silver Empire, all 6 died out for various reasons. She looked at me. But what is the reality? Good girl. A qualified transcendent family is almost impossible to wipe out by natural extinction. Whether you have children is a decision, not an accident. I turned a page. As far as I know, 3 of those 6 were exterminated by the first emperor. 2 were purged in political struggles. The one knightly family among them got pushed out. I gave her the rest of it because she'd asked properly. The 5 destroyed families still have embers, hiding, broke, demoted to ordinary nobility. The knights went home to Donar and shut the door. Don't pay them any special attention. They're a bunch of losers. If you want to read about them, the Willicks School publishes a history of the Silver family. It's not very accurate, but it's a reference. Pause. Read it privately, though. Don't discuss it inside the Silver Empire. Clear? Then the Rose War, which is the reason the whole South was in the state it was in. The last emperor died. The 7 silver families elected a 7-year-old girl because she had their blood and monstrous magical talent. Everybody else in the empire immediately asked the 2 obvious questions. Can a child rule? And do we really want a powerful spellcaster on the throne again? And the silver families said yes and put her on it anyway. For 3 years it worked. She was brilliant. She grew fast. Then a relative of hers died. She was a 5th ring mage with the emotional regulation of a 10-year-old, because she was a 10-year-old, and she lost control of her own power in the middle of the imperial capital and cast a mental spell across the whole city. More than 10,000 people died where they stood. Countless others came out of it changed. And the part that actually broke the empire. The silver families had kept her close, which meant the dozen or so silver heirs who'd grown up beside her, and several grand dukes who happened to be in the palace, all died in the same instant. That ended her reign. While the silver nobles argued about a replacement, some of the empire's kings and dukes went behind their backs and invited the king of Inter, a neighboring human kingdom, no silver blood at all, to take the throne. The silver nobles panicked and rushed an election. Inter refused to recognize it and marched in. Both houses used a rose as their crest, 1 silver, 1 red. 25 years. That's it? Freya said, frowning. A war that lasted 25 years, and that's the final outcome? Because the ending is that everyone got tired, and the current Silver Emperor agreed to marry the King of Inter's daughter, and their kid gets the throne. The war dragged on too long, and both sides are sick of it, I said. Inter is unstable internally. The Silver Empire has held up better because it was defending, but it still has the green tide sitting on its eastern doorstep. Peace was what both of them wanted. The marriage is just for internal unity. There are a lot of kings and dukes on Inter's side who need a reason to come home. Freya absorbed that with an expression like she was chewing something with bones in it. For most of her life, the world was the size of a tribe. Now, it was the size of a continent with a filing system. And then I made her memorize the etiquette, because you get killed for that in the South. She looked at the stack of etiquette books beside her with open despair. Just get a general idea. It's not difficult. I picked one up to review it myself and got about 4 pages in before I stopped and looked out the window. Are there enemies? Let me go. She was already up. It's a 15-person adventurer team. They might not be enemies. I shook my head. But stay alert. 5 first-ring warriors and 1 mage apprentice, probably wild. She left the carriage so fast she left an outline. I looked at the etiquette book in my hand. It's a few books. It's not even as complicated as a spell model. Is this really necessary? Outside, an adventuring party was running through the trees with something they'd stolen, looking at the sky. An eagle screamed overhead, and they went faster. They came past our horses, and the mage apprentice, the only one who could read Freya's power, took several steps backward. The warriors just glanced at her, decided she was a small girl, and kept going. Then, 2 eagles came down out of the sky, a meter long each, and circled the carriage, screaming. Freya sat there with genuine delight on her face, because she'd never seen an extraordinary beast before. The North can barely feed regular animals. One of them worked up the nerve and dove at her, and a green light went past her ear and into the bird. I was standing on the step with the spell still on my eyes, talking to it. Your child is not in my hands. I don't want to kill you. Leave here. It looked at me, and then, under the spell, it believed me. It called once, and its mate came, and the 2 of them went up together, and then tore each other's wings open with their own talons and used the blood to refix the scent. Hold on to that image for a second. Then it called down to me, which I'm choosing to read as thanks, and both of them went after the adventurers. Freya watched them disappear. So the reason that adventurer team was so rushed just now was because they stole their child? Why let them go? She turned around. They're just 2 first-ring extraordinary beings. Even if you don't step in, I can handle them. Why kill them? She looked confused. Because they are enemies of mankind. Ah. Freya, I leaned on the doorframe. The adventurers who stole the offspring, and the eagles that came to hunt them down. Who's right and who's wrong? She actually thought about it. A while. The adventurers were wrong. If they hadn't stolen the eggs, they wouldn't have been hunted. So is that why I let them go? Silence. If, I said, I mean if. If those adventurers steal eggs out of necessity, if they're risking their lives for a family member who's dying, do you think they're wrong? If it's for survival. From the adventurer's side, everything they do is for survival. What one extraordinary egg is worth is enough for them to gamble with. You come from a tribe. You know what survival costs ordinary people. Beat. From the eagle's side, they want their child, and facing an enemy they cannot beat, they will not back down, even if it kills them. She bit her lip. Freya, what are our identities now? She looked up. We are the stateless. We are wild mages. From our side, neither the adventurers nor the eagles are our concern. I let them go because I wanted to. I straightened up. If you want to kill them, that's fine with me. But Freya, I want you to understand why you're doing something before you do it. Learn to think. Wisdom is the spellcaster's advantage. Don't be pushed around by what's written in books. Have your own thoughts. I went back inside. Freya, remember, think more. Port City, in the north of the Celtic Kingdom. The Adventurers Association there was a zoo in the best sense. Human, half-orc, and dwarven warriors drinking competitively with their axes and hammers dumped on the floor. Wild mages off to one side sipping fruit juice, because they're rational, and rational people don't drink, whispering to each other in what I'm told is technical vocabulary. Half-elf archers oiling bows or carving arrows for fun, a knot of gnomes eating quietly and fiddling with equipment, halfling waiters going through the crowd sideways. We caused precisely 0 ripples. In the north, a spellcaster is exotic. In Sinar, you can throw a rock. That's because the Silver Empire's founder was a legendary spellcaster. All 7 Silver families are spellcaster families, and the Truth High Tower is physically located there. So anybody in Sinar with any spark at all goes mage first and considers alternatives second, which means a lot of mages. It does not mean good ones. Outside the tower and the great nobles, almost all of them are wild mages with no lineage, and the 3rd ring is generally their ceiling. Bad meditation techniques, few spells, weak models. Get to the 4th ring as a wild mage, and the schools come to you with offers, and if you don't want to join one, you can found your own inside the tower and be recognized on the spot. That was going to be my plan eventually. I don't need their knowledge. I do need their materials. I went to the notice board, skipped the wanted posters. War contracts had dried up with the peace. Nobles recruiting guards, big adventure groups recruiting members, beast horde coordinates in the eastern mountains, pirates, and a set of coordinates for dangerous islands in the North Sea. I looked at that last one for a while, because I knew those islands. After the Rose War, several of them in the North Sea turned into undead islands, saturated with dark element, and for a season, they were the best leveling ground on that coast, until the Silver Empire got around to sending a few mages out to purify them, an entire island's worth of dark element materials, and the plan is to scrub it, waste. Then I went to the job board and found the commission that made everything work. A group of gnomes wanted a spellcaster skilled in necromancy for a 3-day experiment in the heart of the island of the undead. Security provided. Pay, mediocre. Perfect. It was on the way. I took it. Then I walked straight over to the Spellcaster Association and took the purification contract on the same island, which had been sitting on the top of their board for months because it's the worst value job in the world. Here's the math on that one. 500 silver points. To a mid-tier mage from the 4th to 6th ring, it's half a day of work and an insulting fee. Nobody's leaving the tower for that. To a low-tier mage, it's months of work and enough materials to bankrupt them, with a real chance of failing and losing everything, so it just sat there. The receptionist ran my badge and had a small visible crisis when he saw Wild Mage next to Island Purification. Then he noticed the Moon Elf recommendation in my file, decided I must be the hidden apprentice of some reclusive elven master, and processed it without a word. Not having a registered school doesn't mean you don't have a lineage, he told himself. Correct conclusion, completely wrong reasoning. The clients were 4 gnomes in a room upstairs, and the one in the small yellow hat bowed in correct southern mage etiquette and introduced himself as Gian. Hello, I'm Corbin, I returned it, and behind me, Freya copied my hands exactly and said her own name. Gian looked between us. I wonder, which of you is the adventurer who accepted this commission? I am. I glanced at the ink and brushes they'd just swept off the table. She will work with me. The remuneration stays the same. This, he hesitated, which was fair, they'd budgeted security for 1 body. So I put out my right hand and let dark element gather in my palm and shaped it into a small black bird that flapped its wings and danced across my hand. That does two things at once. It shows second ring power, and more importantly, it shows control, which is the thing wild mages almost never have. Jian's problem was now that the pay he was offering could only attract wild mages, and no wild mage has hands like that. I closed my fist and dissolved the bird. As for security, just protect her. This, still hesitating, so I took a third ring scroll out of my ring, held it up, and said, "I don't need to worry about my safety," and put it away. He'd already noticed the ring wasn't jewelry. Now he'd seen the scroll. He agreed. Then I told him the other thing, up front, because I don't like surprises in a contract. Based on your commission, 3 days of experiments. After that, I'll be carrying out another one, purifying the island of the undead. I wonder if this will affect your experiment. He had, by his own later admission, more surprises that day than any other day of his life. He believed my elemental control. He did not believe a wild mage could purify an island because he wouldn't dare take that job himself. Do they have some hidden trump card? Never mind, not his problem. After you complete the task, he said with a smile, what you want to do is your own business. So when do we depart? Where do we meet? Port 7, 7 in the morning, 3 days. I stood up. We're in room 305 of the hotel from yesterday. If anything changes, leave me a message. I hope we can work together smoothly. It's a pleasure to work with you. After we left, John turned to the other gnomes, who were all staring at him. Why are you looking at me? Get moving. And be careful you don't forget anything. And when the room was empty, he took a 10-sided die out of his pocket. Magic went into it from his fingers, and a flash of silver went across it. He rolled, it spun, and stopped on a 10. His eyes went wide. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put one finger on it, and silver-white light flowed out of the die and into him, and after some unmeasured amount of time, the 10 had become a 7. Then he put it back in his pocket and walked out perfectly calmly. The material shop was the good kind, old, well-stocked, nobody trying to cheat you. I placed an order, variety and quantity both large, which made the clerk very happy, and sent him into the back with a list. Freya drifted off along the display stands, stopping in front of each one, reading the labels, matching them to the notes in her books. She'd learned all this on paper, and most of it she'd never actually seen. Nobody minded. Wild mages do that constantly, and the exhibits are there to be looked at. Then the door opened, and the noise came in. Several richly dressed mage apprentices, loud, taking up the whole shop with their voices. The wild mages picking through the stands looked over, saw the school badges, and quietly went and stood somewhere else. A couple of them just left, faces sour. I looked at the badge, azure blue, 3 pearls, white, blue, red. I tried to place it and couldn't. In the old game, there were hundreds of schools, and I only remembered the famous ones and the weird ones. The only unremarkable school I ever knew by name was the one I'd joined in my freshman year, which studied plasticity and linguistics, some local outfit. Forget it. I'll take my materials and go. I walked over to stand near Freya. Freya, who had zero interest in the noise, took my hand and started walking us to the other side of the shop, which is when several of them cut us off. Freya frowned at the girl in front of her. Who are you? The girl grinned and said nothing. Ah, I know this scene. Freya's appearance is, objectively, a problem. She was designed to be the face on the opening cinematic, the one they used to sell the game, and even half-starved, she was better looking than the pampered silver heir who was in the same cell. Now, with her body repaired by the blessing and optimized by magic, she was frankly worse. Or better, depending on how you feel about the next part. Because in my old life, when Freya came up out of the underworld and turned half a continent into a graveyard, there was a whole population of players who had watched her grow up in the tutorial and reacted to the world-ending undead boss by yelling "wife" and "traitor" at their screens. The incomplete lich transformation, the parts of her that stopped looking alive, none of that slowed them down at all. So my read was, minor villain jumps out, demands I hand over the girl. And then I looked at them properly, a pack of apprentices. Threatening a second ring caster and a first ring caster. No, seriously, where does that confidence come from? They're school apprentices. They should be able to read a room by definition. Then the boy in front opened his mouth. Beauty, why follow this poor wretch who can't afford anything? Why don't you come with me? Here it comes. It's so classic. Except, hold on, the girl in front was staring at me. Huh? Me? I looked down at what we were wearing, which were the export-grade elven mage outfits the ambassador had given us. High-end. Genuinely, money can't always buy them high-end. And theirs. Gorgeous, sure. Also completely ordinary clothing that did nothing at all except be gorgeous. They didn't even have real robes. I went numb. At which point I understood exactly what I was dealing with. Noble children who were not valued by their families or their school, who could not sense another person's strength, and who could not identify the most famous export garment on the continent. What do they teach at that school? No wonder none of them are even first ring. Meanwhile, every wild mage in that shop was watching with open enjoyment. Because they might be poor and undereducated, but they know the basics. They could all feel my power. They all recognized elven markings. There's a shop 2 streets over that sells elven gear openly to anyone with money, and every wild mage alive dreams about that shop. Their guesses varied. Elites from some school passing through. Somebody's apprentices running errands for a great mage. Their conclusion did not vary. These arrogant little idiots have finally picked the wrong table. I sighed and let my magic out. Second ring, at the ceiling of second ring, applied precisely and only to them. They all locked up like small animals that have just been noticed by something large. Roll, I said, and released it. More than 2/3 of them sat straight down on the floor. The rest kept their heads down and didn't look at me. Except one. There's always one. He shook his legs into position, pointed at me, and shouted, "We are nobles! How dare you!" I put him to sleep mid-sentence with mental interference, and he hit the tiles. I didn't look at any of them again. Are my things ready? I'll go and urge them, said the clerk, at a dead sprint. Under a minute later, 2 large boxes came out. I cracked the seal, checked quality and count with mental power without fully opening them, closed them, and resealed the magic circle so nothing leaked. How much? 2,200 gold coins. Somewhere behind me, a wild mage nearly dropped what he was holding. A reasonable price, I said, and waved, and 2,200 gold coins appeared on the counter out of the ring in one motion. Several clerks came running with sacks. I moved the boxes into my ring and left, and the shopkeeper walked us to the door, beaming, and then went back inside and looked at the noble children lying on his floor with visible loathing. Because they never bought anything, they drove away his real customers, and they were the sons of people he wasn't allowed to hit. What do we do about them? What else can we do? Send someone to notify their families to come and take them away. Pause. Oh, and make a few copies of the memory stone and send those up too. Their fainting has nothing to do with us. We spent the next 2 days in the hotel room turning raw material into things that were actually useful, because a crate of extraordinary components is not power, it's homework. Scrolls, potions, and a few extremely basic mechanical devices, which in my old life would have been considered a mechanic apprentice's practice pieces. That last one matters enormously later. I was never a mechanic. In my previous life, I was a mage main, in an era where mages and mechanics genuinely despised each other on forums, and I had a personal brand to protect. I could not be seen touching machines. So I never learned it properly, I just watched enough professional footage to know how to beat one. Which, it turns out, is still more than anyone in this century knows. The little energy storage cells I hand-built out of boredom outperformed traditional enchanted gear on both effect and cost. I also intended for Freya to practice with the materials herself. And then I remembered something. Hotels in the real world are not as durable as hotels in a game. In the game, you can ruin an inn as much as you like. Failed a forbidden scroll? Redecorate. Who cares? Here, when her magic surged, I had about a quarter of a second to smother it, and if I'd been slower, the building would have gone. So that was the end of that. From then on, she practiced outside city limits. Late on the second night, I finished a 4th ring scroll and let out a breath. Spatial spells are miserable to draw, complicated, unforgiving, and if you sneeze, you've thrown away a month's wages. I put it away, noticed the sky was black, yawned, and looked over. She was still reading. It's late, go back and rest. She hesitated, fingers on the page corner again. I stood up, took off my robe, and turned around. What's wrong? You go to sleep first. I'll watch for a while longer. And then stay up all night? Or get so tired you fall asleep at the desk? I walked over. Freya, everyone has their own secrets. I respect that. But even for a transcendent, never sleeping is bad for you. So, can you tell me about it? Nothing. Of course, you don't have to say if you don't want to. She put the book down and hid her hands under the table and rubbed them together for a while. Then, very small, I don't want to be alone. Ah, I put that together fast. Cult kills your whole family and takes them away as materials. Back in the north, we'd rented courtyards, not hotels, and northern buildings are shared and neighbors are close, so we'd always been in the same room. The first time we'd taken separate rooms was White Fortress. The room I'd booked for her at White Fortress had never once been used. Alas, cults. Alas, sacrifices. Now, I was extremely tired, and a tired brain produces the simplest possible solution. Wait a minute. I walked out, went next door to the room she was paying for and not using, took her bed apart, put it in the ring, came back, found an empty spot on my floor, and reassembled it. If sleeping in separate rooms is scary, move the bed. Then I picked her up, threw her onto it, said, "Get a good night's sleep," and went face first into my own blanket and was unconscious in about 8 seconds. I found out later that she lay there holding the blanket with both hands for a while, glanced at me, thought about it, got up, walked over, moved me slightly, and put my own blanket over me, then went back and slept. Port 7, 6:30 in the morning, and the sea wind came in smelling like a fish market's regrets. The docks had been working for hours. Porters hauling crates, crews shouting at them, the night patrol handing off to a day patrol that was still yawning. Other adventuring teams staked out their patches, some checking gear, some talking quietly, some asleep standing up against pillars. Freya stared at the ships. She'd been to a port twice, and both times we were in a hurry. A gnome came running down the platform, spotted us, and gave up on his break. He handed over the client's identification and a wooden plaque with a number carved into it. I checked and gave it back. "Sir, the team leader is already on the ship. If you're ready, I can take you there first." "Okay, thank you for your help." He took us through the port, left and right and left again, into a corner, and around the last turn was the ship, black steel hull, which looks extremely impressive next to a wooden ship, and which I saw through in about a second, because there was maybe a finger's width of steel over an entirely wooden vessel. Which is fine. Gnomes are poor. Even if they had the technology for a full steel giant, they couldn't pay for it. And they will, eventually. Their first true steel behemoth, the first miracle machine, is about 40 or 50 years out. With it, they break through the storms of the Dead Sea and become the first race to reach the New World. And the vast land over there is what finally ends a few thousand years of exile and turns them into a world power. But that's later. Right now, they're a small people living on the North Sea archipelago under moon elf protection, with a coating of steel over a wooden hull, doing science on a budget. In the captain's cabin, Gian was working a control board, feeding docile elements into the ship's systems. He hadn't encrypted or hidden any of it, so I understood most of it at a glance. Primitive, but reliable, a stable power source, which meant the ship almost certainly also had a respectable number of elemental cannons. Not ordinary gnomes. I bowed. "Good morning, Your Excellency Gian." "Mr. Corbin, you've arrived. Excuse me, please wait a moment." He didn't turn around. A few minutes later, the power source came up, and he did. He tactfully explained which parts of the ship we were not to enter, and that was the conversation. Our room was standard gnome: bed, table, chairs, cabinet, nothing else. Freya pulled out a chair and sat down at the table and looked up at me expectantly, and I laughed and unloaded her books onto the table. Learning should be done in moderation. On your first voyage, it's okay to stroll around the deck occasionally. She said, and opened yesterday's book. I, meanwhile, had nothing. Meditate? I was at the ceiling of the second ring, and further meditation would accomplish nothing. Study? I already know everything this century knows, and quite a lot it doesn't. Write books? I'd written enough for her to reach the fourth ring already. Draw scrolls or brew? Out of materials, because I'd spent 2 days straight burning through the entire order. Read for fun? I'd tried the local literature. One Night Becomes King novel every few months is fine. Every day is a punishment. I sat on the edge of the bed and seriously considered the problem of boredom. The answer, after one very long day, turned out to be fishing. I did not fish. I lay in a deck chair holding a rod in the sun. Freya fished. Sort of. She had a clairvoyant spell running in her eyes, and the assignment was to look through the water at fish 10 meters down and control the depth and focus precisely enough to see either their organs or just their skin on command. That's magic control training. Then I'd pick a fish at random, and she'd have to grab it with mental power and make it bite the hook. That's reaction training. Then the fish became the practical exam. She'd cast on it, and the rule was that she had to conserve every drop and control the output exactly, so the average sea fish took 6 or 7 weak spells before it stopped moving, at which point I'd heal it and throw it back. The unlucky few she killed outright because her control slipped. Those I cremated. This was not cruelty to marine life. This was a 14-year-old on a boat with nothing else on offer. I was half asleep when I opened my eyes and looked northwest. Freya, that's all for today. She stopped without asking. On the horizon, more than a dozen ships were coming in a line. A gnome crew member arrived at a run. Sir, Team Leader Jian says we've encountered pirates. Please return to your room and take shelter. I nodded, took Freya's hand, and went. Because a low ring transcendent is fragile. Take an elemental cannon to the chest at the second ring and you're a fine mist. I had gear on both of us that could eat a few hits, and ordinary pirates can't afford cannons. But what if, back in the room, I wasn't worried? The gnome crew hadn't looked worried, which meant guns. And if it went badly, I had 4 4th-ring spatial teleport scrolls in my ring, and short of a 5th-ring spatial specialist showing up, nothing was stopping us from leaving. Then I looked properly. The pirate ships were beaten to pieces, crews working frantically, patching on the move. Why does this look like it just came out of a major battle? Then I looked again and stopped, relaxing. Every single one of those wrecks was carrying a heavy load of elemental cannons, and inside the hulls, roughly 100 apprentices, 30 first-ring transcendents, 5 second-ring, and 1 4th-ring. Damn, where did this pirate fleet come from? That's enough to rampage across this entire region. Why aren't they on the profitable shipping lanes? What are they doing out here? I went numb. 1 gnome ship does not survive that. Running immediately isn't smart either. Let's wait and see. Jian's people spotted the problem, turned hard, and opened the throttle. And mechanical power comfortably beats wind and beats most magical propulsion too. The gap started opening. So dozens of figures launched off the pirate decks and came at us through the air. The gnome cannons swung up, barrels opening, elements rushing in. Boom. Several of the figures in the sky simply stopped existing. They kept coming, lost more than half their number, and kept coming, and the survivors reached the ship. I put out my right hand and used gesture-assisted multicasting, and 7 second-ring necromancy spells went out, 1 for each of 7 different first-ring transcendents. Every one of them lost their life signs in the same instant, stiffened, and fell into the sea. I looked at what was left, mostly first ring, 1 second. As long as the 4th ring doesn't come over, this is winnable. I picked up the elven staff and took Freya out onto the deck. The gnome soldiers were already up there in squads, mechanical auras shimmering into shields, which held, barely. Gnome soldiers with machines can just about hold a first-ring transcendent if they work together, and holding is all they can do. But gnomes don't go to sea with only soldiers. Several first-ring gnome spellcasters were standing in the center of the deck throwing spells non-stop. Gnomes come from the Blue Coast, and their magical talent is genuinely extraordinary, higher than elves. Their physical talent is a joke, which is why every transcendent on that ship was a caster. Then we joined in, and the fight ended. Necromancy is full of single-target spells, and I don't need to worry about the hull. I stood still and turned into a high-speed turret. Freya sat up beside me and worked with the calm of somebody who has killed 23 bandits and reviewed the tape. Under 5 minutes. Everything that had landed was dead. I took about 2/3 of the kills. Freya got 2 because she's slow. At which point the 4th ring lost patience. Enormous power came off the pirate flagship and the sea started to boil, and the swell built into something with a face on it and came at us. Wow, the upgraded transcendent really is something else. I shrugged, pulled Freya to the wall, and braced. Those waves are not easy to calm, and I was not burning a trump card on a routine commission. And then, while the gnome ship was fighting the water, something much bigger arrived from a long way off. Hey! A single unified shout, and a band of dolphin riders came into the battlefield at absurd speed, with a blue whale over 20 meters long following calmly behind them, and the magic had come from the elven knight standing on the whale. Oh-ho, the moon elves. I knew it was over. A streak of cold light left the whale and crossed the water, and the ship carrying the 4th ring lost its life signs, then exploded from the inside, then sank. The dolphin riders surrounded what was left, ignored the hysterical return fire completely, and cast something together. A vortex formed and crushed the remaining ships and everybody on them into powder. Then they turned to the gnome vessel. The gnomes bowed. The elves returned it. Then they left. Moon elves and gnomes get along. If we'd been a human warship, they'd have boarded us for an inspection first. Back in the room, Freya sat down and asked what that was. The ocean knights of the moon elves. I pulled up a chair. Extraordinary knights who travel by sea. Besides the moon elves, is there anyone else with ocean knights? Currently, only them. Most countries fight on land. Only maritime nations like the moon elves build a real navy. And among maritime nations, everybody else can't afford to keep one. She got out a book on elves and frowned at it. The moon elves seem different from what's described here. Sun elves and moon elves are definitely different. I took the book. There's some stereotype in here, but the sun elves are, in fact, as despicable as described. If you ever meet one, keep your distance. Moon elves you can try to work with. They may be just as arrogant, but they can be reasoned with. They're all elves. How do you tell them apart? Moon elves have flat ears. Sun elves' ears point slightly upward. Also, a moon elf meeting a stranger is generally friendly and will talk to you. A sun elf will look like he's smelled something and be arrogant about it. I would like to record that my tone deteriorated substantially while I said that, because in my old life, having had good experiences with moon elves, I extended the goodwill to sun elves and got taken to pieces by an NPC. He gave me a quest chain, rewards only at the end, naturally, and the final step required me to kill every one of the sun elf kings. I actually killed one. Got a bounty on my head for it. And then that same NPC used the bounty as an excuse to cancel the chain and pay me nothing, then insulted me when I came back to complain, then tried to have me arrested for the reward. I called in friends and killed his entire family several hundred times. The developers, to their credit, knew exactly what they'd made, because that rampage triggered a revenge quest that let me loot the estate, and I just about broke even. My bounty went up considerably. My sun elf reputation went to a number I did not know the game could display. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin, John was looking at the armor he had just finished putting on. "Help me take it off," he said. The two gnomes beside him shrugged and started undoing the straps. He watched the moon elves shrink into the distance. Is this the fate of number 7? That was close. Thank goodness I didn't smoke too much, or I'd have really had to go up against that 4th ring. He was a mechanic with 2nd ring power and a background in divination. He did not like his odds. The island of the undead announces itself from a long way out. Dark elements sitting over the water in a layer you can see with your eyes. Dead fish swimming in the shallows, which is a sentence I want you to actually picture. Rotting trees. Things walking on the beach that stopped being anything a while ago. The landing craft had seatbelts, and I strapped in and then strapped Freya in before the gnome soldier could open his mouth, which made Gian look at me sideways for a second. He decided I'd worked with gnomes before. I had, extensively, on a different continent, in a different century, with a headset on. Set off! The elemental cannons on the nose started charging, and the undead fish intercepting us in the shallows became particles. The ones that dodged the shelling got run over, because a dead fish is a dead fish, and this was a boat with a metal front. We hit the beach, doors opened, gnomes poured out and cleared a perimeter. Freya and I helped, because it was faster. Then, over more than 10 runs back and forth, they moved every crate of research equipment onto the island and reassembled it into one enormous trailer. Then we went inland. The island works on a gradient. Natural undead are born here out of the sheer density of dark element, which means they are absolutely dependent on it. Take one off the island, and it stops being animated and starts being a corpse. That's why the Silver Empire tolerated these places at all. The undead don't spread, they just sit there, which also means the deeper you go, the worse they get. The outer ring didn't need us. Gnome soldiers cut through it. It was only in the undead forest that their casters had to take turns opening a road wide enough for the trailer, while soldiers with flamethrowers burned rotting trees to ash in front of them. Then apprentice-tier undead started appearing, then first-ring ones. Gian blew one apart with a single shot from a shoulder-mounted cannon, turned to me, I had done nothing all day, and said very politely, "Lord Corbin, we will need your assistance for the journey ahead. Please try your best to keep the undead around us from affecting us." I touched the elven staff to the ground and let a wave out. Making and controlling undead is beginner-level necromancy. It's the first thing anybody learns. And in my last life, I had, on multiple occasions, in front of an audience, started an undead apocalypse from nothing during a competitive match. I'm a 2nd ring caster now. The experience didn't leave. I did not fight them. I told them to go away. Every undead thing within 100 meters of the trailer turned around and wandered off, and every few minutes a new wave would arrive, get told, and leave. The gnomes doubled their casting speed. The flamethrower crews stood down because their fuel was running low, and, more importantly, because a caster clearing trees is faster. We moved. By nightfall, we were at the edge of the island's core, and in the middle of it, something was walking in slow circles, 2 meters tall, a skull from some enormous bull with a murky black soul fire burning slowly inside it. And the rest of it was 17 bone legs from 17 different creatures, carrying a body that shouldn't work at all, at a pace like it had all the time in the world. Third ring. The team started their preparations for the hunt. Gnome casters drank potions to restore spirit and magic. Soldiers assembled the elemental cannons and unloaded physical shells. Jian and 3 others who hadn't cast anything all day started putting on beautifully made original mechanized armor with help. Freya drank her potion like a regular gnome caster and, at my request, quietly reviewed the cards I'd given her. I drank 1 ordinary bottle and looked at the thing with real interest, because in my last life I leveled on this island as an apprentice and I couldn't see anything, and now I could. Here's what was actually underneath us. The surface is dark element, obviously, but deep underground, buried under all that death, there was an enormous living force. And the 2 of them had been tangled together for so long that they had started transforming into each other continuously in a loop. That's a naturally occurring extraordinary phenomenon, and it is extremely rare. To anybody else, it's a curiosity. To me, it's a recipe. Because that exact condition, life and death converting into one another in place, is the ideal site for a ritual that produces a very rare kind of magical pet. In my old life, necromancers who wanted one used to spread death across entire regions, trying to manufacture the conditions artificially. In 10 years, I knew of 3 players who managed to get one. 2 were professionals. 1 was just rich. It wasn't suited to me. I'm an all-element mage. A dark specialist pet is wasted on me. It was perfect for Freya, and conveniently, the ritual to make one does the same thing to the island that a purification does. We've finally come across this. We can't let it go to waste. Have all the spirits around been driven away? Jian asked. Then let's begin the battle. He picked up a cannon. Launch illumination flares. Shells went up, and the flashbangs inside them lit the entire core area white. Fire! Blast it! Every cannon opened at once. Every gnome mage threw everything. Freya joined in and used exactly half her magic because I'd told her to. The thing screamed at the sky and its whole skeleton went black. Several minutes of continuous overload later, the cannons stopped. The mages stopped because they were empty, and Freya stopped very cooperatively at the same moment as everybody else. The dust cleared. Its skeleton had gone back to bone white. The surface was covered in cracks. Both horns on the bull's skull had been reduced to powder. Several of the legs holding it up were gone. It looked bad. Then Jian and 3 armored mechanics and the 2 of us jumped down the slope and charged it. First ring. Bone growth. Because it was about to repair itself, and I got there first and filled every crack in its bones with new bone. Then I snapped my fingers. Second ring. Corpse explosion. All that new bone I'd just grown expanded until it couldn't and went off. More of it fell away. It ignored that, opened its mouth, and started gathering an enormous amount of dark element. Second ring. Spell counter. I waited until it had almost finished and then took the model out from under it. Everything it had collected lost containment inside its own head. That did the mouth. From there, it never got another attack off. The 4 mechanics closed and went to work. 3 of them systematically removing the remaining legs, while Jian jumped straight up and punched it in the chest. The chest, already weakened, opened. Then his fist opened, and a specially made holy light potion went straight into the cavity, and dark element came boiling out of the skeleton in sheets. Bang. The last legs came off. Jian went through the chest, tore the neck, and separated the head from the body, and I caught the head as it fell, reached inside, and pulled its soul fire out with my hand. Everything stopped moving at once. I closed my fist and compressed the fire into a small crystal. I didn't expect that Lord Corbin would be able to suppress it, Jian said, dropping down off the corpse, and he meant it. He'd budgeted for a hard fight, and instead, the third ring never got a single spell off. I smiled and said nothing and tossed him the crystal. He caught it, turned it over, and threw it straight back. This soul crystal is of no use to us. Please, take it. I raised an eyebrow. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. A third ring soul crystal is worth real money. Sell it to a necromancy school in the tower, or keep it for Freya to use later. Both good. It went in the ring. While the gnomes pushed cannons into a defensive ring around the core and hauled the trailer down the slope, Freya came quietly and stood next to me, and several soldiers helped the mechanics out of their armor, and the rest of them started assembling 3 days' worth of science. The gnome experiment took 2.5 days and finished ahead of schedule, and I spent about 90 minutes a day on my actual job. The rest of the time, I sat in a folding chair with my eyes closed and remote piloted several dozen undead. Some of them were collecting materials across the whole island, dark element herbs, trees saturated with it, minerals that had been eroded into something new. Anything with any value at all got pulled up and carried. Others were building ritual nodes to a map in my head. All of it in secret, obviously. John absolutely noticed and said nothing, because I was doing everything I'd been paid for and more, and he actively told his people to leave me alone. Freya, meanwhile, got the best possible classroom. Because here's the thing about necromancy. It's legal in the Silver Empire. There are whole schools in the tower devoted to it, and none of that helps you, because ordinary people can't tell necromancy from any other magic, right up until you control an undead in front of them. Everybody knows only necromancers do that, so most cities ban undead outright for the sake of public calm. Which meant Freya had learned the dead entirely from books. On an island cut off from the world, with more corpses than sand, she could do whatever she wanted. So I fed her some ordinary undead for practice, and she went to work. 2 days in, she could take a skeletal undead completely apart in under 10 seconds. She'd set aside the head with the soul fire, pick out the best bones from the rest, polish and reinforce them with necromancy, and mount them on a rack. She went through about 1,000 of them, and at the end there was a skeleton on that rack that was actually recognizable as a design. Then she took the 2 heads she'd set aside, one fresh, one dark black that she'd been slowly cultivating for 2 days, and knocked them together. The soul fire in the black one inhaled the other one. She used magic to hurry the digestion along, mounted the black head on her skeleton, and the aura that came off it was a first ring undead. "Raise your hand," she said, tilting her head, testing. The undead servant looked at her, then down at itself, then hesitantly raised both hands. I nodded, satisfied, and closed my eyes again. Her dark element talent is absurd. I had expected apprentice level, maybe, by hand. First ring in under 2 days, using ordinary bones with about a 5th apprentice grade material mixed in, is not something I can teach. When the gnomes left, Jian offered to wait for me. "Thank you, but no need. Purification takes a long time, and I have my own way of leaving." "I understand. Well then, we'll be going. Oh, by the way, this is my contact number. I hope we'll have the opportunity to cooperate again." He handed me a slip of paper. I read it, memorized it, and put it in the ring. Remote communication is a public service of the Spellcaster Association. You can only use it between association branches. It costs a gold coin per message, the messages cap at 100 characters, and the association reads everything, so anything real has to be coded. In other words, a stripped-down messaging app with a per-text fee and a hostile admin. In a medieval world, this is a marvel. Of course, anything they've made public is old. The association already has something like a phone, real-time messaging, forum access, and it's restricted to mid- and high-tier transcendence because of cost. I can register for one at the 4th ring, something to look forward to. Then everybody left, and it was just us and a horizon. "All right," I said. "Now it's time to get to our business." 15 days. Half a day clearing the core area flat. 7 days placing the ritual core, hand over hand, with 7 first-ring undead as labor. 1 full day inspecting the core, because if the core is wrong, nothing else matters. 3 days connecting the core to the nodes, which is simple work in enormous quantity. 3 more days checking the whole thing. At the end of it, I stood in front of the finished ritual and breathed out. Finally. "Is the ceremony complete?" Freya came over. Behind her, the pure gray undead she'd built stood silently. In 15 days, it had gone from a rack of bones to something composed, with its aura completely tucked in, 1 step away from second ring. It would already be second ring, except she was making it wait for her. I pulled her over to a separate stack of ritual objects. "See this? This is it. Put your magic into it." She didn't ask what it was for, she just put her hand out. Her magic went out of her at a rate I hadn't warned her about, 4/5 of it inside a minute. Her face went white, and the ritual kept pulling. "What are you standing there for?" I said. "Here's the magic pool I gave you. Use it." She blinked, realized, and the bracelet on her wrist lit up and started giving it all back. That's one of the mechanical devices I'd built out of boredom on the ship, an energy storage cell. In my old life, the hand-built version would be scrap. Here, at our level, it holds several full refills of 2 low-ring casters, which means we walk around with extra mana bars nobody else in this world has. The ritual drank about 5 more hellas and stopped. Drip a drop of blood onto it. She bit her index finger with some difficulty and let one fall. All right, leave the rest to me. You can rest first. She nodded, wobbled, and sat down hard on the ground with the undead helping her. Then it was my turn, and my bracelet lit up, and the sudden influx felt like drinking a river. I lit the whole thing. And the entire island went insane. Every scrap of dark element on it erupted at once. Every undead thing went wild. Even the ones I'd been controlling started spinning in circles, because I wasn't watching them anymore. The only calm one on the island was the one Freya had built with her hands, which stood beside her like a butler. The ritual started eating. Dark element concentration across the island fell off a cliff, and underneath, all the other elements that had been suppressed under all that death for years came surging up out of the ground and got eaten too, node by node, converted and pushed to the core. And the core reached down and caught the loop. Life and death converting into one another, and I had to steer that by hand without breaking the balance, which is the entire reason this ritual takes 15 days to set up, and nobody does it. Black and green currents went through the core and started to change. The flow compressed and thickened and cleared, and then the small ritual holding Freya's magic and blood fired, and the 2 of them compressed into a thin, dark red mark and floated up into the current. I let out a breath and stepped back, because having every drop of magic pulled out of you is genuinely unpleasant, and this is the fundamental problem with being a low-ring transcendent. You have so little power that even lighting a ritual empties you. I sat down in the mud next to Freya, drank a recovery potion, and did not get up. I was tired. Actually tired. In my old life, when I was low level, I couldn't do rituals at all. And once I was high level, I never needed to, because most of the fiddly parts can be replaced with a single evocation if you're strong enough. Unless I make the 4th ring and complete the first sublimation, I am never hand-building a ritual again. Meanwhile, the island died. The dark element went. Concentration dropped to normal. The environment that had produced the natural undead ceased to exist, and the natural undead started collapsing on their own. Ordinary ones went in under an hour. Apprentice tier lasted 2. First ring, 7. Second ring, 13. By the time the ritual finished, every naturally born undead thing on that island was gone. Only Freya's was still standing, because a handmade undead has a complete internal elemental cycle and doesn't depend on the weather. There's a cost to that, incidentally. An artificial undead carries about a 10th less reserve and runs out of stamina faster. But it's real. Also, and this is a genuinely important footnote, permanently altering an environment like that is illegal for necromancers, and has been since the first Lich King unleashed the Scourge across half of Sinar and got crushed by the Silver Empire at the height of its power. Necromancers have been on a leash ever since. Make your undead? Fine. Change the world? Never. Even experimental sites have to be moved and restored every 10 years. Of course, that leash was fitted 1,000 years ago, and the Silver Empire has been declining for most of that, and these days the tower looks the other way on illegal sites entirely. I mention it because it's going to come up. At the center of the ritual, an oval ball of light was slowly becoming solid. Freya, touch it. Prepare for advancement. She didn't understand and didn't ask. She just reached out. The light reacted immediately, and refined magic went into her, and because I'd warned her, she didn't fight it. She said later it didn't feel foreign at all. It felt like something she'd meditated into existence herself. Then she felt something else. Something connected to her. The ball shrank and turned into a small gray crow, which flapped once, landed on her arm, tilted its head, opened its beak, and cried. Huh? Huh? Freya, on instinct, cried back at it. The crow paused, blinked, looked at her with its small eyes full of confusion. Her expression became complicated. Then she moved on with her life at an admirable speed. Here's what I'd actually built. When I made it, I folded in the red mark from her magic and her blood so it was bound to her from birth, and I used a pet contract ritual that had been refined by a decade of players finding loopholes in the original, which means the crow's existence is entirely dependent on hers. She dies, it dies. which makes betrayal functionally impossible unless she mistreats it. And as it connected and shared its mental energy with her, her own, which had been sitting at the ceiling of the first ring, got nourished and started to move. She caught it, closed her eyes, and broke through on the spot. When she opened them, I was on the ground 15 feet away, resting, and the crow was perched on her undead's head. It worked? I yawned. She came over, and the crow flapped down onto her shoulder, and she put out a finger, and it stepped onto it obediently. What is it called? People used to call them death birds. You can use that, or you can give it a new name yourself. She stroked its head with her other hand, and it lowered it for her. Deathbird doesn't sound very good. Let's change the name. Pause. Since you're all gray, how about Gray Crow? The bird raised its head. It had been alive for about 4 minutes and had no concept of names, so it nodded indifferently. That was the last easy decision it would ever make. Now that we've been promoted, let's go. I got out a teleport scroll and waved her closer. Get closer. I put a hand on her shoulder and activated it, and the elements went into the scroll and the model started turning, and the island, purified, drained, and completely emptied of everything I could carry, was left behind with nothing on it but a ruined ritual. Back in Port City, a spatial anchor in a hotel room lit up and we appeared over it. Then I slept for 38 hours. I'd like to blame the ritual, and it was mostly the ritual, but I also hadn't bathed since we landed because the island's water supply was actively hostile. When I woke up, it was because I was hungry. Freya was already at the desk studying. She brought me a lunch she'd been keeping warm with magic, handed it over, and I ate. Freya, how long have I been asleep? She thought about it. 38 hours. I frowned around a mouthful. That's bad. This world isn't safe. 38 hours unconscious is an invitation. I have 2 more days on the room, she said. The lease expires early the day after tomorrow. 2 days is enough. I'll collect the commission this afternoon, prepare supplies tomorrow, and we leave the day after. Where to next? The Kessi Mountains. I wiped my mouth. You've studied theory long enough. It's time to put it into practice. The extraordinary creatures there are your best opponents. And, more to the point, the Kessi Mountains are rich. Before we reach the 4th ring and open the association's real channels, that's where we get rare materials. The 4th ring matters. We prepare in advance. Oh, she said thoughtfully. At the association, I handed over my badge and a memory stone. The commission has been completed. The receptionist took both without looking at what job it was, filed the stone, checked the badge, changed my status to under review, and handed the badge back in the flattest voice I have ever heard from a living person. Your commission has been reviewed and will be checked by an association specialist. If there are no special circumstances, the fee will be sent in 3 days. 500 silver points. Which brings up the currency, and the currency matters later. Silver points are the association's internal money, and a lot of their services take nothing else. Officially, 1 silver point exchanges out to 10 gold coins. Officially, it only goes one direction. Points to gold, never gold to points. So on the private black market, a single silver point goes for 600 or 700 gold, depending on the day, and mostly it isn't for sale at any price. For me, right now, association commissions were the only legal way to get them at all. Upstairs, in that same building, a first-ring caster with his feet on his desk put down his newspaper. How come I got a job right away? My luck is so bad. He opened his terminal. Huh? The island of the undead purification has been completed, and by a wild mage no less. How unusual. He read my file with growing interest, noted the moon elf recommendation, decided I was probably some hermit's disciple, concluded it was none of his business, and forwarded the whole thing to his superior, because on-site verification is above his pay grade. Then he lay back down and picked up his newspaper, which, I later learned, he had paid an unreasonable amount of money for. 2 days later, on the first morning of the new year, we drove out of Port City in the open. The moment we left the inn, several people who had been standing at the entrance ran off in the same direction. Less than an hour out, I picked them up on the road behind us. 3 second-ring casters and 5 first-ring, all wild mages by the taste of the magic. These few dare to stop me? It seems I overestimated those noble children. I shouldn't have worked overtime yesterday making scrolls. I yawned and leaned back. Since there aren't any real enemies, let Freya handle them. Half an hour later, on an empty stretch, 3 enormous fireballs came out of the trees at our horses. I looked up and flicked one finger, and a thread of magic went into all three. Because a fireball is a model, and theirs was a bad one, I went in and broke the internal structure, and all three shrank and stopped existing. Freya, go and try fighting other spellcasters. She picked up her staff and went out the door, and 8 wild mages came out of the woods. On her shoulder, Grey Crow tilted his head, flapped his wings slightly backwards, went transparent, and vanished. They opened up on her immediately, which was their first mistake, because Freya's opener was better. First ring, mental interference. It swept the whole group. Everybody mid-cast had their concentration break and their unfinished models collapse. The 2-ring casters shrugged it off because it's a first-ring area spell and their mental resistance is real. 4 of the 5 first-ring casters ate the backlash. Then she went straight at those 5, and several black arrows full of dark element went out. 3 of them dodged the first volley. The second volley was behind the first, hidden, and it wasn't dodged. 1 died instantly with a hole through the heart. The others got off with abrasions, or with large infected black patches spreading across their bodies, and had to fall back and burn their own magic to push the corruption out. The 1 first-ring caster who'd dispelled in time and dodged everything had about half a second to feel good about it. Then Grey Crow materialized behind his head, opened his beak, and shot a compressed grain of dark element through it. 5 first-ring casters, 2 dead, 3 out. By then, the second-ring casters had finished their spells. A fireball 3 times the size of the first one's, a hard ice spike, a gust of blue wind. Freya was not impressed. First ring, evocation, left hand out, palm hooked up, and a wall of packed earth came straight out of the ground at exactly the right angle to eat the fireball. Bang, wall gone, fireball gone. She rolled twice sideways, and the ice spike went through where she'd been and froze half a meter around it. And for the wind, she reached back with her left hand and threw the undead corpse tied to the carriage under a cloth into it. At the same time, a soul crystal came out of her pocket and went into the corpse. The first ring undead opened its eyes in mid-air in a gale, and its first act of consciousness was to plant its bone sword in the dirt and hold on. She'd picked and reinforced every bone in that thing personally. 1 second ring spell wasn't going to do it. It got up. She was muddy and did not care. First ring, rotten flesh. 3 dark beams out of the staff at the 3 second ring casters. One of them casually threw up a first ring spell to intercept. The other 2 looked at a first ring spell coming at them and did not bother to move. Then 2 dark beams went through their second ring elemental shields like the shields weren't there. One of them coughed blood, watched his own chest start rotting, and canceled the spell in time out of pure discipline. The other one's completely ordinary clothing shimmered and held, and then he looked down and saw a small hole in it. Damn it, my robes. I've lost so much money this time. And that is the exact moment he decided to leave, because he had not forgotten there was someone stronger in the carriage. Freya detonated another incoming second ring spell with a first ring evocation, stepped back, and pulled elements toward herself in a quantity you could see with the naked eye. The 2 remaining casters immediately started stacking defenses, which was the point, because she wasn't building anything, she was posturing. Holding that many visible elements without making a model costs about as much as 1 first ring spell. That trick only works on wild transcendents who never got a real education. It worked. Behind the one with the rotting chest, Grey Crow silently unvanished. Ethereal, so all of the defenses were irrelevant. Beak open, dark element gathering. Bang, head. The last one saw the corpse land, decided immediately, and turned to run, and a bone sword came down on his elemental shield from above. Because the first ring undead, the one that had just tanked a second ring spell, had walked up behind him at some point, and he'd never checked. Get out of here, he said, and threw a first ring fireball at it. It ate the fireball without taking a step back and swung again. Bang, his shield rippled. And then something very large arrived behind him, and out of the corner of his eye, a black light covered his entire back. His shield lasted a few hits. Then the light and the sword arrived together, and there wasn't enough left to bury. Freya dusted herself off. Grey Crow landed on her shoulder. The undead walked back to the carriage, tied itself on, and pulled the cloth over its own head. "Thanks for your hard work," she said, and patted its skull. Its soul fire flickered and compressed into a crystal and dropped into her hand. She pocketed it and got back in. I looked at her. She sat down and looked at me. "Well done. Beat. But haven't you forgotten something?" She thought about it, looked up, puzzled. I shook my head, snapped my fingers, and lifted the second ring spell that had been sitting on her the entire time. Her face changed. There were 3 second ring casters. She'd killed 2. She went back through the fight, frame by frame, and found him, the one whose robes saved him. He'd walked away in plain sight, and she had watched it happen, and it had meant nothing to her. Then she found the moment, a second ring model appearing in his right pocket as he turned. Mind control school. She stood up. "I'll go and kill him right now." "He's already long gone. There's no need. Sit down." I wasn't worried. Disinherited noble sons don't have the budget to hire someone actually dangerous, and the survivor was not going to try again. He was weaker than me today, and he was never going to catch up. And I say that as somebody carrying a decade of other people's research in his head. She sat back down with her cheeks puffed out. That was the first person to ever escape her alive. She opened a book and read the same 2 pages several times. Then she looked up. "I want to learn second ring spells, and also mind control school spells." I smiled. "Okay, but I can only teach you after we settle down in the Kessi Mountains." "All right," she said, in the tone of somebody agreeing under protest. Above her, Grey Crow sat on a hanging stick and preened because her promotion had a crack in it. She'd gone to the second ring by connecting with a magical pet. Her mental power and her magic had both jumped. Her knowledge had not, because knowledge doesn't come with a level. She knew first ring spells. She knew 0 second ring spells. And she hadn't even finished the first ring curriculum I'd written for her because she'd been promoted early. Also, we were, at that moment, quite poor by the standards of what she needed, and had no fixed address, and no safe place for her to blow anything up. So, the mountains. Settle. Teach her properly. Dig up everything I remember. Stay until we've both completed our first sublimation, then leave. There was one more incident on the road, and it wasn't ours. A man came crashing out of the bushes onto the highway with his coat in ribbons and blood running down his trouser legs, and behind him, unhurried, came several figures in black robes who were clearly not trying very hard. He saw our carriage. His eyes lit up. Then he saw there were no badges or markings on it, decided we were some kind of wild mage, decided a wild mage couldn't scare the things behind him, and his eyes went out again. He overtook us and kept running west. The black robes came out onto the road, stopped, looked at the carriage, and their leader made a few hand signs. Most of them kept chasing. A few came at us. "Roll," I said from inside, and a burst of magic resistance took them off their feet and into the trees, which got everybody's attention. The leader turned the whole group around, so I stepped out with the staff. A throwing knife came at my face, and I watched it come. Second ring, gravity. And the knife, and every black robe currently airborne, hit the dirt. Most of them landed on their feet, badly. Second ring, necromantic curse. I raised the staff and called out the names of everyone around me, and more than a dozen first-ring black robes stopped having names. "Court death!" A second-ring knight in the group finally lost his temper and charged. I killed 7 more of his people without looking at him. Then, when he was almost on me, I looked at him. Second ring, mental shock. Eye to eye, at contact range. He stopped like he'd walked into a wall. Then 2 almost instant second ring spells. A dark arrow into the neck to corrode the armor open, then a light green wind arrow through the gap it made. Neck and jaw, gone. Everybody else came in at once, including a second knight who'd worked his way behind me. I blocked him with the staff without turning around. Then a spell model appeared on his chest. Second ring, death grip, youth version. A cut-down copy of a much better spell, but the principle is intact. I put my free left hand into the circle, closed it around his heart, and crushed it, then kicked the body off me. The rest arrived. Second ring, magic resistance, push in all directions. 8 of them went away, 13 held. I raised an eyebrow, and a scroll appeared in my empty hand. Second ring scroll, magic resistance. 2 stacked, and 9 more went flying, and 3 drove their swords into the ground and slid backwards, and exactly 1 man kept walking toward me through both of them. I let him. because I had been casting for 10 seconds and I was building something specific. A silver-white curved blade appeared in front of me. Second ring, Space Rift. It's one of the only spatial spells you can cast at a low rank, and its single target damage genuinely competes with 5th and 6th ring evocation. It is also awful. Hard to cast, long windup, enormous mana cost, tiny range, and it lasts about 3 seconds. Which is exactly why I'd let the black rogues get close, and why I'd used magic resistance twice to sort the wheat from the chaff and find out which 4 of them were worth it. The blade swept once and went out, then all 4 heads came off together. The rest broke. A few charged me like they'd stopped thinking. The rest ran. I killed the ones running. When the last one dropped, I put the staff down. Then I untied the corpse from the carriage. Freya threw the matching soul crystal out the window, and the first ring undead came back, snapped its bone sword up, looked around warily, saw a field of dead people, and scratched its head. Has it started? It seems like it's already over. Freya's order arrived in its head, and it sheathed the sword and started stacking bodies. The man who'd been running came back and bowed. "Dear spellcaster, thank you for your help." "They're just too arrogant," I said, which was true. If they hadn't come at me, I'd have let the whole chase go past. I don't care who lives. Regardless, I thank you. This is a small token of my gratitude. Card, 100 silver points. Free is free. I took it. Then I looked him over and threw a second ring heal on him to speed up the blood loss situation because he was going to fall over otherwise. He looked surprised, felt himself knitting, bowed properly, and left at speed. Then the undead finished the pile and Freya had it strip everything of value, and this time it was worth it. The last batch, the wild mages the noble kids hired, had been paupers. 2 ordinary staves between 8 of them. That's normal. A wild mage earns faster than most transcendents and spends every coin of it on knowledge and materials trying to find a way up. A wild mage with no debts is doing well. These black robes were retainers, kept knights from some family, every one in armor with a black robe over it, and while the armor was mediocre, 5 enchanted sets, the rest plain, the robes themselves suppress your presence, and that's a real haul. I looked at the crest on the armor, didn't recognize it, and put all of it in the ring anyway. Small family, don't know it. Even if it were a big one, the black market over the Kessi Mountains will take it, and nobody there is going to start a war over used equipment. Then I threw a fireball at the pile, and we drove on. Silver Gray City is not a famous city. That's the entire description. Not politically important, like Silver Family Land, not a trade artery like Port City, not a free city. Just one more ordinary town in an empire full of them, doing slightly better than average because it's near a port and the rent is cheap. It was on the way. We stopped for a few days, 2nd floor of an inn, evening breeze, local food, and I poured warm wine into 2 cups. This is what life is about. In my old life, I was a juice and fizzy drinks man. I have no strong feelings about alcohol. But in a backward world with a limited budget, water is water, and if you're tired of water, then wine at least has an opinion. I didn't restrict Freya either. We're both transcendents. Ordinary alcohol is flavored water to us. And in the north, you drink to keep warm, and the people who don't are considered strange, children included. Barring a poison specifically engineered for transcendence, neither of us could get drunk if we tried. The next evening, we went walking on the hills outside town. No purpose. In a world without screens, walking around is the entertainment. Because here's the honest state of my life at that point. My spatial ring was stacked with crates of scrolls and potions, combat, defense, healing, summoning, escape, and looking at that pile made me feel safe, and feeling safe made me stop. And when I stopped, I had a problem. I stood on the hill with my eyes closed and my arms out and let the wind take my hair apart. What am I supposed to do here? Not a rhetorical question. I genuinely didn't know. Because I was never a story player. I lived through dozens of version changes. I was deeply involved in main quests that reshaped the world map, and I did not care about any of them. Not the plot, not the eras, not the heroes and legends. I wasn't sick. I didn't have regrets. I hadn't died with unfinished business. So unlike the protagonists in every transmigration novel I ever skimmed, there was no twist I wanted to reverse, and no NPC I desperately wanted to save. I opened my eyes and looked at nothing for a while. Fine, I don't want to die and I don't have goals. So what? I can find goals later. And then I glanced sideways at Freya. Speaking of which, Freya is one of the NPCs players had trouble letting go of. Not hard to guess why. She looks like that in the intro cinematic, and she looks like that as an undead boss, and that hits a very specific demographic, dead center. Her backstory? Nobody cared. Nobody counted the dead. It was entertaining, and that's what mattered. Except to me. If I'd met the Freya who came up out of the underworld, the one who was already burning cities, I would have felt sorry for her for exactly as long as it took to line up a shot. Tragic backstory, sure. I'd still have killed her, and I wouldn't have lost sleep. That was the honest answer, and I was standing 3 feet from her when I thought it. Because there's a whole list of those. The fallen princess of judgment, the queen who ruined her own country, the peasant leader, the dictator, and the lich who came back from the dead to take revenge on the world, which is to say, her. Players argued about all of them on forums for years. Tragic, misunderstood, deserved better. I don't think they deserved better. Look, I can accept revenge. I can accept revenge that escalates to killing somebody's entire family. I did that personally, 4 months ago, on purpose. But there is a line between the people who did it and everyone. And every single one of those characters crossed it. And once you're indiscriminately killing strangers, you've stopped being a victim and started being weather. They had reasons to kill. Fine. Then the families and villages and clans they wiped out for no reason also had reasons to gang up and put them down. So no, I didn't mourn any of them. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Freya had caught me. She looked down at herself. She was in plain clothes because we were just walking. She opened her arms a little, shifted, tugged at the fabric. Is it strange? Or is it a bit ugly? I came back to Earth and looked at the actual 11-year-old in front of me and compared her to the cold thing in my memory and shook my head. No, it suits you perfectly. Then why? I was just thinking about some things. Nothing. I was not going to tell her I'd been calmly planning the murder of her future self. She blinked, saw I wasn't explaining, and let it go, and stood there quietly. After a while, the mood settled in me. I can't figure out the direction. Fine. Getting stronger was always a good move on its own. In a world guaranteed to go to war, only strength buys you the right to have opinions about the future. It's getting dark. Let's go back. Let's test how well you've been studying lately. I walked toward her with intent. What are you doing? She said, backing up slightly. I grabbed her right hand and jumped off the hill with her. Huh? First ring. Lightness. My fall slowed instantly. Hers did not, because I was still holding on to her, so we were now going down together at an interesting compromise speed. Still standing there dumbfounded, I said, relaxed. She got it. She cast. She failed. She failed again. She got it on the 3rd try. We landed like a leaf. I let go. It seems I need to train your ability to handle unexpected situations. She looked at the ground. Okay, I'll practice hard. Don't be discouraged. It's normal not to react at first. You'll get it. Let's go back. The gates are closing. It took another month to reach the mountains, and on the way we got dragged into somebody else's argument twice. The first time I saw 2 adventuring parties chasing each other, 7 running, 30 chasing, and turned the carriage away. Because ever since the last time I got caught in the middle of one of these, I detour on principle. Then the 7 changed direction toward me. I turned again. They turned again. They've got their eyes on me. So I dropped a 1st ring perception shield and a 2nd ring invisible mist over the whole carriage, horses included, and watched them panic for a second and then break off. Then, less than a minute later, someone yelled, "You bitch! You're provoking the Iron Shield Legion. Give us back what's ours." Heh, you say it's yours, so it's yours? It doesn't even have your name written on it. Ah, you ambushed my brother and stole Legion property. I'm going to blast you to pieces. Bang. I put my head in my hands. No, how could we possibly run into each other like this? I ordered the carriage the other way, and several people got blasted through the air in an arc directly at us. Tisk. I reached out with mental power, adjusted their trajectory so they'd hit the ground short instead of the carriage, and they landed, got up, and threw a package at me. A dozen adventurers came out of the trees behind them. I intercepted the package in mid-flight and dropped it straight down. Quick, get the package back! 10 of them surrounded the ones who'd thrown it. The rest ran to the package, picked it up, opened it, and found nothing. You bunch of bastards, where's the stuff? Heh, guess. A woman in red dropped out of a tree, intercepted a sword swing with an arrow, and landed inside the circle. Has the item been delivered? It's been sent out. That's good. Corner of her mouth going up. Can't even protect his own brothers. What a piece of trash, said an enormous man with a battle axe. Her smile went away. You make it sound like you're protecting her. He roared and jumped, and while he was in the air, she tore a spatial scroll, and everybody in the circle vanished. He cratered the ground where they'd been. Then he stood up, looked at me, and pointed the axe. A sneaky guy. Damn. I dropped the concealment and got out. I was just passing by. I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to get involved. He looked me over. She just said the things have been sent out. You believe what the enemy says? Besides, even if it was sent out, what does it have to do with me? And I waved at the tree line. Second ring. Fireball. Improved version. Bang. New crater in the woods. I have no reason to lie to you. He looked at the crater. He hesitated. And while he was hesitating, Freya stuck her head out of the back of the carriage. Second ring aura from a second angle. He folded immediately. I see. I was being offensive. In that case, please make way. Good. He moved his people aside personally and watched us drive through. Deputy Commander, what's the next step? Damn it, what else can we do? Keep searching. I don't believe they have a second scroll. 10 people per team. Signal me the moment you find them. Tianyun City sits on the outskirts of the Kessi Mountains, and I did not go straight into the mountains. I spent a few days in town gathering intelligence because the situation there was genuinely complicated. Short version. The Kessi Mountains are the largest source of extraordinary resources in the entire southern region, and everybody who has ever wanted anything has fought over them continuously for 1,000 years. The 7 silver families interfere. The Truth Hightower watches. Foreign powers, kobolds, moon elves participate. And right then, it was worse than usual, because the Rose War had ended and 25 years of professional soldiers had suddenly become unemployed. A few got land and titles and became the Empire's new border nobility. Most got nothing. And a man who spent his entire adult life killing people and then gets sent home broke does not become a farmer. So they picked their weapons back up. Some went east to Donar to fight the Green Tide, and a lot of them formed militarized adventure groups and came to the Kessi Mountains, which broke everything. Because those groups fight extremely well and are completely useless at the actual business, locating resources, extracting them, moving them, selling them. So they beat the traditional adventure groups out of the mountains and then couldn't replace them, and the entire network of who sells what to whom developed a hole in the middle. That would have healed on its own in a year or two, except everybody with an interest saw a hole and started pouring accelerant into it. So a small commercial dispute became a full reshuffle of every interest group in the region. I sat on the second floor of a tavern with a cup of warm wine, using magic to boost my hearing, filtering the room. Most of what adventurers say in a tavern is worthless, but it's free, and I had nothing else to do. In my memories, this ends in a compromise. 2 or 3 years from now, Inter and the Silver Empire, both internally unstable, both sick of fighting, join hands with the Moon Elves, suppress everybody making trouble, and carve the mountains up again. 2 or 3 years. Which means the chaos runs at least another 2. Don't be arrogant here. Don't stand out. Getting noticed by a real power right now would be genuinely bad. Then a woman walked past my table and sat down next to me. Freya stared at her. I raised an eyebrow. Tall, cloak. Under the cloak, an outfit that had made a series of decisions. Upturned eyes, brown hair moving in the breeze. So poor you can't even afford a piece of clothing? That was my genuine first thought, and about half a second later I caught up. I put my cup down. I don't need special services, and I don't have any money. Go find someone else. Adventurers plus tavern plus woman in almost nothing. I'd never personally experienced it. I'd heard about it. Her smile froze, and something angry went across her eyes and got put away very fast. Then she laughed and ran a hand down my face. Little guy, I'm not that kind of person. I took her hand off my face and held it. In that case, do I know you? Pain crossed her expression. You pinched me too hard. I looked at her without blinking. I am not a greenhorn. She had a first-ring knight's constitution, and I had used exactly no force. If you have something to say, please say it. Otherwise, please leave. She tried the wounded look. I did not move. She bit her lip and switched to pitiful. I'm here to thank you. Thank me? I searched my memory for anybody who looked like her. Nothing. I don't know you. You've mistaken me for someone else. I let go of her hand and softened my voice slightly. Leave now. Don't bother us. And the moment I let go, she tried to fall onto me. I caught her hand again and pushed her back. Have you forgotten? Tears, now. Well done. You saved me when I was being chased a few days ago. Ah, if it weren't for you, I would have been captured by those barbaric savages. Those unreasonable brutes. They saw we'd made some gains. They ambushed and killed my friend. And even after we handed over the spoils, they kept chasing us. If it weren't for you, I might have died. I've discussed it with everyone in my group. We're willing to share our findings with you. Furthermore, her face went pink and her right hand went to the clasp of her cloak. If you don't mind, I find it disgusting. Her expression stopped like a dropped plate, and while she was trying to reassemble it, I finally placed her. The escape team. The woman in red who tore the spatial scroll. I hadn't cared about that fight. 2 small groups scrapping in the woods. None of my business. I'd been mildly annoyed at getting blamed for it, and not enough to do anything. But where does she get the confidence to come and find me? Does she think I can't see it? I put my right hand around her throat. I didn't even look for you, I said, but you came to me of your own accord. Idiot. Sharing the spoils? You can't hold what you have. You can't fight Iron Shield. So you're trying to use me as a scapegoat. Do you think I can't see through you? No, that's not what I meant. Both her hands on my wrist, prying. I am sincere. Sincerely? What kind of sincerity was it when you used me as a shield? I said it flatly, because it was flat. Although I don't know how you found me, the idea is clever. If I'm weak, I fight Iron Shield and buy you time to run. If I'm strong, you use that as an excuse to attach yourself to me. I have no idea where you get your confidence from. She was still struggling. Are you ready to face death? And that's when the arrows came out of the corner. Freya intercepted all of them with a single first ring spell without getting up. A dozen adventurers came out yelling. Meanwhile, at the surrounding tables, people picked up their bowls and moved to different tables and settled in to watch. A few kept eating. Most of the room didn't even notice, because in Tianyun City, this is Tuesday. Unless the number of people fighting exceeds 100, the city guard will not come, and neither will anyone else's attention. Damn it, put Sister Law down! What a shameless guy. He really thinks he's something. Kill them all. I ignored them and held the woman and watched. Freya stood up. She swept the crowd once, coldly. 2 first-ring knights. The rest were attendants or just strong people. She didn't take her staff out. She used a few hand gestures as an aid and cast barehanded. First ring, shadow arrow. Nearly half of them had thin membranes of light come up on their bodies, and every one of them charged into it without trying to dodge, because their protective items were supposed to handle it. Her magic went through them like nothing was there. And they didn't have time to be surprised about it, because she was casting fast enough that less than 5 seconds after the first man's defenses broke, all of them were covered and none of them were alive. I looked at the woman in my hand. She'd watched her whole plan take 4 seconds to die, and something real finally came onto her face. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I laughed a little, because through physical contact I could read exactly what she was thinking, and I shook my head. No, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Second ring, soul impact. There was no resistance, and then there was nothing. I dropped the body. The audience was visibly disappointed. 4 seconds. No rivers of blood. Terrible show. Under my aura and Freya's, none of them said so out loud. They turned back to their food. Where's the cleaner? Come up and wash the floor. Several large men came up the stairs with blood-stained sacks, mops, and buckets. They looked around, found the bodies immediately, bagged all of them, dragged them out, mopped, and sprinkled a scented powder over the boards to kill the smell. 4 minutes. You could not have proved a dozen people died there. This is a service. With staff. On call. Back in the hotel, I went through her memory, which was mostly parties and a great deal of nothing, and unpleasant to sort by hand. In games, reading a soul is a system function. You cast, and useful information appears in a box. In reality, you get everything, unsorted, and you have to look. And because I'd shattered her soul first and then taken the fragments apart, what I actually did was fast-forward a movie several thousand hours long. I drank a glass of cold water afterward. The useful part, she'd put a spy inside Iron Shield, learned they'd found a small ruin, waited for their main force to go inside, ambushed the ones left behind, and stolen part of what they'd pulled out. The reason they wouldn't stop chasing her was that she'd taken the key to the next floor, and the way she'd found me was that she'd been sleeping with a first-ring divination caster out of the Truth High Tower. A young man with genuinely innocent eyes who had been completely taken in had helped her reach first ring as a knight and had reluctantly handed her a ring with 5 charges of a first-ring divination spell before leaving. 5 charges. That's how I got found. I filed that. Then I thought about the ruin and dismissed it. Most ruins in the Kessi Mountains date to Cassian, the first emperor, who built research laboratories all over these mountains and then died mysteriously. I don't need a small ruin. How much gold can a small ruin possibly hold? I know the coordinates of large ones nobody has found. By the time I finished, it was completely dark outside and I'd lost several hours. Freya was asleep at the table. I stood up, moved carefully because my body had locked, carried her to the bed and put a blanket over her. Then I found a corner and meditated because I was not remotely sleepy. Word got around that 2 teenagers had erased a dozen people in a tavern in 4 seconds, and after that I could not get a moment's peace. Adventure groups started inviting me. Politely, which was the problem. If they'd been rude, I could have thrown one through a wall and been done with it. Instead, they were sincere, and I'd had a complete compulsory education in a previous life and could not physically bring myself to tell a sincere person to get lost. So I refused them, one at a time, courteously, explaining that I had my own plans, and because I was friendly about it, more of them came, since apparently friendliness reads as negotiable. After several days of this, I gave up on manners, bought the last of my tools, and left the city in the middle of the night. I already said I wouldn't join any adventurer groups, but they still bother me. Damn it. I said this leaning against a tree, staring up at the canopy at 3 in the morning. Freya squatted down next to me. Actually, there's no need to be so nice to them, especially the small ones. Just grab one, beat him up, and throw him out. That would be enough. Which, hold on. I sat up and put my hands together. I'm not the kind of violent person who beats or kills someone at the slightest provocation. They're annoying, but every group I turned down never came back a second time. That's not a reason to hurt them. She looked skeptical, so I gave her the actual math. Freya, you come from a tribe. You know what an ordinary person is worth standing in front of a transcendent. If I beat one and throw him out, nobody will ever avenge him. Nobody offends a transcendent over an ordinary person's life. And if I hit them lightly, it isn't a warning. And if I hit them properly, they're crippled. And if I don't, then pay to treat them, they die waiting. She thought about that and nodded. I do enjoy removing my enemies. I don't hurt people over inconveniences. Ask me again in 3 years. Cassian. I'm going to spend a minute on him because everything under those mountains is his, and because he's the standard against which everybody in this story is quietly being measured, including me. Only human ruler of Sinar. Founding emperor of the Silver Empire. Founder of the Truth High Tower. Feudal emperor, politician, general, and legendary spellcaster. He personally conquered and unified every human force in Sinar and drew the borders humans still live inside. He created the Empire's feudal system, the Silver Covenant, the electors, the military nobility, the free cities, and built a political order that let humans and other races live in the same country without constant murder. Then, having done that, he apparently got bored and rebuilt magic too. He threw out the old vague ranking system, apprentice, trainee, elite, great mage, legend, and replaced it with the 9-ring structure everyone uses now. He invented the concept of a school. He personally took apprentices as an example to others so that spellcasters would stop hoarding and start teaching. Militarily. Crushed every noble revolt and separatist at home, then went abroad and broke the scourge at its peak, drove the gnolls off the southern coast, dismembered the kobolds when they tried to split the empire, and conquered the Kessi Mountains and everything living in them. And then, because none of that was enough, he pointed the entire wealth of the empire at a research question and built laboratories all through these mountains looking for what came next. He reigned for under 50 years. He had no children. He named no successor. There was no second in command. The 13 voting families hated each other. The regions he'd conquered accepted him and nothing else. So the Silver family rushed his funeral through in 3 days, and the civil war started immediately. And by the end of it, 2/3 of the empire had broken off into independent kingdoms. Even I don't know how he died. The official record says natural causes. He was a legend. Legends outlive high-level spellcasters. Natural lifespan is 500 years, and extending it is not difficult for someone at that tier. Also, a month before he died, he suddenly, and without explanation, expelled every single person from the Kessi Mountains. Then the mountains had earthquakes for a month. Then the Silver family announced his death. And every laboratory in the range vanished. So nobody with any sense believes the official record. Some think he isn't dead. Most think that if he is, he died in here. So, is Cassian really dead? Freya had her hand up again. Good question. I don't know either. I said it while working on the seal in front of me. Almost 1,000 years since the announcement. Natural lifespan, 500. So if nothing unusual happened, he'd have died of old age long ago. But natural lifespan is just natural lifespan. For a legend, extending your own life isn't hard at all. So after all this time, alive or dead is still an open question. Right now, I'd guess only a few of the Silver families know. Click. Okay, it's open. I pushed, and a smell came out that had been waiting 1,000 years to be released. It did nothing to us. We'd shielded before I touched anything. A ball of light went up off my left hand, and there was nothing around us but sealed earth and a door, because I didn't dig. Knowing the coordinates is worthless if the excavation is visible. A big hole in the Kessi Mountains attracts attention, and a large ruin attracts powers, and I did not want either. So instead, I sent Greycrow underground in his ethereal state to find the entrance and bury a spatial anchor beside it. And then I used spatial magic to move the dirt next to the anchor out of the way. And then we teleported into the pocket. Freya looked at the dark element coming off the doorway and asked whether this was a lab for studying the undead because she could feel them in there. Not entirely. It's mainly a laboratory for dark element and negative energy. The undead are only a small part of it. Negative energy? Later. I walked point with a ball of light, which was necessary, and which is the opposite of how it looks. I'd been in this ruin before, in my old life, but by the time I got here, it had been fully excavated and every danger had been cleared out by somebody else years earlier. So I had a map of a museum, and I was walking into a factory. I wasn't especially worried. I have a great deal of exploration experience, and I do not believe a 1,000-year-old building can surprise me. Also, I wasn't the one walking point. Not really. Greycrow was. He ignores physical damage. He goes ethereal. He's small and fast, and he can drift through most of the walls in a ruin without triggering anything left in them, and I could borrow his eyes with a spell. So the actual formation was Crow scouting through the walls, me watching his feed, Freya behind me. Which is how we navigated past all the interesting rooms and went directly to the warehouse district. Then we hit a steel door, and Greycrow came out through it, materialized, landed on Freya's shoulder, and made 2 short noises. You said there's a group of undead inside? Freya said, surprised. Are there really so many dead people still alive today? In a dense, dark element environment, dormant undead take very little damage. It's not surprising they've lasted. I broke the seal. Protect your mind and spirit. Something big is coming. She layered protections on herself immediately, and only said, I'm ready, when the last one landed. I pushed the door open with both hands, and 1,000 years of concentrated negative emotion came out. It wasn't just dark element. It was malice that had been accumulating and settling in a sealed room since before the Silver Empire fragmented, and it had gone thick enough that it was almost material, and it smelled like something died in the walls. Inside, soul fires in a dozen different colors woke up one after another in the dark. I counted, nearly 100. The weakest was second ring, the strongest was sixth. If there had not been an absurd quantity of supplies in that warehouse, I would have taken Freya by the arm and run, because the fourth ring is a hard wall. A low ring transcendent, without external help, does not beat a mid-ring transcendent, ever. The fourth ring is where you stop being an upgraded human. You can move elements at scale. Your combat power doesn't increase, it changes category. A newly ascended fourth ring transcendent can destroy an army of 1,000 and decide a battle by himself. And the sublimation gives you resistance to attacks from below, sometimes outright immunity. Which is why I opened the door anyway, because I had external help. I took the High Priest's staff out of my ring. Inside it was every scrap of blessing an entire cult had accumulated over generations of sacrifices, and I pulled on it, and my mental strength went up to the 6th ring for a few seconds. Then I spent them. 6th ring, purification. 6th ring, divine light. 2 positive energy spells built specifically to unmake the undead. The purification hit the room's stored negative energy, and the positive surge from the staff hit it from the other side, and the 2 of them neutralized each other and both simply stopped existing, which took the environment out from under everything in the room. Then a golden light came off the orb above my head and went out in all directions. 1,000 years of hibernation had left them weak, and they had been awake for about 6 seconds, and they came apart. Even the 6th ring only lasted another 30 seconds. Only when the last one was gone did I stop drawing on the staff, and my false strength dropped away. I turned it over in my hand. About 1/20th of the blessing gone. That staff was my one real trump card against anything above me, and I'd just spent 5% of it on a storage closet. I put it away with real reluctance, and the sixth ring effects faded out behind me. Then I noticed Freya had run about 40 meters. She came back slowly. "What's wrong?" I said. "Are you afraid I'll hit you?" "No," carefully. "You seemed a little strange just now." "Strange?" I thought about it and frowned, because I knew what it was. "It's probably because you're only learning necromancy right now. Long-term use of dark element gets you tainted by negative energy sooner or later. It's not surprising you find positive energy unpleasant." Then, because that answer is not actually reassuring, "This is not a good thing. It'll become a serious weakness for you. In a few days, I'll teach you how to see and use positive and negative energy properly. Once you can, you'll be able to keep the balance inside yourself on your own." She nodded, then tilted her head. "What is negative energy?" "You can understand it as power derived from emotion. Positive emotions make positive energy, negative emotions make negative energy. Compared to stable elements, it's volatile. The two convert into each other easily. Generally, it's only used as an auxiliary source." She spent the rest of the walk chewing on that against everything she'd read. The outer warehouse was, and I want to use the technical term here, ridiculous. Hundreds of shelves sorted into plant, biological, and mineral. Boxes stacked in the corners with the ordinary stock in them. I walked to the nearest shelf and touched a rotted herb with genuine pain in my chest. Because the storage tech in there was excellent, sealed shelves, time-slowing arrays on every rack and box, and 1,000 years is 1,000 years. Some of the seals had failed. Anything perishable was a lump. Minerals came through fine. We spent several days doing inventory, actual days, with a list. Red steel, a rare, extraordinary metal, and if you mix a pound or two into forging armor, you get extremely strong defense plus weak elemental resistance, which means it eats ordinary elemental attacks. There were 2 tons of it. Other extraordinary metals were measured in kilograms rather than tons, but the variety was complete, which is what actually matters. Dark element herbs in enormous quantity and range, other elements present but thinner. Which meant if I used dark element to promote, I had every ritual material Freya and I needed to reach the 3rd ring right there. Biological was mostly a loss. Everything harvested from creatures had rotted. But among a pile of dead eggs, 5 were still alive. I have no idea what species. The fact that they were still alive after 1,000 years tells you everything about what they're worth. If I'd taken just the low-grade materials out of that one warehouse and sold them, tens of millions of gold coins. The rare ones can't be priced. And I could do exactly nothing with that, because extraordinary materials are monopolized by powers with armies, and dumping volume on a market gets you noticed, and once you're noticed, a certain class of person stops buying and starts taking. So I became very rich, but not completely rich. I took what we'd use, reinforced the storage on the rest, and then took Freya to the ruins training room and spent most of a day getting it running again. And then we settled in and did nothing but study for a year. That was the best year of my life in that world. With unlimited materials, I stopped caring about cost-effectiveness. Best meditation arrays, expensive potions brewed purely to shave time off cultivation. Freya could finally cast anything she wanted because the training room was built by the Silver Empire at its height, and she was not going to damage it, and if she somehow did, there were more of them. While she did that, I had Greycrow map the place, and in the first month alone, I found 2 more warehouses and an outer library. The warehouses were more of the same. The library was several thousand outdated basic textbooks, which sounds worthless until you remember that basics don't rot. I moved all of it out in trips and gave the lot to Freya. Learn by reading. Ask me when you get stuck. There's a specific thing that happens when a spellcaster promotes on dark element, and I'd like to complain about it. I'd been sitting in a clearing full of concentrated dark element for weeks, with an array around me feeding more in, and when my body and mind finally broke past the 2nd ring ceiling, the element came in at a rate you could see. The concentration around me dropped so fast that the backup array kicked in, and a barrel of black liquid on the ground started to boil, and everything in it came out and went into me. Most of a day. When I opened my eyes, the liquid in the barrel was clear water, and my magic was overflowing. so I burned the excess on something harmless. Third ring, prophetic perception. And I saw a person coming out of a tall, blurry mage tower, arriving in Tianyun City, travel-worn, walking out of Tianyun with murder on him into the mountains, standing on the ground above my ruin, circling, then looking down, pushing open the door of my ruin in surprise, and then an inferno taking a section of the Kessi Mountains off the map. I stopped the spell and sat there. I picked the harmless divination specifically because it has no destructive power and can only see my own future, and I picked it to burn off spare mana, and it actually returned something. Right, let's work backward. The figure connects to a mage tower, so Truth High Tower Spellcaster, and the only tower spellcaster with any connection to me at all is the first ring diviner from that woman's memory, which fits. He comes to see her, finds she's dead, uses divination to find me, and comes for revenge. Then he can't find me above ground because I'm not above ground. He divines again, works out I'm underground, and digs, and discovers a large, intact Cassian-era laboratory. And the fire in the last fragment is what happens when that information leaks, and every power in the region sends people. Only one problem with the theory. How does a first ring diviner locate a third ring mage? Divination is notoriously hard. Without cheating, he'd be a second ring diviner at absolute best. So, external help, combined with a leak afterward. Is he tower nobility, or some great mage's favorite? I frowned about that for a while, because I have no interest in making enemies of powerful transcendence over nothing. It seems we need to prepare in advance and set up a ground base to lure him in. He's probably here for revenge. But he might also just be a sycophant who was strung along by a woman, and the real question is what stands behind him. Let's just hang him up and beat him. Decision made, I stood, stretched, and picked up a mirror. Gray again. I'll be honest, gray eyes look fine. Cool, even. The problem isn't cosmetic. The problem is that with the remnant of the Dark Plane's blessing sitting inside me, Dark Element will very slowly convert my body and soul into an undead creature. I do not want to be an undead creature. I was doing extremely well as a living one. Even lichdom I would refuse, and lichdom is the premium option. It's not permanent. A month or two of rebalancing fixes it. Also, footnote, Freya received the same blessing and promoted the same way, and it does nothing to her at all because her dark element affinity is so high that the residue just gets used as building material. Some people are born lucky. I put the mirror away, decided I preferred white hair and red eyes, and left the room. Outside, Freya was in a chair with a book. Dinner and bath water are ready. Would you like to eat first or bathe first? I sniffed my own shirt and made a face. Thank you. Let me bathe first. I feel all dirty. Because every promotion below the fourth ring is preparation for the fourth ring, and every one of them evolves the body and pushes impurities out. And for people like us, who were ordinary humans until our teens, and malnourished for most of that, there are a lot of impurities. Even after using potions to clean myself out in advance, the third ring produced a smell. This is, incidentally, one of the main reasons wild mages stall. Schoolcasters manage impurities their whole lives, controlled diet, regular potions, ongoing maintenance. Wild mages can only purge during a promotion, which means the backlog is enormous every time, which means each promotion has to spend more of its energy on cleaning and less on evolving, so they get weaker upgrades and slower progress. And after the third ring, it becomes fatal, because if you don't make the fourth ring and complete the first sublimation before the impurities build again, you generally never make it at all without a school pulling you up. Freya stood at the bathroom door. I'll wait outside. If you need anything, just call me, and closed it. The next year was boring in the most valuable way available. I rebalanced, reversed the dark element, walked my organs back from the edge of undeath, and got my eyes back to red. I meditated my way to the ceiling of the third ring, and I farmed trees. That last part is not a joke. I'd built a cabin by the lake with my own hands and put warning arrays through the whole surrounding forest, because I was waiting for a diviner to walk into it, and while I waited, I planted things. Golden trees, from seeds I had cultivated forward out of a plant that doesn't exist in this century yet. Break off a piece of the bark, dissolve it in the right alchemical bath, and you get a golden sticky mass you can shape with magic and set with fire. I made a small round shield out of it as a test. Light, comfortable, excellent magic resistance. It weakens most spells that touch it. In my previous life, this material got hardened and turned into armor for ordinary soldiers who had to fight transcendence. I intended to use it for shirts and trousers. I threw the shield up in the air and hit it with a first-ring fireball. Bang! It went across the clearing. Grey Crow swept in and caught it, then landed on a branch and looked at the small golden disc in his talons with visible interest. Throw it over here. Now, technically, Grey Crow has no relationship with me at all. He's Freya's contracted pet. He has no obligation to listen to a word I say. He threw it back. Second ring. Fireball. Bang. He caught it again, and this time the shield had been hit twice and was extremely hot, and he dropped it immediately and shook his foot. I caught it with magic. Steaming and intact. Not as good as the refined version from my last life. Very good for this one. With processing and enchantment, better. The blue-leaved trees were for paper. Dissolve the leaves into pulp with a specific potion, and you get paper with strong magical properties, tough and soft, and from that paper you make a grimoire. It's not ideal for robes. It's what I had. I knew better robe materials. They were either monopolized or not invented yet, and the not invented ones need silk spun by cave spiders from the Dragonspine Mountains, which would require crossing Donar, which is currently being eaten. So, make do. Make do is still better than anything else in this century. I planted 50 of the blue ones, because papermaking eats leaves, and when I walked away, the first ring undead came out with a wooden basin and collected every mature leaf one at a time, then dragged a bucket around and watered each tree. A weapon built out of a corpse, gardening. Then, finally, he came, a spellcaster in a robe covered in leaves and dust, hurrying through the woods, having spent several days in Tianyun City being furious and impotent about it, and having buried the anger somewhere useful. My warning arrays lit up. I sat up out of my deck chair, changed out of casual clothes into elven robes, and said to Freya, who was still murdering fish, "Let's rest for a bit. The person has arrived." She stuffed several successfully converted organs into the undead beside her, threw the failures in the lake, and washed the ground with a water spell. Grey Crow came back from wherever he goes, dropped out of the sky, and landed on her shoulder. Half an hour later, a figure came out of the bushes. He saw a small wooden house by a lake. He saw 2 teenagers. He felt our auras, and he assumed we were elite students from some school on a training retreat. "Just passing by. Sorry to bother you." He held up a school badge to show he meant nothing by it, and at the same moment, entirely on reflex, activated a divination. The ring on his right finger flashed, and a beam came off it and pointed directly at me. A ring engraved with a 6th ring divination spell. Ah, no wonder he could find me. I put my hand out, and the elven staff appeared in it. "So you were the one predicting my location?" His hesitation ended instantly. That sentence told him I was the one. He put the badge away and squeezed the ring. First ring. Fireball. Several of them. I waved the staff and took the models apart in the air with raw mental strength. Then I walked toward him. "I know you. You idiot who's been completely fooled by a woman. What, are you here to get revenge for her?" He kept attacking. "Is it worth it for an adventurer who deceived you and kept you hanging on?" A transcendent ring with several enchantments. Scrolls, 1st and 2nd ring. None of it slowed me down by a single step. A spellcaster specializing in divination? That's rare. I got within a meter. His face fell apart because nothing had worked, and I was now standing next to him. "Since you know nothing," I said, "turn around and leave now, and I might let you go." And the instant I said it, the instant I relaxed, his eyes sharpened, and a very finely made dagger appeared in his hand, and he came at me. And his prepared divinations went off. And what that actually did is genuinely interesting. Nothing dramatic. My 3rd ring elemental shield fluctuated slightly, and briefly lost effect at the exact moment he crossed it. The spell I was holding wobbled, didn't break, didn't backfire, just demanded a fraction more of my attention than it should have. A series of tiny coincidences, arranged in advance, stacked in a line. That's what a diviner does. He doesn't beat you. He arranges for you to be slightly unlucky at a specific moment. He got inside my guard with a knife. I caught the arm with my free left hand, took the dagger off him, and hit him in the head with the staff. Then released the spell I'd been holding. 2nd ring, mental shock. He went down. I looked at an empty patch of air to the side. "Since you're here, come out." A shadow appeared, and the shadow faded, and a third ring transcendent stood there and greeted me politely. I did not return it. If they can send a third ring transcendent as a guard, how could they not find out the truth? Beat. Humph. Take him away from here. If there's a next time, I won't hold back. I turned and left without waiting for an answer, and he picked up his employer and dissolved into shadow. Only when they were gone did I actually relax. Wild third ring transcendents have it rough. To get promoted, they have to work for a school, and part of working for a school is babysitting school princes. Because that's what he was. You can tell instantly the quality of his magic, the non-standard technique, the fact that everything he knows, he taught himself. I'm not looking down on him. He was working for a school to buy his own future, and there's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of unqualified transcendents want that job. Getting it means he's good. Honestly, a wild transcendent who fought his way up step by step would probably beat a school transcendent of the same ring in a fight to the death. I lay back down in my chair. Freya dropped the spell she'd been holding and selected a new fish from the lake. Meanwhile, in a room in Tianyun City, the shadow put the spellcaster on a bed, poured a potion into him, took out a transparent crystal, worked it, listened, and said, "Yes, I understand." Then he put the crystal away and waited by the bed. When the spellcaster woke up, he grabbed for his ring on reflex, then looked around at an unfamiliar room and a bodyguard. Before he could ask anything, the guard handed him a memory stone. "This is what His Excellency asked me to give you. It will answer your questions." "What's the meaning of this?" The guard did not speak and dissolved into the floor. And then the memory stone activated. I'd like to say I'm above that. I'm not. I picked that recording deliberately, out of her own memories, and I picked the one that would settle the question of whether she'd ever cared about him at all, permanently, in a single sitting, with sound. You can call it cruel. He came to my house with a knife because a woman told him a story. I fixed his information problem. After that, nothing happened for a very long time, and I mean that as a compliment. A third ring mage can hold ground on the outskirts of the Kessi Mountains without arguing about it. No adventurer is stupid enough, and no extraordinary beast is ambitious enough. So we stopped moving. I'd originally planned to go into Tianyun City every month or two for supplies, since a ruin does not come with a pantry. Then I cleared a patch of dirt by the lake and planted crops, because I was bored. And because I was bored and not a farmer, I farmed with magic, which is extremely efficient. Add life magic's growth acceleration, and the field I'd tilled out of boredom produced an absurd quantity of grain and vegetables. Freya started her own plot to practice life magic. Within a few months, our grain reserves had filled several newly built wooden warehouses, and we had to start letting the surplus rot, because 2 people cannot eat that. So I stopped growing food and started growing trees instead, and that's how the Golden Forest happened. That was the year. I rebalanced my internals and got my eyes back. I hit the ceiling of the third ring. Freya spent the first 6 months learning every scrap of second ring necromancy and life science I could teach her, and the second 6 months learning to balance positive and negative energy inside her own body, after which she promoted to the third ring on her own, naturally, without me having to do anything at all. And I mapped almost the whole ruin. I had enough warehouses. So rather than clear the remaining undead nests with the staff, which would have meant burning more of the blessing, and I wanted every drop of that intact for the fourth ring's sublimation, I just went around them. By the end of the year, I controlled the entire ruin except a few nests and the core area, which I could not crack. Then it was time. In the open ground in front of the cabin, I built the setup for the fourth ring. An array to gather and bind elements, and a vat of elemental liquid refined from a genuinely obscene quantity of materials, so concentrated it had stopped behaving like a liquid and started behaving like a soft solid. The barrel itself was made of golden bark, because ordinary wood cannot hold that. Sublimation to the fourth ring needs enormous fuel. School mages never think about it. The tower has dedicated venues stocked with everything you need. A wild mage has 3 options: save up and apply to the tower, find an environment rich enough on your own, or prepare the materials in advance. I had enough silver points to apply through a small school. I did not apply, because right then the Truth High Tower was not a safe place for an unaffiliated mage to lie unconscious for 3 weeks. A wild mage going there to promote can, if he's unlucky and interesting, wake up as somebody's experiment. I was not going to gamble on that. I also spent over 2 months brewing 20+ bottles of contingency potion, 1 for every failure mode I could remember. It took that long because almost all my materials were dark element, and I had to neutralize the dark element content out of every single dose first. At lower ranks, I could shrug that off and rebalance later, get tainted during the first sublimation, and it's a lifelong renovation project. and around the cabin, over the course of the whole year, I'd built layers of defense and concealment. Even if a high-level mage showed up, unless he specialized in space, I'd finish before he got through. I activated the array. Elements started coming in from every direction. I'm going to begin. Freya turned around and sat down with her back to me. She was the last line. If we got genuinely unlucky and a high-ring caster wandered past with bad intentions, she was to trigger a teleport array on the perimeter and move the entire area somewhere else. That would disturb me with spatial force and skew my sublimation toward space, which is a real cost. Better a cost you can reverse than an interruption you can't. I got in the barrel. The elements came into my skin without being asked, and I let them and closed my eyes. I went under almost instantly and arrived in my own soul space. And there was the thing that belonged to me, a human-shaped soul, clearer than the last time, 3 evolutions in. Guided by the meditation technique, it sat down cross-legged in midair, and energy appeared inside it out of nothing. And the first sublimation began. The blurry figure sharpened, and then it started looking like me, details arriving one at a time until it was a copy, and then the doll blinked and became a person. I looked down at my own hands, adjusting, because only now was my soul completely under my control. Before this, it belonged to me. That's a different thing. Fine, adapt fast. Next step. There's a protective membrane on the surface of the soul. It protects you. It also caps you. To go further, you have to remove it. And I discovered immediately that this is not a technical problem. It's a fight. Because my soul has had that membrane its entire existence and would like to keep it. And I was, in the most literal sense, trying to overrule my own instincts. Here is the honest experience of it. Imagine somebody with severe compulsions who has just washed thoroughly, put on clothes they've kept in a drawer for years, and then opens the front door and finds a mountain of filth on the step. They want to go back inside. They want that with their whole body. My conscious self wanted the membrane off. My passive self wanted it on. And every time I opened it slightly, it healed almost immediately. But in the gap between opening and closing, a drop of blue liquid came out, and I kept fighting, and drops kept coming, and after some length of time I stopped being able to measure, my soul had visibly shrunk, and a small puddle had formed underneath it. I looked at the puddle and realized my consciousness was fading. I sent an order to my body. In the barrel, my body picked up a potion off the cabinet with no expression at all, opened it, and drank it. Cold went through my head, and my consciousness came back into focus in the cold. We underestimated the difficulty of sublimation. Because in the game, Ascension is a puzzle minigame. Consciousness collapse is a debuff that makes the blocks you see different from the blocks that are actually there. You notice the debuff, you drink a potion, you carry on. In reality, there is no status bar. I had no idea I was having a mental collapse. I found out by noticing a puddle and doing arithmetic. If I'd been slower, my promotion would have failed. And I want to name the actual reason, because it wasn't bad luck. On the surface, I took this extremely seriously and prepared thoroughly. Underneath, since waking up on that altar, I had never once genuinely lost. And somewhere in there, I had developed contempt for this world's version of the extraordinary. I gave myself about 4 seconds of reflection. Then I dropped the contempt and paid attention. Some unknown time later, my soul was a third smaller, and the puddle had become a small pool. That's about enough. Supported by all that liquid I'd bled off myself, my conscious mind was finally strong enough to overrule my instincts outright. I went quiet, gathered, and removed the membrane entirely, and the whole thing fell, like a ball of water losing its container in midair. My soul lost its shape completely and became a puddle. My consciousness merged into it, and its nature changed. And then the energy that had been packed inside the soul came out of the puddle from below. The blue liquid drank it, and with nothing holding it in, it started to expand. And my soul strength and my will went up with it. The puddle became a small lake. Small, but the official term for it is soul sea. Then my will spread outward through the sea, out past its edges, and reconnected to my body, and I opened my eyes. The soul started nourishing the body, and elements and energy began reshaping me from the inside. I had taken my first inhuman step. Because this is where knights and spellcasters actually diverge. A knight raises the body and uses the raised body to evolve the soul. A spellcaster raises the soul and uses the raised soul to evolve the body. Some people try both at once. Success rate is terrible, and the result is worse. Body below a knight's, soul below a caster's, no advantages. Nobody notable has ever come out of dual cultivation. There's another thing that happens at the fourth ring. Transcendents start separating from ordinary people. Casters get off lightly. A fourth ring caster is still physically human and can have children with humans. That doesn't break until 5th or 6th. Knights transform the body directly, so a fourth ring knight generally can't reproduce with a normal person at all. If he wants children after that, he needs another transcendent. Several days later, the physical evolution finished. I stood up. The barrel was clear water with a film at the bottom. I absorbed the film too, because waste is waste, converted it to magic, and filled up. Then I got out, dressed, and walked over to Freya. She was filthy. How long has it been? 23 days. She turned her head, looking at me curiously. Was it successful? Yes, I succeeded. I am now a fourth ring spellcaster. I let the power out a little, and then I looked at her properly. You haven't rested at all in these 23 days? She blinked and did not answer. She didn't have to. It was on her face and in her clothes. Thanks for your hard work, I said. I'll take care of things from now on. You should get some rest. And whatever she'd been holding up for 23 days came down all at once. She walked to the cabin, didn't change, and lay down. A fourth ring spellcaster is a significant force anywhere in the world. In the Silver Empire, any fourth ring caster of any race who swears allegiance receives an honorary title recognized by the emperor on the spot, and there are grand dukes and kings who will trade actual territory for one. In the Second Phoenix Empire, where the Sun Elves look down on literally everyone, they will still be polite to you, though as a non-elf, the best you'll get is honorary. Stay independent and neutral, and it still buys respect everywhere, because nobody provokes a fourth ring caster without a reason. I went to test the new equipment on the lake. Fourth ring, freeze. A streak of cold out of one finger into the middle of the water, and the entire lake locked from the center outward in under a minute, and everything living in it stopped. Then I stood there and thought about the casting process for a bit. Fourth ring, flame storm. A small red tornado formed over the water and lowered until its base touched the surface, and heat went into the ice, but under control, not enough to boil, exactly enough to thaw. Then, while holding that, fourth ring, blessing of life. Life force formed in my hands and went precisely into every frozen thing in that lake. 5 minutes of two-handed micro. Result, a lake identical to the one I'd started with, minus a few fish near the center that had been cooked past saving. I did that on purpose, and the reason is the actual point of the scene. For someone with my spell list, mid-tier magic, 4th through 6th ring, is genuinely awkward. In my old life, I played a legend tier caster account. The spells I used constantly were 7th through 9th ring plus legend spells, and I used 1st through 3rd ring constantly too, because you don't throw a high-tier spell at a rat. Mid-tier sat in the dead zone, not powerful enough to matter, too expensive to be casual. So I barely used them for 10 years, and now I need them, and I'm out of practice. I looked around the clearing and decided I couldn't practice here, because 4th ring spells are large, and I'd been living beside that lake for over a year and had developed feelings about it. Practice at the ruin once Freya wakes up. Then I sat down at the table outside the cabin with a stack of paper. Special paper, from the blue leaves. This particular stack was destined to become a grimoire. A good grimoire is not just materials. The spells recorded in it are a load-bearing component. Record enough, record powerful ones, and the quality of the book itself rises. Blank. A grimoire is worse than a staff of the same materials. Full, it's better. For me, that's not a choice. It's the obvious answer. Also, and this is the part that actually worried me, I am not a superhero. I did not have perfect recall of my past life. If I hadn't been a professional, if games hadn't literally been my livelihood, I would not have remembered a fraction of what I did. So I'd spent the year writing spells down before I lost them. I picked up the stack and looked at a year of frantic, painstaking recall, densely written, mostly high-tier and legend spells, with the rest carefully chosen. And I sighed. Because after the 4th ring sublimation, I remembered everything. All of it. Not just magic, mechanical theory I'd skimmed once or twice, years ago, sat there in perfect condition. Anything I looked at now went straight in and stayed. My thinking speed had gone up. My learning rate had gone up and was still climbing. Theories that had been incomprehensible dry nonsense in my old life were suddenly obvious. If I'd had this brain back then, why would I have been playing games? I'd have been in a research institute contributing to the Human Federation. With an upgraded brain like this, maybe I'd have cracked the 3rd generation faster-than-light engine. I shook that off and started proofreading, because I'd written most of it before the upgrade, and some of it was wrong. And then, while I was outside quietly correcting my own homework, something went wrong in the cabin. I felt the magic before I understood it. When I got inside, Freya's body and soul were both transforming on the bed, out of her control, and she was going undead. I stopped it by force and calmed her soul, and she came up. Afterwards, she sat on the bed and told me what she'd seen, and I want to give it to you the way she gave it to me. Cold, a wind that wrapped all the way around her. Then her whole field of vision went to flames and blood, her family dying, the cultists' faces, the cage, all the eyes, playing on a loop at high speed and out of order, over and over, until her consciousness started coming apart, and she was small and helpless again. She was dragged onto an altar. A black head appeared above it. She was afraid in a way that used her whole body. Then the head opened its mouth and separated her soul from her body and swallowed both. Dark element washed over her soul. Her fear got stripped out. Then despair, then madness, then terror, all stripped out in turn, until there were no emotions left in her at all. She opened her eyes on a black sky over a white earth paved with bones. Her view rose, countless skeletons below, and she was one insignificant figure among them. Her view rose again until she couldn't see herself anymore, and she heard children screaming, and saw the tribe coming apart, and saw the cultists sneering as their plan came off. And she watched darkness swallow the whole north and spread outward until the entire world was black. And looking at the black world, she felt nothing. She thought, I should be terrified. Is death the destination of the world? Then everything crumbled, and a gentle white light appeared, and she had no emotions and no memory of what light means, and she still reached for it. And noticed her own arm was pale and shrunken and wrong. What is this? My hand? The light apparently got impatient, expanded several times over, and covered her. Cool flooded her mind. The crumbling world went away entirely. She was in a warm hold, and all the darkness was gone, and the cold was banished. And then she was in a white world, and there was a boy standing in front of her. He put his hand out and smiled and said, Let's burn all evil to ashes together. And her emotions came back all at once. She said, and nodded hard and took the hand. Then she opened her eyes. I sat in the chair and thought about it. Is this all you've encountered? Then, why am I having this nightmare? Strictly speaking, this shouldn't be considered an ordinary dream. I shook my head. A normal nightmare doesn't affect your soul. If I hadn't found it in time and pulled you back with magic, you might really have turned into the version of yourself in the dream. She tilted her head, still lost, which was fair because so was I. Players do not sleep. Nobody in my last life ever encountered this because who the hell sleeps in a game? But with my memories fully restored, I could at least check the details. What you're seeing doesn't quite match reality, I said. The undead subplane has no physical form, and someone with your aptitude wouldn't be turned into an ordinary skeleton even if you were sacrificed there. Then, because a thought had arrived, have you been reading any novels or stories about the dead lately? She stopped, thought, reached over to the bookshelf beside her bed, pulled one out, looked at it, and said, hesitantly, It seems to be similar to what's recorded in this book. I took it out of her hands, flipped it, and started laughing internally. It seems it wasn't a precognitive dream. You just haven't rested in far too long. Your soul is thin, and you only have a superficial understanding of the underworld. Plus the fear you had when you were weak, which never left. I did not say that part out loud, because that's the real answer. She'd become a transcendent. She'd personally helped wipe an entire cult off the map, and the fear from when she was 11 and hiding in a basement was still in there. It only got out because she'd been on high alert for over 3 weeks, and her soul had gone thin enough for it to reach the surface. Is that so? Speaking of which, I said, flipping the storybook open, where did you see the line, let's burn all the evils to ashes? And every thought in her head evacuated, and she went a color I hadn't seen on her before. This one, that one, I laughed, closed the book, and put it back exactly where it came from. You've slept for so long. Are you hungry? Nod, small. Okay, lie down a while longer. Drink this first, and I'll go make you, Lunch. I put a soul-restoring potion on the bedside table, checked the weather, and left. She waited until she was sure I was gone, drank the potion, felt substantially better, and then, and this is her account, not mine, noticed her own clothes. And smelled herself. Ah? And realized she had just had that entire conversation in that condition, and her brain went completely blank. When I came back with lunch, there was a person-shaped lump of blanket on the bed. "What are you doing? Get up and eat." The blanket vibrated. "Okay, can you go out now? I want to eat by myself." "Huh? Why?" The blanket tightened. "Okay, if that's what you want." I went and proofread another dozen pages while keeping an ear on the room, because if anything went wrong with her soul, I'd know instantly. I did not think much about being asked to leave. Freya has probably grown up. She needs privacy. She wants her own space and doesn't want her old man watching everything she does. I have never been a parent. I died in my early 20s. But I felt confident I was witnessing the legendary rebellious phase. I knocked when I was done. "Freya, may I come in?" The lunch was gone. All of it. "Are you full? Would you like some more?" "No." Then her head came out of the blanket. "I want to take a shower." "Hot water?" And back under. I looked at the lump for a second. I have no idea what she's doing in bed. I respected her privacy and did not use magic to look, because a certain distance is healthy in interpersonal relationships. I washed the dishes with water magic, poured the wastewater in the lake for nature to handle, set up buckets and towels and clean clothes in the other room, and told her. She was in there immediately. And when she came back to her own room afterward, she changed the sheets and the blanket too, which is when I finally worked it out. I see. Freya is a girl after all. Of course she doesn't like being dirty, but why avoid me? I want the record to show that I had seen this person soaked in blood from the hair down in the north on multiple occasions, and she had never once cared. I don't really understand Freya's thought process. Then I noticed she'd fallen asleep and was frowning in it. Second ring, soul-soothing, her forehead unknotted. I took my finger back, thought about it, and decided to stay in the room to be safe. Pulled up a chair, took out a blank page. Everything I wrote before is corrected. I can use the blanks to keep recording the spells I haven't written yet. And here's the scale of that job, so you understand what I was sitting on. Human elemental spells and the 8 schools, obviously, plus nature spells of the elves, rune spells of the dwarves, arcane spells of the gnomes, death spells of the halflings, blood spells of the vampires, shadow spells of the gnolls, shamanic spells of the orcs, dragon spells of dragons, plus a working knowledge of internal branches within most of those, because in professional play, you will use anything that wins. I learned that the hard way. I lost a match once to a spell I had never seen, and afterward found out my opponent's club had funded an expedition into Frost Dwarf ruins specifically to dig up frost magic no player had ever encountered. I misjudged the effect because I had no reference, and he took me apart with it. After that, every club on the circuit started sending exploration teams into the game world purely to catalog magic systems for their pros, and story players compiled the rest on the forums for free. That is why one man knows this much. I decided to write human spells first, since I'm human, and those are the ones I can actually cast without racial penalties eating the mana. The rest go in later. Even if I can't use elven or dwarven magic until the 7th ring, recording them raises the quality of the grimoire. Then I started writing. Being promoted to the 4th ring did not make my life easier. It made my to-do list longer, because suddenly a lot of things came off the can't pile. The plan was 2 grimoires, 2 robes, then several large-capacity spatial rings out of the ruins stock. Then a full assault on the undead nests I'd been walking around. Empty the whole ruin into my rings, and then go harvest a few more. Then the brain upgrade landed and ruined my schedule, because now everything I'd already done looked like it could be better. The trees, for example. I'd thought I'd push them as far as they went. After the upgrade, I could see about 4 improvements per species, and mechanical theory had come back with everything else, which gave me ideas about spatial rings. So the sequence became, practice with warehouse materials, put the mechanical theory into practice, and once I could do it reliably, combine mechanical technique with traditional spatial crafting, and make a bracelet with a genuinely stupid capacity. Also, if I got good enough, add mechanical elements to the grimoires and the robes, which required me to dig out every magical theory I'd read once and half understood in my last life. relearn all of it properly, and then integrate it with mechanics. In short, the fourth ring made me busier than the third ring ever did. I stopped going fishing. I stopped taking walks. After a day of meditation, I'd either go to the ruin to practice mid-tier spells and test theory, or sit at a desk transcribing knowledge into teaching material for Freya. I had to cut her tutoring time down, which I felt bad about. Fortunately, I'd already laid the foundation properly, and she could self-study from the spell models I'd written out, which she did, efficiently, without ever once being asked twice. The mechanical work went badly, and then well. Mechanics, in this century, is despised. In 300 years, it eats the world. Traditional enchanted gear works like this. The item is nothing, the enchantment is everything. Strip the enchantment and it's a stick, which means every effect requires high-grade materials, higher tiers need better materials, and even the same caster enchanting the same object twice gets different results. Which is why enchanted equipment is always rare and always expensive. Mechanics is different. The power comes from the core structure, from geometry, from how the elements are guided. And while designing a core structure requires a mechanic, building one does not. A trained ordinary person with a blueprint can make the parts, which means mechanicals can be copied, which means they can be mass-produced. Right now, before mechanics has separated into its own discipline, it's considered a degraded imitation of real magic. I was standing on the shoulders of the people who'd proven otherwise, and I was not aiming for degraded. My first attempt was a 2-ring core carved out of red steel and common metals, fixed to a long sword hilt with fire. I pressed the switch. Elements gathered at the grip, red light ran up the blade, and I picked it up and felt heat and a faint sting. Better than I expected. And the running cost was almost nothing. In a normal fire element environment, it would sustain itself for about 10 days, then need a rest to recharge or a manual top-up. It seems mechanics isn't so difficult after all. That confidence lasted about 90 seconds, which is how long it took me to get out a pile of expensive materials and attempt a multi-layer stacked 2-ring structure. And, unsurprisingly, fail. 3 assembly nodes conflicted. I stood there summarizing my mistakes while melting the wreckage back into raw material with a fireball. Then I picked up a mechanical theory book from the shelf to look up a solution. There wasn't one. Because in my previous life I skimmed the theory for general understanding, I was never going to manufacture anything myself. Why would I have read the troubleshooting section? What I knew intimately was how to efficiently destroy machines. Never mind, I'll study it slowly. There are plenty of materials in the ruin. I'll step into every single pit personally. With this brain and this theoretical base, I genuinely did not believe I could fail to understand mechanics. Months later, after wasting a truly offensive quantity of a dead emperor's property and eating explosion after explosion, I had it. Core structures assembling reliably, and a design for the spatial ring. Then, before I could enjoy that for even a few days, I tried to combine the core with the traditional spatial crafting process, and it went off, and it took one of the ruin's few space stones with it, at which point I put everything down and went outside. Study? Study my ass. I lay in a chair under the wooden pavilion by the lake and rocked and let my head empty out. When was I ever this hardworking in my past life? I don't think I was. Why did I have to be reborn into this shitty world? The Human Federation was much better. At least I didn't have to worry about safety. Well, I said out loud, what's wrong? I opened my eyes and Freya's head was upside down over mine. Why do you walk so quietly? Well, she blinked, took 2 steps around the chair. Footsteps. There's a sound. There was, clearly audible. Indeed, it seems I didn't notice it myself. She went round behind me, put her hands on my shoulders and said, "Are you tired? Would you like a massage? You can give massages? I've read the book." Pause. However, I've trained with Grey Crow. I felt the pressure of 2 hands that had learned this from a bird, and my expression did something complicated, and I looked over at the tree where Grey Crow was watching us. "Hey," he said, with an enormous amount of feeling in it. Then he turned his head away, took off, and left. I closed my eyes and let her keep going, because it was actually getting better as she went, and then, without meaning to, I fell asleep. Sometime later, Grey Crow came back from a long way off with a twig in his beak with a red fruit on it. He landed in the pavilion, put the twig on the table, looked at me asleep, looked at Freya, and opened his beak to say something. And Freya looked at him, and whatever he was going to say did not happen. He closed his beak with visible grievance, pushed the fruit across the table to her with 1 foot, turned around so his back end was pointed at her, and left. When I woke up, it was nearly dark. I hadn't slept until I woke up naturally in a very long time. I stretched. Most of the mental fatigue was gone. I feel like I can work hard for a few more months. Want some? A hand appeared in front of me holding a red fruit with a faint elemental aura on it. I took it and looked up. Thanks, I bit into it. Sweet and slightly hot at the same time, which is a strange combination and also good, and a warm current went through me and took the last of the tiredness with it. Greycrow helped me find this, she said. It went outside again? All right. It goes intangible anyway, so it won't run into anything serious. I got up. Haven't had dinner yet? What would you like to eat today? Just like you, which is the answer she always gives. Freya is not picky. Since the day I pulled her out of that cell, she has eaten whatever I've put in front of her. And when I've explicitly told her to order for herself, she orders whatever I ordered. Which is the problem, because I don't ask out of politeness. I ask because I don't know what I want either, and I am hoping for a suggestion. I never get one. It's getting late, I said. How about barbecue tonight? Good. So we pulled frozen meat out of the warehouse. I snapped my fingers and a section of ground sank in and everything flammable went into it and I lit it. Then I floated a tree seed into my hand, pushed magic into it, and forced it to grow into a bundle of straight sticks, which I snapped in half. We sat by the fire and put meat on sticks, and Freya, holding hers over the flames, asked with genuine curiosity, why do it this way when you can just use magic to bake it directly? Is it for the sake of some kind of ritual? Barbecue should be grilled. It's no fun to just cook it with magic. I looked up at a sky with no light pollution in it whatsoever. Eventually, I got it right. Modified core structure, based on everything that had exploded. Rediscovered the original spatial ring process from memory. Relearned the fundamentals properly, and rebuilt the process with mechanics folded in. Because whatever the two camps say about each other, in the long run, mechanics doesn't lose to magic. It absorbs magic. Even the Silver Empire, which is a spellcaster state ruled at that point by a traditional caster empress, ends up promoting mechanics, because you cannot argue with a technology that copies. I engraved the newest version of the rune array onto a metal bracelet, checked every stroke twice, took a breath, put an elemental shield on myself out of pure superstition, and slotted the core in. Then fed it magic. The magic went into the core, then out along the rune lines, then through the whole bracelet. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. I stood there increasingly bewildered because nothing had exploded. It was a success? I checked the core, the runes, and the magic flow several more times. Then I reached out with mental power toward the box in the corner, and a blue crystal came out of it and landed in my palm. Space Stone. Rare spatial material, essential for spatial rings and for setting spatial spells, and almost entirely monopolized by the Sun Elves, which means the quantity circulating among humans is both small and grotesquely expensive. I'd searched the entire ruin and found 50, 30 small, 15 medium, 5 large. That's a fortune, and I still felt sick because the last step of the process is inserting the stone, and one mistake scraps it. I'd already destroyed 13 of the small ones. Oh well, I've already ruined 13, might as well waste them all. Worst case, I go dig up another ruin. I set the small stone in and turned the switch, and the rune lines connected. Magic went in. Space opened inside the stone. I pushed harder. The new space expanded and kept expanding and stopped at 50 cubic meters. For reference, the elven ring the ambassador gave me, which is worth 80,000 gold, is 20. I threw a tool in and checked the internal stability with spatial magic. Bigger and steadier, considerably better than elven work. So I made the real thing. Several more months, several more space stones. And then 2 bracelets on the table, one silver white and one dark gray, with gems set into the outside. Space stones, obviously, enchanted down in size so they'd look like decoration. Silver white, 3 large, 6 medium, 8 small. Dark gray, 2 large, 10 medium, 4 small. I put every remaining stone in, which in hindsight was an emotional decision. The interior space was so large and still expanding that I didn't bother measuring it. I know that if I put every material and every piece of experimental equipment I had taken out of that entire ruin into one bracelet, it would use under 1/10 of the volume. I put the silver one on and looked inside it and had a genuine moment. I should have known better than to embed all the remaining space stones. I picked up the other one and teleported out. Above ground, the first ring undead, which Freya had by now stuffed with flesh and organs and skin, and then reinforced with materials and necromancy until it caught up with her, had reached third ring. A third ring undead's melee capability is no joke. With us settled in one place, it had nowhere to use it, so it had become a laborer, planting, watering, harvesting, and, when needed, picking blue leaves. A weapon of war, built to spread death, doing agriculture full-time. When I came up, it was harvesting leaves, and Freya was processing what it brought her, mixing potions to my instructions, then blending the potions with the leaves using magic, with several containers of finished mixture lined up beside her. She'd asked to do that. While I was buried in research, she'd come to me and asked to learn the process so she could take the routine work off me. She was concentrating and didn't look up even though she'd felt me arrive. "Good," I said when she finished the batch. She looked up and smiled. There was some shaved material stuck to her cheek. I put my hand out and stopped about an inch away, then let a thread of magic do it instead and brushed it off. She blinked and didn't say anything. I withdrew my hand and put the other one out with the dark gray bracelet on it. "You succeeded. This is for you." She took it with her left hand and put it straight on her right wrist, first spatial item she'd ever owned. Which is worth saying plainly, spatial rings are not cheap. Even with an effectively unlimited lifespan, they generally only exist at the 4th ring and above. Transcendents below 4th don't have them. If one does, the quality is bad, 5 cubic meters, and they're lucky. She reached into it with her mental power the way she'd been taught. "Isn't it too big?" "Yes, there is some." Pause. "After we leave the Kessi Mountains, be careful to disguise it as a low-quality one." Then, since she was already holding it, "From now on, keep your own things safe. Oh, toe, and this one is specially designed to hold life. Anything that doesn't need to breathe, like undead, can go in the bracelet. If you want, you can make more." "Okay, I understand." I looked at the stack of paper beside her, which was clearly new. "This was just completed in the last few days," she said. "The paper from before is all in the warehouse. There are currently more than 10,000 sheets." "More than 10,000. I'll take 8,000 first. Do you need me to show you the way?" "No need. I know where it is." The grimoires took under a month, which surprised me until I worked out why. I made the cover detachable. Because a grimoire is the one weapon a spellcaster carries that can keep improving for the rest of his life. So I did not want to permanently fix the core structure and rune array into it. I built a removable book cover to hold both. When mechanics advances, and it will, I swap the cover for a better one. And if the spells improve, that's even easier. The records aren't carved in stone. Update to the latest version. The robes I put almost no effort into because a spellcaster who is relying on his robe to survive damage is already dead. He just hasn't been told. My only requirement was that they work and beat the elven ones. Then I made shirts and trousers out of the golden bark, which, apart from not being able to amplify anything or house a core, protect against supernatural force considerably better than the robes do. And with that, both of us had a full kit. Then we packed. I cut down every extraordinary tree I'd grown and erased all trace of them, keeping only seeds. I force-ripened the farmland, harvested everything, and abandoned the field. The cabin and the pavilion, where I'd lived for 2 years, I dismantled and put in the bracelet as a souvenir. There was space. It cost me nothing. Then I emptied the ruin, all of it, every warehouse, and then we spent several more days carefully erasing every trace of 2 people having lived beside that lake and inside that ruin. And then we left. But not the mountains, because a 4th ring spellcaster only has to avoid the large, publicly known ruins that the powers are fighting over. Everything else in the Kessi Mountains was, functionally, mine. No faction provokes a 4th ring caster without a reason, and the small groups without one couldn't, and knew it, and took detours when they saw us coming. So we swept the entire range. Every ruin I remembered, every buried site nobody had discovered yet. The small ones, too. I did not skip the small ones. I emptied all of them. We came out of the Kessi Mountains with a spatial bracelet full of the accumulated research property of a dead empire. This was legal, for the record. After the First Silver Civil War, under combined pressure from human and non-human powers, the Silver Empire was forced not only to let huge tracts of land go independent, but to give up ownership of the Kessi Mountains entirely, which produced a century of everybody fighting over the ruins, which produced the Kessi Treaty, a document that carefully sets aside the questions of law and sovereignty and instead establishes joint exploration and development. And to limit direct conflict between signatories, that treaty deliberately involves adventurers and grants them the right to explore and excavate independently, which is a fig leaf. It exists so that great powers can run proxy wars using adventure groups. It also, incidentally, made everything I had just done completely lawful. Not that I cared. I'd already dug it up. And in practical terms, it wouldn't have mattered either way, because if any of the real powers found out what I was carrying, legality would not have slowed them down by an afternoon. So legal or not, unless a legend personally came for me, I was not spitting any of it back out. I sat by the window of a hotel room with a map on the table. Bad map. The eastern part of Sinar is clear, and everything else is an outline. And I did something I'd been putting off, which was ask myself what I actually wanted. Because the excavation had solved money permanently. Physiological needs solved. Safety solved. After the fourth ring, first sublimation complete. With the gear I'd just built, the only thing that kills me is several legends deciding to gang up, and the odds of that are roughly the odds of being nuked in your sleep. Social needs. I glanced at Freya. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Esteem. Fourth ring caster. As long as I don't do something stupid, my social position is fine anywhere. Self-actualization. I looked down at the table. With everything I know from my previous life, maybe I could be the person who drags this era forward. And I immediately shook my head. Forget it. It's too much trouble. Very few pioneers end well, and I am not noble enough to be a martyr for a world's development schedule. And even if I were willing to eat that, Freya is standing next to me, and she can't. Because here's the truth I'd been circling for 2 years. After my parents died, I stopped feeling anything for this world at all. I received a complete education in a society that had left feudalism behind so long ago it was a history unit, and I have no fondness whatsoever for aristocracy. I don't want to work for feudal nobles. I wouldn't work for the famous legendary emperors from my own game history either. What should I do from now on? I ran through several career paths and rejected each one, and then I looked up. Freya, what are your thoughts on the future? Blank face. Okay, to put it another way, what kind of person do you intend to become? She lowered her head and thought about it properly for a while, then looked up. I want to become a great mage. A great mage, which is the old word, pre-Cassian. It means high-ring spellcaster. Is this your answer? A pursuit of power? She scratched her cheek, slightly embarrassed. Is there a problem? Wouldn't it be better to set a goal a little further ahead? No problem, I laughed. It's just a great mage. Freya can definitely do that. Why not be bold and become a legend? She paused, then nodded hard and smiled. Okay, let's become legends together. And I looked at her and thought, turning Freya into a legend sounds like a pretty interesting idea, which is the closest thing to a life goal I had found in 2 years. And it was not a noble impulse. It was a project. Also, it was not impossible. When she came out of the underworld in my last life and transformed into a lich, she was already half a step from legend, and that was with nobody teaching her anything. If uncontrolled development produces a semi-legend, then properly cultivated, the ceiling is the ceiling. So I looked at the map, at the Truth High Tower in Sinar, and at the Central Library in Donar. The tower has almost every famous spellcaster in the East under one roof, and every piece of new magical knowledge originates there. The Central Library was built by the first human empire and is said to contain all extraordinary knowledge. It hasn't been updated in centuries, but the back catalog is enormous. Both are good for her. Because, and this is the part that worried me, I have a wealth of knowledge, and a great deal of it is dangerous. It came from players doing insane things while convinced they were immortal, which they were. I know it intimately, so I'm fine. If Freya uses it, the danger is real. At low levels, it's manageable, because I'm watching and I can pull her back. At mid and high tiers, I might not be able to. So it's better for her to promote through local channels, prioritizing safety and stability. And if there isn't a suitable local method, I'll invent one. Our next targets are these 2 places, I pointed. Let's go to the Truth High Tower first. It's closer. She looked at the markings, understood none of it, and nodded. The Truth High Tower is a territory roughly the size of a duchy, on the coast, established by Cassian as land directly under the Emperor. That is not what it is anymore. Everything there is decided by the Truth Council. If the Silver Emperor himself walks in and doesn't want to offend the place, he follows the council's rules like everybody else. The road there was uneventful, because with 1 carriage and 1 companion, I wasn't making a show, and if I let even a little of my aura out through the window, no team on that road came near us. There's a reason for that, and it isn't fear of magic. Once you've completed the soul sublimation, you stop being the same category of thing as the person looking at you. Anybody who hasn't crossed that line feels it instinctively, the way a defenseless child feels about a large animal in the room. The closer we got, the more spellcasters appeared on the road, and I stopped broadcasting because arriving at the holy land of magic while radiating threat is not a first impression I wanted. At the entrance, we got out and queued with everybody else. Apprentices and low-ring casters around us bowed. Mid-tier casters don't queue, they flash a badge and walk in. I returned every bow properly because respect is mutual and they'd offered first. I also, and this was deliberate, returned them in moon elf etiquette rather than Cenar's, because in my last life I was an honorary citizen of the moon elves and I know every one of their forms cold, and I was in the process of building a persona. Several first-ring inspectors came over immediately. "Honorable sir, is there anything we can do for you?" I looked at the tower in the distance for a second, then turned around and returned the greeting. "Thank you, but I don't need any help." Then I took out a second-ring badge. "I just came down to queue." He glanced at it, and something flickered in his eyes. A spellcaster without a school? And then he thought about the elven etiquette, and arrived at a conclusion entirely on his own. A recluse from the moon elves. Not everybody wants to live in the tower. Plenty of casters build their own tower somewhere quiet and do their own research. And when a recluse comes out into the world and gets association certification for convenience, he registers as a wild mage because he has no school certificate. And reclusive casters don't trust the tower much. They get a badge for convenience and never show their real strength. Which was, in his view, obviously what was happening. He beamed. "Sir, if you are a fourth-ring spellcaster, you don't need to queue. There are testing tools over there. You can update your record on the spot if you don't mind. Please lead the way." "No trouble at all. This way." He was much happier now, because registering a mid-tier caster pays a bonus. Freya waited outside with the carriage, which technically isn't allowed in the camp, and which nobody was going to mention. Inside, I looked at the testing array, then at the man beside me. "Anything that's fourth ring will do, right?" He blinked, found the question strange, and nodded. I put my hand on the array and adjusted my soul output until it cleared the requirement by the smallest possible margin. He looked at the result, then at me, and said nothing. He got a fourth ring badge out of the cabinet and handed it over respectfully. "Sir, you may proceed directly in." "Thank you." After I left, he went straight to the array and checked the readings several times, and confirmed that I had landed exactly on the line. Then he thought about the pressure he'd felt standing next to me, and about the question I'd asked before touching the array. This was intentional, wasn't it? Sure enough, the reclusive spellcaster who doesn't trust the tower and won't show his real strength. With control that precise, he isn't ordinary. He's very likely beyond the fourth ring. Then he found a book, wrote down every one of his guesses, and sent it to his school. Because whether I was hiding anything didn't really matter. A mid-tier spellcaster with no school background who isn't a wild mage is somebody every school would love to recruit. He'd get a registration bonus from the tower either way, and selling the intelligence paid even if the recruitment failed. And while he was selling me, I walked into the Truth High Tower with a brand new fourth ring badge and everybody's eyes on my back. Let me lay out the persona properly, because I'm about to spend a long time inside it. Officially, I was born in an unregistered human tribe in the north. Then the cult killed that tribe, which took me from undocumented to stateless, which is a bad answer to give anybody. A spellcaster living in seclusion among the moon elves is a much better one. Hard to disprove, I spent a long time with the moon elves in my previous life, learning elven magic, and I'm confident I could convince an actual moon elf that I'd lived among them. There are plenty of reclusive casters in their territory, and even their officials don't have a complete list. And I had a genuine letter of recommendation from an elven ambassador, which I'd asked for out of pure convenience 2 years earlier, and which now propped up a fabricated biography perfectly. The most important part, though, is that I had the goods to sell it. I knew enough magic, and I was strong enough that the story could carry any weight I put on it. Because the tower talks about knowledge and power, and then, in practice, looks at your background first. A recluse isn't prestigious. It beats wild mage. And crucially, if I walked in as a wild mage, my knowledge would be impossible to explain. As a recluse, it's inherited, or it's my own research. Done. The first city inside is called Starting City, and it is exactly what it sounds like. Every talent recruited by every school from anywhere in the world arrives here first. It has the broadest, most complete stock of basic knowledge and material on the continent, and theoretically it can support you to the third ring and no further, because there's nothing higher for sale. I walked down the street looking at a black tower in the middle of the city, 6th ring caster's mage tower. In a defensive fight, with the tower's advantages, even a high-tier caster would have to work. Under his shadow, starting city doesn't have trouble. Anyone who tries gets flattened and jailed, regardless of who their family is. While I was reminiscing, a hidden gaze came off the tower and settled on me. I looked up, met it, smiled, and nodded. He saw the badge on my chest, acknowledged it, and withdrew. Perceptive. Then I went to find a hotel and thought about the situation. 4 out of 10 people in that city are transcendents. Not everyone, because somebody still has to do the work that keeps a city running, and no transcendent is spending his time on that. But 4 in 10. I saw more transcendents in a week there than in my entire life in this world before it. And the city runs on magic. Magical devices everywhere. Almost all of them the lowest tier, and it doesn't matter, because widespread beats powerful. It gives the whole place a texture nowhere outside has. Freya stared openly at a carriage with no horse in front of it, moving on its own. Because I had never taught her anything about magical machinery, except how to break it efficiently. There were also, since this is a caster city, magical creatures everywhere. She watched an eagle the size of a large dog cruise low overhead, and then looked at Grey Crow on her shoulder. Compared to that thing, Grey Crow looks small and about as threatening as a hat. He caught her looking, tilted his head, and touched the top of his own head with a wing. He seems a bit simple-minded, Freya thought, which is what he wants people to think. In an actual fight, he goes ethereal and puts a hole through the back of your skull. Back in the Casey Mountains, he used to go out hunting extraordinary beasts when he was bored. Every so often, he'd come home with a corpse, or with extraordinary materials that he had definitely stolen from somewhere. The hotel room had a switch on the wall. Lights came on from the ceiling. I found them too bright and turned them down a notch. If ordinary inns are medieval, that room was early industrial. I opened a cabinet and cold air came out. Refrigerator. I closed it, and then I noticed a small notebook on the table. Instructions for use. Of course, this is starting city. Half the people arriving here have never seen a light switch. I read the whole thing in under a minute and looked up to explain it to Freya. Where's Freya? The bathroom light was on. I knocked. Freya, are you in there? Pause. I'm figuring out how to use this thing. May I come in? She was squatting in front of the bathtub, silently studying a magic array on it, in the manner of someone who intends to solve this by staring. I crouched next to her, put my hand on the array, and activated it the way the manual described. Hot water came out of the pipe. She watched, reached over, and pressed the other array. Cold water came out of the other pipe. Is that how it was done? I put the manual down in front of her. Manual, take a look. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the tower, a report landed on a desk. The man picked it up, read one page, tossed it back down. A newly promoted 4th ring wild mage. And then what? Is there anything to worry about? It's impossible to pass the Truth Council's assessment in less than a decade. I said, don't just look at one page. The important parts are at the end. The female spellcaster across from him rolled her eyes. What's behind that? I'd like to see what makes some wild mage who popped out of nowhere worth your personal visit. He picked it back up and flipped to the last few pages. And his expression changed as he read. Is the information accurate? Accurate. Our people in Starting City specifically confirmed it. This spellcaster is definitely not an ordinary 4th ring. Tisk, a recluse from the Moon Elves. I never thought those die-hard conservatives would actually come out. He tapped the table. Find out why he came. Try to befriend him. If he intends to join the tower, try to get his vote. If you can, great. If not, do your best to stop the other schools getting it. One vote may not affect the council, but it could affect the local situation, and a recluse might know things we don't. Better to be cautious. Clear, then I'll pass on your orders. She turned to leave. Oh, right, he looked up. Use the school's connections and send him a page from the wisdom book in advance. Then, recalling the report, make it 2 pages. Deduct the fee from my account. Okay. I understand. Please thank him for me. I closed the door on the spellcaster who'd delivered them and came back with 2 emerald green pages. Freya sat down and looked at them. Is this the wisdom book for the Truth High Tower? It looks so ordinary. Yes. You know how to use it, right? I handed her one. No. I opened my grimoire's casing and installed mine in the slot I'd built for exactly this, and fed it magic. Lines appeared on the page, crossed and resolved into a lit background. Exactly like turning on a computer. A beginner's guide appeared. I read it in one pass. The current version of the Wisdom Book is old. It's a genuinely clunky forum from about 2 software generations ago, and in this world, it is a piece of high technology only a few people are allowed to touch. I registered an account and logged into the largest public forum, and the first thing that hit me was the journals. The Truth Hightower's real product is periodicals. Spellcasters publish their latest experimental reports in them, and if you want to keep up with the field, subscribing is the cheapest way to do it. If you want fame, you submit, get on the front page of a well-known journal, and your name goes across every caster community in Sinar. If you want money, same route, because a valuable report pays royalties and readership fees. Basically, every spellcaster in Sinar takes pride in being published, which also means the well-known journals are owned by the large schools, because influence plus profit is not something you leave lying around. None of that interested me. I don't need advanced technique, I need basics. So I scrolled. Public forum, so most of it was ordinary. Simple discussions. People buying knowledge and materials. People looking for teammates for commissions. Nobody discusses anything important on a public forum. There are also invitation-only private forums, school official ones, small group chats, and forums for secret societies. Those are where the real conversation happens, because there's baseline trust inside them, which I could not access because they're invite-only, and I'd been in the country for 4 days. And then, while I was thinking exactly that, an invitation popped up in the corner of the page. I tapped it. Anonymous invites you to join the forum Truth. Do you accept? I actually stopped. Because the Truth Forum is the high-level one, founded jointly by several of the top schools, minimum requirement 4th ring, and even at 4th ring, you need school approval to get in. Almost no player in my previous life ever got in there. No assessment required? And then I understood, and it made me feel briefly ancient. In my last life, the reason it was locked down was players. They flooded it, posted nonsense, and generally polluted a functioning academic platform until the Truth Council ordered every player expelled and required council review for any player application. There are no players in this world yet, so nobody has locked it down. It's just a forum with a high bar. Speaking of which, this year is Silver Calendar 1440. If this were the game world, open beta started a long time ago. If there were players, this place would not be this quiet. There would be news, there would be incidents, there would be somebody trying to sell a horse to a statue. I sat with that for a second. If there are no players in this world, how does its future differ from the one I remember? And I thought it through, carefully, and reached a conclusion. Not much. Because the main storyline of Millennium War was written by the developers. Main plot NPCs are invulnerable. Players literally cannot attack them. Players follow the story, they don't move it. And in the cutscenes that actually drive the plot, players don't appear at all. The only things players decide are regional side quests, and those stay regional. Honestly, my hollowing out every ruin in the Kessi Mountains a century early probably did more damage to the timeline than the entire player base ever did. That's real wealth that will not be in the West's development budget when it needs it. But whatever. What a boring future without any change. It's pointless to relive a future I've already lived. I accepted the invitation. The Truth Forum was smaller and much better. I clicked a random thread and there were a dozen spellcasters in it, citing reports and papers at each other, arguing properly, occasionally posting their own lab data as a rebuttal. Over 1,000 replies. The improvement plan under discussion had been revised into a dozen distinct versions. I couldn't read most of it because I hadn't spent silver points to unlock the thread or bought into the discussion. So I looked at version 1 of the plan, spent a few minutes designing a slightly better one, and posted that as my entry fee. Then I watched it clear review, closed the thread, skimmed the other titles, found nothing interesting, and left. Then I spent 100 silver points creating a private forum with a 10-person cap, and invited Freya. She was browsing free posts on her own page. She blinked at the notification. "It's me," I said. She accepted, then looked up. "We've always been doing activities together. Why waste points?" In case. As founder, I had full authority, so I made her an administrator immediately. Because the current Wisdom Book has no private messaging. It only does forums, which means the only way for 2 people to talk privately is to build a forum for 2 people. And one day, Freya is going to be somewhere I'm not, in trouble, and she is going to need a way to reach me. 100 points is nothing. She said nothing and went back to reading. I opened the public forum and clicked into the Q&A section, looked at the questions ordinary casters were asking, picked one at random. Not advanced. I thought about it and answered. Left. Opened a second thread. Because here's the thing about a fabricated identity. An aura only gets you so far. To squeeze into the circle of high-tier spellcasters at the Truth High Tower, I needed to demonstrate knowledge. Answering questions is an excellent way to do that. And remember, a single page of the Wisdom Book costs 1,000 silver points. Somebody had just given me 2 for free as a hello. 2,000 points. That is not a small school. And since the Wisdom Book was their gift, my registered account was obviously being watched by them. So the audience was already in the room. For the next 10 days or so, I spent several hours a day answering hard questions on the forum. Between sessions, I wandered Starting City, learned the current state of every institution inside the tower, and spent silver points buying every piece of extraordinary knowledge that was for sale. Because here's my actual weakness. Almost everything I know came from players, and players optimize for speed and power. Stability and safety are not considerations, because a player character is not worth much, and if something goes wrong, you kill yourself and start over. As long as you suicide fast enough, the crash debuff never catches you. Equipment crafting is the exception. Alchemy, enchanting, mechanics, because gear is real money. But I am not a player anymore. I have one life. Stability and safety are suddenly the entire game. In practice, that meant I'd been extremely conservative. After the first ring, which was forced with the Dark Plane's blessing using player theory, every promotion since had been slow, careful, prepared for both success and failure. 2 years to reach the 4th ring. If I'd followed player theory with the resources I looted out of those ruins, I'd be a high-tier spellcaster by now, assuming I didn't die. The problem is the success rate on a player-style rush is under 1 in 1,000, and almost every method requires doing something violent to your own soul. Dismember it, split it, crush it, merge it. In the game I did all of that cheerfully. In reality I would rather not. And most of those methods require fusing a large number of souls. Even when it works, the price is real. In the game that's a debuff. Here, after you fuse a large number of souls, is he still himself? So I need the tower. Not for anything advanced. For a stable, safe, thoroughly tested foundation built by thousands of people over centuries. And then I put both theory sets side by side and started using the upgraded brain to build a third one that was mine. I also subscribed to several months of the more valuable newspapers, using the money from the island purification. Which is my favorite detail in this whole period. An entire island of undead, 15 days of ritual, and the payout financed a magazine subscription. I only spent a few hours a day answering questions. The problem is that I have seen every possible question. In my previous life, once I got famous, the club required me to stream, which meant answering fan questions live on a schedule. Fan questions are magnificently varied. Beyond the people who genuinely want to know something, there are people who buy an account specifically to construct a problem for me to solve. And after enough streams, all the normal questions are used up, so the only content left is people trying to break me. Most of their work was terrible. But as more of them did it, the good ones got genuinely difficult. Compared to that, a forum of professionals asking sincere technical questions is a holiday. So I swept the board. In just over 10 days, I resolved more than 3,000 threads in the public Q&A section and more than 1,000 inside truth. Fewer than 50 of my answers weren't accepted, and the account's reputation went across that forum like a fire in a dry field. Because I don't check the reward before answering, which meant wild mages and low-ring casters realized they could ask anything through the public wisdom books in their city terminals and might get it solved for free. I did draw one line. Some of the threads offered a couple of silver points, which is transparently trying to get something for nothing. 10 or 20 points, fine. They're broke. But 1 point is an insult with a price tag on it. How can we tolerate this? So I wouldn't answer, and I'd blacklist the poster. After a while, I couldn't walk through Starting City without hearing about myself, which is when the schools noticed properly and the persona took hold, and I'd like to read you the version they assembled. A 4th-ring spellcaster who lived in seclusion among the moon elves left them to travel in search of a path upward. He went north first and killed a large number of cultists for unknown reasons, then south into Sinar, took some commissions, then spent 2 years in the famous Kessi Mountains, apparently running experiments, then arrived at the Truth High Tower. From that, they concluded, a spellcaster walking the continent for advancement, who will stay a few years and then leave for somewhere else, the Kingdom of Light in the west, say, or the Second Phoenix Empire in the southeast, both of which have knowledge systems the tower doesn't. Which was, frankly, better intelligence work than I expected, and completely correct in outline. There was also one dissenting voice, and I want to include it because I enjoyed it. Somebody wrote a long anonymous post on the public forum, citing similar historical cases at the tower, tracking my account's activity, and using a very reasonable and objective tone to demonstrate that I was a fraud, that the mass answering was a play for reputation, and once I had what I wanted, I would drop it and disappear. The comments turned into a war. My side, judge people by their actions. Even if he wants fame, so what? He's saving us silver points and solving our problems. That's already pretty good. Their side, his motives are impure. The relationship is transactional. He's using you as a stepping stone. Why are you defending him? Did he pay you? To which I said, publicly, well said, he's definitely not a good person, and blacklisted him. There are infinite questions on that forum. None of them are hard for me. Why would I spend my time on people who don't like me? 10 days of that, and my mailbox was full of invitations. I accepted all of them and pursued none of them, because Starting City is a starting city, and there is nothing in a starting village. Basic items, no entry barrier, buy what you like with points. I'd already bought everything for sale. Freya sat at the table counting the invitations like playing cards. There are so many schools here. The tower houses nearly half the human spellcasters alive, I said. The bar for founding a school isn't high. Registration needs 1 4th ring caster, and plenty of them don't meet that and don't register. So should we create a school? There's no need. I don't plan to take apprentices, and I don't plan to stay long. Besides, it's just the two of us. What I didn't say, the tower is not going to be peaceful for many more years. Council fights, school reforms, the Colossus Project, the Tower of Babel, the God-making project. I intend to be somewhere else for all of it. So which city are we going to next? I pulled one invitation off the bottom of the stack and waved it. Blue Radiance. Massimo School sent 2 pages of the Wisdom Book and got their invitation in first. We should give them some face. She opened her Wisdom Book and found the public entry on them, which she now did automatically, which had become a reflex faster than I expected. Massimo School. Split off from the plastination discipline centuries ago, specializing in ray transformation, which is to say, lightning. Large, old, controls one large city on its own. Current head is a 6th ring caster named Mahmoudi, who runs the administration because the school's actual high-tier casters can't be bothered. Would lightning be suitable? She asked. Why is it inappropriate? I put the invitation back down. Freya, I've mainly taught you dark element, wood element, and negative energy. You still need to understand the rest, or you won't know what to do when you meet it. Because I'd considered making her an all-element caster like me, and the cost and time is absurd. Better she meditate and get stronger. Also, knowing a little of everything at the 1st ring will not save you from a 2nd ring specialist. Breadth is a luxury you buy later. I see. When do we set off? I looked at the pile of books on the other side of the room and put a hand over my face. Let's wait a few days. There are still some things I haven't finished reading, because Starting City only stocks basic knowledge, and precisely because of that, it stocks the widest and strangest range on the continent. Schools sell approved basics here at the council's request, and low to mid wild mages sell their own homebrew methods to make rent. The homebrew is unreliable. It is also cheap and wild and imaginative in ways an institution never is, and every single one of those authors got somewhere on it. I bought one of everything. That's a job nobody else can do, because you need to be able to tell gold from sand instantly or you'll be led straight off a cliff. Freya can't do it yet, so it was mine, and it was large. Which is why we were still in the city when the chess club happened. I went there to eat. The Wisdom Book said the food was better than most restaurants, and eating is one of my hobbies. While waiting for it, I played chess with Freya, badly, on the 2nd floor. That club exists because spellcasters needed somewhere to argue. It's beneath a caster to socialize in a tavern like a person. They can't afford Wisdom Books. So they took over a chess hall, and the owner, who is a genius, built them a debate platform on the ground floor, then partnered with several regulars who later made 4th ring and used their names to advertise. Now the only people who go there are spellcasters. Halfway through my meal, the ground floor erupted. I looked down with interest. 3 groups, 2 arguing, 1 enjoying it. What are they trying to do? Freya said. They probably started arguing again while chatting. Then the whole room moved to the central platform. The attendants rang the bells, the hall went quiet, the two sides sat down opposite each other, saluted, and began. And the subject was the end of the world as they knew it. Because the Rose War had just killed a generation for nothing. The Truth High Tower had assumed it would last a year or two. The Silver Empire was humanity's second empire. What was Inter going to fight it with? And instead, it ran 25 years and ended in mutual exhaustion. And the Tower's spellcasters, who are recruited from every corner of the empire and do quietly identify with it, took that badly. And then, immediately afterward, news arrived that the central country in Donar had collapsed under the Green Tide, both human empires. At the same time, both invaded, both failed. So a generation of very intelligent people started asking why, and formed schools that studied magic and also studied the future of the human state. One side, downstairs, wanted the feudal system of Cassian's era restored, more local autonomy, energize nobles, rebuild the noble legions. The other wanted centralization, strip local autonomy, concentrate everything at the center, build one professional army. They were, in fact, arguing about the exact question I would be answering with an army in 6 years, on a different continent, with knives. I did not know that yet. I ate my dinner. What actually happened to those people matters. Those naive little schools are the ones who set the whole West on fire. They kept arguing and kept refining until each side had a theory that worked perfectly on paper. And since no theory beats an experimental report in the tower, the only way to win was to prove it. So they left. They traveled to every country that would have them and offered to rebuild it, and the monarchs chose them, and they chose the monarchs. They refused kings who didn't understand the theory, and kings without the power to push it through. And almost every country that reformed got stronger, and every ruler who got stronger got hungrier, which is how a debate in a chess hall becomes an era of war. In my previous life, I made a great deal of money off that era and thoroughly enjoyed it. But the past is the past. In a game, I can be a maniac. In reality, I am a complete pacifist. Ask me again in 6 years. The debate lasted 3 days and 3 nights, spread across the whole city, and drew spellcasters in from other cities who dropped what they were doing and came to argue in person because casters prefer face-to-face. I could not go out to eat without walking into 4 of them. I accelerated the gold panning, finished in 10 days, packed, and fled. Blue Radiance sits under a permanent black sky. You enter Massimo territory and the clouds close over and stay closed, and lightning goes off in them constantly. And there are streetlights along the roads because otherwise nobody could see. Freya sat up front watching it, which she had never seen. Then she reached out and pulled the dense lightning element around her into her right hand and made a ball out of it, and let a little of the current leak into her fingers. She found the tingling entertaining. The first time she did it, it was an accident. Everything after that was on purpose. She electrocuted herself for a while, got bored, and dispersed it. 10 minutes later, a bright gaze arrived from a long way off. Even she felt it. It looked at the outside of the carriage and did not look inside. She remembered what I'd told her, took the Massimo invitation out of her bracelet, and held it up. A thread of lightning came down out of the sky and landed on the paper, and the invitation drank it and glowed faintly. The gaze softened, got respectful, and left. Blue Radiance's walls fill your entire field of vision. Current runs across the stone. Unstable clots of it come loose and float away. Enormous runes are cut into the wall to keep the whole thing restrained. Massimo's school has permanently rewritten the weather of an entire region, which is, incidentally, extremely illegal. Cassian banned necromancers from permanent environmental modification. That does not mean everyone else was free. Small-scale permanent changes inside a laboratory, fine. Rewriting the sky over a city violates every rule he set. If Cassian saw this, he'd clean out that school from the top down. Cassian is 1,000 years dead, and the Silver Empire's control over the tower is functionally zero, so his rules are decoration, and both sides pretend not to notice. A third-ring caster met us at the gate and took us to a guest floor in the mage tower. Blue Radiance is a genuinely impressive city. Clean, ordered, factories and towers venting elemental output, buildings that eat the lightning out of the sky and turn it into power. Trees along the streets that absorb that power and radiate lightning and life back out. Elemental beings made of current patrolling and, as a secondary duty, sweeping up leaves. There's an electric tram line. There was a tram at the platform. If Starting City has finished its first industrialization, Blue Radiance is 30 years further on. None of it moved me, because I have seen a floating city. Our guide was visibly disappointed by that, and then extremely pleased when he noticed Freya looking at everything. He straightened up. He got ready. And then Freya, who is curious but not a tourist, never asked a single question, and he had to walk the entire distance to the tower, holding a speech he never got to give. He left looking crushed. 2 days later, Massimo hosted the first academic exchange, and I put on the gear I'd built in the Kessi Mountains for the first time. Up to then, I'd worn the old elven robes to keep a low profile, but elven export gear frightens ordinary casters and reads as cheap to a big school, so I changed. I stood in front of the mirror at a white-haired, red-eyed boy in a robe I'd woven myself and felt something was off. Then I remembered, and the bracelet flashed, and I put the 4th ring badge on my chest. That's about it. The exchange was, on paper, academic, and in practice, both sides taking each other's measurements. I demonstrated an obscene breadth of knowledge. They brought out enough of their heritage to prove they weren't a joke. Both parties confirmed the other was worth trading with, and it ended quickly, having achieved its actual purpose. I received a list of knowledge Massimo would exchange, not for silver points, for new knowledge, with the value of my contributions to be assessed by divination and then confirmed by internal review. I wasn't worried about being cheated. Big schools don't burn their reputation over one deal. I also received a stack of private invitations from individual Massimo spellcasters. Those were the actual prize. Officially, the school will never hand me anything good. Privately, a caster's own research is his own property, and the school has no say in it. I accepted almost all of them. Then I went back to my room, poured myself chilled juice out of the refrigerator, sat down with paper, and designed something. Because I'd been paying attention on the way in. Massimo can catch lightning, and they immediately convert it into other energy. The few buildings that store it as lightning do so at terrible efficiency and are surrounded by cleared ground and stationed casters. Their storage is expensive and questionably safe, so a cheap, safe lightning storage solution has value to them. I didn't remember one, so I designed one. Binding array to hold and store the charge, a switch for input and output, a casing that prioritizes stability and safety while staying as cheap as possible. Simple, understandable design. Using the basics I'd bought in Starting City, plus everything from my previous life, deliberately kept unimpressive, because being 1 step ahead is genius and 3 steps ahead is madness, and I have a persona to protect. Also, honestly, anything too advanced they wouldn't be able to read, and I'd have to write out the underlying theory myself. Far easier to take existing local theory, modify it, and hand it over in a language they already speak. It sounds simple. It was the hardest thing I'd done in months, because answering a forum question just requires the answer. A design has to be explained, every step justified, every claim supported by a local citation. Dancing in shackles is a very uncomfortable feeling. I was still at it when the door opened and Freya came in, clean and tidy. "You're back? How are you feeling?" She sat down opposite me, naturally, and said, hesitantly, "The spellcasters I've encountered so far all seem a bit weak." I put the pen down. "Tell me, how exactly are they weak?" "The spells I've encountered are limited, mostly lightning evocation, easy to counter. They don't have much combat skill. A lot of them just stand there casting at each other, and at most, they dodge." Then, recalling a specific man, "They never seemed to think about what to do if someone got close. Almost zero close combat experience, completely unprepared." Pause. "Also, they're delicate. One kick and they're in so much pain they can't move. Although they look strong, their actual combat strength is worrying. The few 3rd ring casters I met couldn't threaten me even after using all their items." There was genuine surprise in her voice. Here's what she was reporting on. She'd gone to the duel arena because Blue Radiance's arena is significantly better than Starting City's, which caps out around the 1st or 2nd ring, registered with her 3rd ring badge, and asked for the group format. Registration, strategic gameplay, and group battles. "Are you planning to participate in the group battle solo?" According to the rules, you can select the total number of opponents. Any number less than 10 is acceptable. The receptionist processed that and then asked whether she had a wisdom book, and Freya opened her grimoire and showed him one, and he stiffened, scanned it to confirm it was real, and mentally rewrote everything he'd assumed about the wild mage in front of him. Are there really such wealthy people among wild mages? Her first opponent was a noble in gorgeous clothing with genuine enchantments on it, ornaments up and down him, and a staff with a blue gem in it, who waved at his fans and did not look at her twice, because the list of third-ring casters in blue radiance who could threaten him was short, and a stranger was not on it. Freya, who has been beaten into the floor by me on a daily basis for 2 years, took him extremely seriously. The referee called it, and she started casting immediately. And he performed a noble salute. She stopped mid-spell and stood there, because this was apparently a friendly exchange, and she had been about to open with a killing move. So she returned the salute properly. Then they fought. He opened with a lightning strike. She put up a dark element shield and threw a shadow ball, using the grimoire to call 2 second-ring models almost simultaneously, which is the part he actually should have noticed. The lightning hit her shield and cracked across it, and the shield started failing fast, because destruction always beats protection. It bought her enough. Second ring, devour. The failing shield inflated with darkness and swallowed every scrap of lightning on its own surface, and she folded the absorbed current into the shield. He detonated her shadow ball with a bolt and dodged the blast, and his robes ate the rest. Then they traded for a few minutes, and the platform filled with loose elements, and the crowd loved it. And Freya, casting at a completely level rhythm, thought, "It seems there's nothing else. It feels a bit weak. Let's move on to the next one." She stood still and turned pages. Third ring, Shadow Tide. Because every dark spell she'd thrown for the last 4 minutes had left residue all over that arena, and she had been doing that on purpose. The residue was the reagent. It cut her cast time by about 80%. Black hands came up out of the floor in a wave. A pair of them broke through his shield and took his ankles. He rang a bell on his belt and shattered the first wave. The second arrived. He burned every item he had. She kept feeding the tide with shadow erosion and devour, and each wave came in stronger than the last, and in under 2 minutes the black closed over the top of him. She shut the grimoire and dropped the skull, and the sphere collapsed, and he was unconscious inside it. "Number 1 has won this battle!" The crowd went up. Freya glanced at her wisdom book to confirm the result, and walked off without a word, because she had come there to fight and had no opinion about the audience. Then she went back to her room, checked the schedule, and meditated, because she'd deliberately dragged that fight out to see Massimo's magic and had burned a lot doing it. She had almost no recovery window. It didn't matter. She uses a meditation technique I built specifically for magic recovery, and in an era before meditation techniques were specialized, the arena's official estimate, the time it takes a school caster to recover a third of his magic was enough to bring her to full. "A group of flowers grown in a greenhouse," she concluded. "That's right," I said, still designing. "It's too peaceful here. With the council keeping order, there are basically no private feuds. The duel arena is the only place they touch violence. It's not surprising." She poured herself juice and refilled mine. "By the way, since that's the case, are we still going tomorrow?" "Go," she said immediately. "They're not strong, but there aren't many spellcasters outside for me to practice with either. Besides, the competition I entered isn't over. Since I've joined, I might as well finish." Then she glanced at the drafts on the table and didn't ask. I tidied them up. "Okay, be careful. If anything happens, tell me immediately." "I see." I copied the design with magic, put the original in the bracelet, sealed the copy in a box, and pushed magic into a small circle on the wall. An attendant arrived within a minute. "Send it for testing." The results came back the next morning and were exactly what I expected. I wrote down what I wanted in exchange, sent the attendant back out, put the whole thing out of my head, and went to answer a private invitation, because a fourth-ring caster named Laszlo Kovacs wanted advice on a major project. Not command, advice. I knew the difference, and I intended to respect it, because I had contributed nothing to that project and had no standing to touch it. Kovacs is worth 30 seconds. He was the eldest son of an unnamed duchy under the Silver Empire, first in line, guaranteed a throne. With the empire as a safety net, all he had to do was avoid central politics and be a comfortable local tyrant for 60 years. He gave it up, arrived at the Truth High Tower alone with a caravan and almost no money, and worked his way from nothing to wild mage apprentice in Starting City, then into a school, then to the fourth ring. Every step of it himself, which is probably why he'd spoken up for me during the exchange and invited me first. Since Kovacs is friendly, I'll be friendly. His laboratory was in the northeast. Inside it, a torrent of lightning was pouring into a building, getting filtered on the way in, and then vaporizing the extraordinary vegetation he was trying to cultivate with it. "It seems we have failed." He turned around and bowed and smiled. "Welcome." "Good morning, Mr. Kovacs." I looked at the wreck. Is this an attempt to cultivate extraordinary vegetation with lightning? That's true. He picked up paper and recorded the run as he talked. Using natural lightning could take a lot of pressure off our people, but as you can see, progress isn't smooth. Natural lightning's intensity is impossible to control. No matter how the filter array is set, it's either too high and destroys the plants, or too low and does nothing. I had the answer before he finished the sentence. He wants to control current intensity. Any mechanic from 300 years in the future solves this before lunch. Even the current gnomes could probably do it. But I was not going to reveal mechanics. So I solved it with magic instead, which required a full set of filtering, identifying, diverting, sorting, and summarizing spells, and which was not a problem. Have you tried diverting? Diversion? Split the chaotic lightning into separate currents according to intensity. That would require a fourth ring spellcaster. It isn't worth it. Which is correct and also the whole point of his project. He's trying to reduce dependence on casters. If the answer needs a fourth ring, the school already has a cheaper system. No. This doesn't require a fourth ring spellcaster. I took a piece of common metal out of the bracelet and engraved lightning-resistant spells onto it. Could you summon some natural lightning for me? He didn't know where I was going, and he was curious, which is the best quality a researcher has. He fired the expensive storage device. I guided the bolt into the metal block, and because of the resistance array, the weaker current was stopped and the stronger current went through. This, although there are only two types, I said, putting it on the table, we can try other materials and eventually find suitable ones. He picked up the block, ignoring the current still crawling on it, and turned it over. How did you find out about this method? I shrugged. Haven't you seen the magical armor outside? They use this principle to defend against spells. Then, because it was obvious once you said it, oh, speaking of which, perhaps we could ask the dwarves? They've crafted a lot of armor with elemental resistance. They'd know which materials resist strongest. He declined that part after thinking it over, which I also respected. There aren't many dwarves in the Silver Empire, and they're all on the eastern border, and the tower is in the southwest, and he didn't know any personally, and transport cost matters when you need volume, local materials, or nothing. So we did it the slow way. 2 fourth-ring casters, hundreds of candidate materials, his warehouse. We settled on 5, low to high resistance, chosen on cost-effectiveness and production volume. 3 sourced inside Massimo territory, 2 available in bulk from other schools. Then we handmade 5 plates to test the process, and I floated them, and he fired the storage again. A full natural bolt went through 5 plates and split into 6 intensity bands, all held in my control. He unfolded 6 filter arrays. I dropped 1 band into each. They stabilized. He tuned them until all 6 agreed. Then I merged all 6 back into one and put it into the rebuilt building below. And the extraordinary vegetation stood there in a stable, adequate, absolutely non-lethal rain of lightning and started absorbing it. It seems we succeeded. Said Kovacs in the voice of a man watching several years of work resolve. We'd only done it that fast because there were 2 fourth-ring casters in the room. Everything we did by hand can be done with a spell circle, which means Massimo now has access to a much larger supply of lightning element material, which means more wealth, which means more apprentices, which means a bigger school. Kovacs' reward was going to be substantial, and he'd earned most of it. The intensity research, the containment structures, that was all him. He'd been stuck for a long time on exactly one step, how to produce lightning of a specific intensity, cheaply, at scale. He looked at me. Your name will appear in the project's author list. I'll explain your role to the school. In addition to the points, if you need anything else, I can help you apply for it. Any knowledge on the school's list is acceptable. I said it immediately, without any dance. Understood. I'll do my best to get it for you. And he thought better of me for it, because he came out of the wild mage tradition, and in that tradition, fighting for what you're owed is correct, and playing humble is only for people with the backing to survive it. Refuse, and you get nothing, and everybody quietly notes that you can be given nothing. It was 7 in the evening when I looked at the clock. Freya should have gone back by now. I declined an invitation to stay nearby, caught the last tram, and went home, and pushed open the door onto a completely dark room. Where are Freya's people? Nothing in there. I went down and asked a servant. She had not come back, which was wrong. She's punctual to the minute. I stood in the tower entrance and opened the wisdom book. Nothing on our private forum. I posted a question, closed the grimoire, and started walking toward the only duel arena in blue radiance. Inside the arena, Freya was standing in the middle of the largest platform with 29 other spellcasters. It was supposed to be a free-for-all. The instant the referee started it, all 29 turned around and attacked her. She could take any of them one-on-one. 29 at once is a different sport. Her robe had elemental scars on it. Her third ring undead stood beside her with a bone sword and a soul fire flickering hard, and its skin opened in a dozen places. Greycrow hung above her, watching the ring close. They didn't give her a breath. She rebuilt a shield, and a dozen second ring spells arrived from every angle at once. She moved. Second ring, rise wall, twice, and 2 earthen walls came up beside her and ate most of it. The undead went first, dark aura up, and broke the leading spell apart with one swing. Second ring, sprint. Second ring, leap forward. Both on the undead. It jumped and landed directly on top of a second ring caster. They tried to stop it, and it ignored every single spell, because it's a melee-built undead, and its magic resistance is not weaker than a third ring knight's. The caster it landed on panicked, lost his model, ate the backlash, and got his shield opened and himself thrown off the platform in one motion. Then it went to work on the rest. The remaining casters, watching people leave, panicked and dumped everything on the undead, which meant they stopped watching Freya, which meant Freya suppressed all 5 third-ring casters on the field by herself and intercepted almost everything they threw. The undead, tanking first and second ring spells like weather, went through 8 second ring casters at the cost of an arm, half its stomach, and most of its remaining skin. Then everybody with fewer than 3 rings ran to the far side of the platform, so the undead, following orders and instinct, ignored them, walked up behind the nearest third ring caster, and stabbed him in the back. Good sneak attack, honest work. The bone sword went through his elemental shield without slowing down, and highly corrosive dark element went through the blade into his body, and he had never fought dark element before and had no idea how to resist it, so his magic destabilized, and the third ring spell he was holding backfired into his own soul. The undead pulled the sword out, picked him up, and threw him off the stage. At which point the scales tipped, and Freya stopped holding anything back. She let the grimoire open all the way, and it lit up black, and Greycrow cried out overhead and fed her. Third ring, curse of flesh. Third ring, paralyzing impact. Third ring, vitality deprivation. 2 more third ring casters went down, and she stood there and looked calmly at what was left, and the undead started walking toward the nearest of them, ignoring the pieces of itself falling off as it went. The remaining third ring casters looked at each other and raised their hands together. I concede. And once they folded, the rest folded in about 4 seconds. The referee called it, and the entire hall went silent. Nobody had expected that. Not the 29, not the audience. 1 against 29 is not a thing that happens. On the platform, they stared at a masked girl who had nothing visible but a pair of cold eyes, and I'm told the pressure coming off that was considerable. She did not say a single word. She collected her damaged undead. She put out her right hand, and every scrap of dark element she'd left inside the unconscious casters came out and returned to her palm, because leaving it in them would do further damage, and she wasn't there to maim anyone. Then she turned around and walked off. Only then did the hall start clapping. Even the people she'd beaten. Some of them, though, watched her back with something else on their faces. Back in her room, she found my post and answered it. I got the reply while walking. Her fights the previous day had gone fast, so she'd entered more of them. The second half of the bracket had been scheduled late, which was why she was still there. That wasn't the point. The point was her read. In the later rounds, she'd been targeted. Every single opponent had gone all out to grind her down rather than win. The organizers kept shaving her rest periods with no intention of letting her meditate back to full. She'd thought nothing of it until she was standing in the middle of a 29-man dog pile. Someone is watching me, she guessed. Which surprised me because we were Massimo's invited guests, and Blue Radiance has 5 mage towers monitoring the entire city. Any spell cast in public is detected immediately. Who is stupid enough to move on us here? Surprised or not, take it seriously. I told her to stay inside the arena until I came for her personally. She got the message just as the organizers sent someone to bring her out for her next match. She read it. She replied to me first, slowly, while the servant waited. Then she stood up and walked to the door. The other door. The one that leaves. Sir, it's time for you to go on stage. If you don't, it will be seen as a voluntary surrender. Freya kept walking. The servant got in front of her. Sir, you've taken the wrong turn. Freya looked at her and said, calmly, tell those guys up there, I give up. She had a third of her magic and could absolutely still fight. She's also not an idiot. She was there to broaden her horizons and learn what a schoolcaster is worth. There is no reason she has to win. And the servant's anxiety was the confirmation. Somebody was watching, and if so, why should she dance for them? My lord, if it weren't for your presence then… Freya stopped and looked at the pitiful, pleading woman in front of her, and, being suspicious now, cast a spell to enhance her eyes. And in her magical vision, the negative energy packed inside that woman was clearly visible, and the malice in it was pointed directly at her. Jealousy, resentment, hostility. And underneath all of it, greed. Somebody had dangled something big to get her working properly. And not one single trace of positive energy. Not one flicker of guilt about taking money to trap a stranger. Open, Freya said. Sir, please, if you give up, I'll be beaten to death, please. And the woman performed, genuinely well. Freya's assessment afterward was 3 parts fear, 3 parts pain, 2 parts expectation, 2 parts pleading. Without negative energy magic, she might have believed it. What's it to me? Let go. No, don't. And she grabbed on. Bang! Freya kicked her across the room. That's open disrespect, and Freya is friendly to ordinary people because I taught her to be, and being friendly is not the same as being a mark. You're the kind of person who only thinks about yourself. And she left. Then, following my instructions, she did not run for the exit. She found a quiet corner of a public area and sat down to meditate and wait. She didn't get long. A group arrived. A third-ring caster in front waved, and his people spread out and surrounded her. She opened her eyes. What's up? Meilin is dead. I don't know her. She's dead. What does it have to do with me? He smiled at that. She was a servant at the duel arena. She was in the same room as you, and she died after you left. So we have reason to suspect you killed her. Freya's face did nothing at all. So what? Please come with us. Wider smile. She looked him up and down and sneered. Do you have law enforcement authority? If you want to arrest me, call the law enforcement team. Sir, this shouldn't alarm the law enforcement team. We only wish to speak with you. The school is very interested in your performance. Is this your sincerity? If you're not going to talk, get lost. And his face went. You're just a wild mage. Don't think that because you're good at combat, a school will want you. This is the Truth High Tower, not the North, you barbarian. Don't push your luck. Freya said one word. Roll. He signaled. A third-ring knight and several second-ring knights came in fast, unarmed, to grab her, which works on an ordinary caster. Freya is not an ordinary caster, because I made her spend 2 years getting hit with a wooden sword, and she is functionally a second-ring knight in her own right. She drew the longsword and swept them back, then took a third-ring scroll out of her bracelet, let it fall, and used it in midair. Third ring, resist fire ring. Everybody who wasn't third ring went off their feet and hit the floor. Not lethal, very loud. And then they started performing. Ouch, my hand hurts so much. My head hurts so much, did I hurt my brain? Under 10 seconds later, a law enforcement officer arrived at a run, shouting, Who is casting spells in public? He ran directly to that corner with no searching whatsoever, glanced around, pretended to assess, and pointed at her. It was you who violated the rules by casting. He looked at the groaning crowd. How dare you commit evil deeds in blue radiance? Come with me. I was just defending myself. Just because you say so doesn't make it so. Come with me. The law enforcement team will give you a fair trial. At which point, every single person on the floor stood up smiling because the act was over. So Freya took out another scroll, a fourth ring evocation scroll. The whole group froze because they could all read the power on it. The officer took a step back and got shrill. Are you challenging the school? Don't think you can provoke the school with one fourth ring scroll. The school's power is countless times greater than you imagine. I advise you to think it through. You have a bright future ahead of you. Put the scroll down. She looked at him the way you look at a clown and did not respond. And then a gaze came down from a mage tower, and everybody felt it. And the officer straightened up because he now believed he had a backer. You violated the rules first. Lay down your weapon and come with me, or I will take coercive measures in the name of the school. Oh, I'm quite curious. What crime did she commit? I had arrived. Everybody turned around, and everybody could read me because I wasn't hiding it. I walked to Freya's side, and the crowd opened in front of me without being asked. Sir, she killed someone. He got it out through his teeth, which I'll credit him for. I glanced at him. Then I reached out and gathered the fragments of soul that hadn't dispersed yet. Because I am a mage of all schools, and there are a dozen elegant ways to prove her innocence, and I did not have the patience for any of them. So I glued the pieces together crudely and forced it awake. A miniature servant's soul sat in my palm, with clouded eyes and no reason left in it. Who killed you? If you were there, point it out. It raised its right hand and pointed at one of the second ring knights, who immediately collapsed on the floor. Tell me, what's the reason? He didn't dare. He looked at the third ring caster for help. The third ring caster gritted his teeth and started to say a name. Pav. I looked at him and put my aura on him and he stopped. He tried again. Did I give you permission to speak? He went down onto the floor. And the law enforcement officer decided that with the bosses watching, he could not let this stand. Sir, Blue Radiance does not support vigilante justice. Please leave this matter to us. Our team will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory result. Well said. And they're all in this together, so how exactly are they going to investigate thoroughly? I ignored him, looked up at the mage tower, and said evenly, Is this how Massimo School treats its guests? Openly framing and covering up crimes? And the caster in that tower could no longer pretend he wasn't there. We spoke mind to mind for about 4 seconds and reached an agreement. Because after the exchange, I was a name. I would follow Blue Radiance's rules and not touch any of them. Everyone present would be handed to the law enforcement team. In return, I would be permitted to observe and oversee the investigation. The real team arrived and arrested everybody except us, and I took Freya and left, because I had spent enough of my evening on this. And we walked out of the duel arena, and a passerby radiating pure malice threw himself at us. I shielded Freya and threw a lightning ball on pure reflex. Too slow. It happened too fast, and I was not prepared, and he reached us, and a spatial fluctuation came out of his body and covered all 3 of us. How dare you? That was the tower, and the fury in it was real, and an enormous amount of magic came down trying to pin the space. Half a second late. The 3 of us were gone. At which point, I want to leave us mid-teleport and tell you what happened in Blue Radiance, because it matters. Somebody had, in public, in the core city of Massimo School, stolen a guest that Massimo School had personally invited. That is not a crime. That is a statement. Massimo is a famous large school, and it had just failed to protect a man it brought home. The caster on that tower shut every exit from Blue Radiance inside a minute, mobilized most of the law enforcement team into the streets, ordered everyone already arrested delivered to him personally so he could handle the interrogation himself, and explained the situation to the other 4 towers. And Massimo reached a decision fast. This is not an ordinary secret society. They frame people today and kidnap in public the same evening. Nobody wanted to imagine next year. Martial law across the entire city. High-tier spellcasters who had not left their laboratories in years came out and walked the streets, and a crackdown began on every illegal secret society operating inside Blue Radiance, and for a day, the whole place was full of the traces of magic. They also sent a squad out to find and support me. They were not going to find me because I was underground. I landed in a cave and read the room in about a second. Enormous, dark element thick enough to see. And, standing all around us in the dark, a great many things. The dead. And as I finished the thought, flames came up in the dark, and all of them woke up. Under someone else's control, every one of them turned to look at me. Thousands of undead staring at you will make a caster with a weak constitution faint on the spot. I have played on stage with 3 legends focusing me while my team fed. This did not move me at all. What kind of situation haven't I seen? Is this all he's got? So I looked past them at the dozen spellcasters in black robes standing behind them. Their leader met my eyes and made his offer with complete confidence. Hand over the Deathbird, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, Grey Crow. Which, fine, is actually reasonable. A Deathbird is the single best magical pet a Dark Element mage or a necromancer can own. It raises your affinity with Dark Element, it accelerates soul growth, and once it's grown, it becomes a mobile necromantic canopy that recharges your undead in the field. Also, it's a very good fighter, which they were about to learn. Now that I knew what they wanted, I stopped listening. Take good care of yourself, and vanished. Fourth ring, blink. I went over the entire undead horde and landed in front of them and cast on the way down. Fourth ring, space anchor. Light went out of the grimoire and into the surrounding space and locked it, and unless somebody broke my anchor, even a spatial specialist wasn't leaving. I took a step back out of the first volley. What I couldn't dodge, the shield ate. Then, after a few seconds of charge, fourth ring, death words, necromancy that goes straight for the soul. It ignored every elemental shield in front of me and walked into their heads, and every first and second ring transcendent in that room lost the top of their skull at the same moment. The third ring ones survived, in pain. Multicast, elemental arrows. Arrows of every element formed around me and went out, and because I could see what each of them was shielded with, each arrow was the wrong element for its target. Their shields came apart, and casters are not physically durable, and they came apart with them. The actual reason that fight was so one-sided wasn't power. Their combat experience was appalling. They had every advantage. They chose the ground. They teleported us into their own base with thousands of undead pre-positioned, and they had no plan for the enemy walking directly at them, so they panicked, and a panicking spellcaster casts slowly, and slow casting in a crowd means your spells start colliding with your allies. They never once hit me. They did injure several of their own with the explosions, which meant a number of them died in a state of pure frustration before I even reached them. Everything third ring and below went down in one push. Two left, a fourth ring caster and the third ring one who'd made the offer. A long sword appeared in my hand. I turned into a shadow and passed the fourth ring on the way by. His head came off. Technique, shadow strike. I wiped the blade. Because a fourth ring caster has completed the first sublimation and his spell resistance is genuinely high, killing one with magic is a chore. His physical resistance is not high at all. I wasn't spending magic and time on him when a sword works. Then I looked at the survivor I deliberately left. He took several steps back and sat down hard. "Don't come any closer!" He started crawling backward with his hands and feet. "Hallucination!" This must all be a hallucination. Charge, all of you, charge, kill him, kill him. And on his command, the undead started moving. I took the high priest's staff out, because a staff that has presided over that many sacrifices, carrying that much dark plane blessing, is functionally an anti-undead weapon. With that, plus my soul strength, I took every undead in that cave off him at once. If the fourth ring I just decapitated had still been alive and holding them, that would have been impossible. He was not. Everything in the cave stopped. "No," said the boy on the floor. "I am the future Lich King. I should not die here. Get out of here, get out!" I reached down and forced my own magic into him, disrupted his circulation, shattered his spirit, sealed his soul, and removed every possibility of resistance. Then I put my foot on his head to hold him still, and used the gentler kind of mind magic to go through his memories. So it turns out they're the heirs of the secret society's Silent Courtyard. Silent Courtyard is historic. They claim to be the successors of the Lich King. Their whole purpose is nurturing a new one, and rebuilding his empire, and destroying their sworn enemy, the Silver Empire. The sworn enemy part is entirely one-sided. The Silver Empire has no idea they exist, and, if told, would not care. Because in Cassian's day, the Lich King was not considered a serious opponent. He went from launching an offensive to being annihilated in a few years. But in my previous life, they did become a problem. Later, during the Silver Empire's decline, they stole the legacy Cassian left behind after killing the first Lich King, and unleashed a second undead scourge, smaller than the first, and much longer lived, because they played every side and didn't attack everybody at once, and for a while, they were a recognized country. They were only put down when Freya came down out of the underworld, crushed them, annexed them, and turned all of them into undead. I looked at the boy under my foot. Right now, they're still hiding and growing. 2 fourth ring casters and 1 fifth ring. In most people's memory, they didn't even have a famous necromancer. At that strength, I could solo the entire organization. Then I skipped past his daily life and his crimes, and found the interesting part. Because everybody always assumed Silent Courtyard was making up the Lich King connection as a slogan, since before they stole the Imperial legacy, they never showed anything special. I thought so too, but, to my surprise, they actually had something. I saw a room in his memory, a fifth ring caster's room, and on a table in it, is that the Crown of Dominion? My memory of it was fragmentary. It didn't matter. Fragments of legendary equipment are still legendary equipment, which is a category above everything else in existence. It wasn't much use to me. I was going to take it anyway. My original plan had been to go back to Blue Radiance and let Massimo wipe Silent Courtyard out. New plan. I took a rope out of my bracelet and tied him up. The cave had an exit. The exit had a village on top of it. Ordinary village, 60-odd houses, a well, chickens, farmers who had lived their whole lives on the roof of a secret society and had no idea, because that's the entire point of a secret society. Which was inconvenient because the fastest way to clear a fortified underground base is to collapse it, and collapsing it drops a village into a hole. So I did it the slow way. I found a scrap of ordinary metal, shaped it into a dagger with my hands, and enchanted it on the spot with two things: positive energy and space. Positive energy because everything down there was going to be dark aligned, and dark element hates the light the way a burn hates salt. Space because a blade that arrives before it travels doesn't need to be sharp. Freya stood watch at the mouth with Greycrow. I told her not to follow me in. Why not? Because I'm going to be moving fast and you'd have to keep up. She accepted that. She should not have accepted that. I went into the shadows and down. The layout was in the boy's memory, so I didn't wander. Guard posts, dormitories, the ritual hall, the storage rooms, and at the bottom, the private quarters of a fifth ring caster who called himself the person in charge. I killed my way down without a single alarm going off, because the dagger made no sound, and Shadow Strike leaves nothing to hear. Then I found the person in charge. He was standing at a table with his back to me, and on the table was a broken circle of blackened metal, and looking at it made the hair on my arms stand up in a way that nothing in this world had done yet. Legendary equipment does that. I came out of the shadow behind him and put the dagger through his heart. Clean, perfect, fifth ring, unaware, spine severed, heart destroyed, positive energy flooding a dark-aligned body. He should have died in under a second. He turned around. There was a pale nothing hanging in front of his chest where the wound was, drinking the damage. Shield of Death Denial. Legendary spell. The kind of thing that exists on maybe 4 people in a generation, and none of them are fifth ring nobodies squatting under a farm village. Which meant it hadn't come from him, which meant somebody had put it on him. You, he said, and he was smiling, and I understood that I was not the hunter in this room anymore. 2 fourth ring casters came through the door behind me. A third one tore a scroll and vanished before I got to him, which I regret to this day. I killed the first with Space Rift, the second I killed badly. I was in a hurry. I used necromancy, and a dark-aligned corpse full of my magic standing 4 feet away is a bomb, and he detonated. Corpse explosion. Mine, technically. His body, his timing. The blast took both my arms off at the elbow. I want to be precise about the sensation, because people always ask. It doesn't hurt at the moment. It's a very loud shove, and then the world tilts because your balance is calibrated for arms you no longer have, and then it hurts, all at once, and your body starts screaming about a problem it can't fix. Fortunately, I had fixed it in advance. 4th ring soul, positive energy affinity, and a body I had rebuilt with elemental liquid for 23 days. I grew them back. It took 4 seconds, which felt like a career, and it cost me about 1/3 of everything I had. And while my hands were reassembling themselves, the person in charge picked up the crown and put it on. Here's what happens when a 5th ring caster puts a fragment of a legendary crown on his head. He stops being a 5th ring caster. The magic in that room jumped so hard that the floor cracked in a circle. His robes burned off. His skin went gray, then translucent, then wrong. The pale shield in his chest evaporated because it wasn't needed anymore. 7th ring. 7 rings, in a world where a 5th ring runs a school, and a 6th ring is a name people say carefully. And then his face changed, and I recognized it. Not from this life, from a cinematic. Millennium War's 4th expansion opened with a 5-minute pre-rendered sequence in which the first Silver Emperor kills a thing on a bridge of bone, and I had watched it enough times to have opinions about the animation. The thing on the bridge had this face, the Lich King, dead 1,000 years, killed personally by Cassian, apparently only mostly. He rolled his shoulders, testing the body, the way you test a rental car. "Sir," he said pleasantly, "congratulations on your new body." Then he inclined his head toward the door. "May I leave?" I looked at him. "You know me." Because a remnant soul who has just woken up in a stolen body, facing a 4th ring caster who cut his way through the entire building, does not open with politeness. He opens with politeness when he recognizes the shape of the problem and is buying time. He stopped smiling. "You are not from this era. Neither are you." And then we fought, and I'd like to explain the fight properly. because the way I won it is the whole reason I'm alive. Straight up, I lose. Fourth ring versus seventh ring is not a fight, it's a category error. His weakest spell would go through everything I own. But he had a defect, and the defect was structural, and I knew about it because in my previous life I had spent 400 hours in a mode where you play as ancient liches, and every one of them shares it. A lich born in the material plane is not a citizen of the material plane. His body is dead, so the material plane no longer recognizes him as a resident. His soul was never born in the plane of darkness, so darkness doesn't recognize him either. He is, in the technical language of the game files, an undocumented immigrant. And there is a spell for that. Fifth ring, plain exile. I couldn't cast a fifth ring spell. I had a staff soaked in a dark plane's blessing and a fourth ring soul the size of a sea, and I burned a chunk of both to do it once. And the beautiful thing about plain exile is that the caster isn't the one fighting. The world fights. The floor rejected him. The air rejected him. The light rejected him. Every particle of the material plane he was standing in decided at the same instant that he did not belong here and started pushing. He staggered. A seventh ring staggered by a fourth ring because I hadn't attacked him. I'd reported him. Then I stacked what I had on top, purification, divine light, positive energy, into a body made entirely of negative energy while the plane itself was already peeling him out of it. He came apart. Not the body. The body was just a stolen coat, and it collapsed on the floor like laundry. Him. He was squeezed out of it and back into the crown, and he was furious in a way I'd never heard a voice be. And then he did the thing I hadn't planned for. He reached for the barrier between worlds and tore it. And the plane of darkness came through the hole, and every corpse in that building, every dead cultist I'd made in the last hour, plus 1,000 years of stored undead, stood up under his control at once. That should have been the end. Except that controlling undead is a contest of soul strength and technique. And in my previous life, I was ranked first in the world in a game whose late-game meta was mass necromantic warfare. I have personally commanded hundreds of millions of undead in tournament conditions, with a crowd watching and a clock running. He'd been dead for 1,000 years and was operating out of a broken piece of jewelry. I took them off him, all of them. Everything in that building turned around, mid-step, and faced the crown. There was a silence. And then the Lich King laughed, and it was almost warm. "Junior, you are very good. You have won. But I have not lost yet." And he cast a legendary spell. I don't know a good way to describe Death's Grasp, except to tell you what my body did, which was try to stop existing before the spell arrived. Everything in the room that was alive stopped being alive. The moss, the insects in the cracks, the fungus on the walls. It came for me as a pressure with a direction, and there was no shield in my grimoire that meant anything to it, and I had about a quarter second. So I used the quarter second. I tore space and stepped into it without picking a destination, which is a spectacularly stupid thing to do, and I'd do it again, because the alternative was being a stain. The last thing I felt before the walls of the world closed on me was a weight hitting my back and a set of claws locking into my robe. Greycrow, who had followed me down, who was not supposed to be there, and then there was nothing under me and nothing over me and no direction at all, and the space turbulence took us. Space turbulence needs a definition before the next part makes any sense. It is the region between destinations. It has no time in the way you use the word, no direction, no distance. Currents of raw space run through it and shred whatever they touch, and there is no reference point, so even if you can tear space, you can't tear it toward anything. You do not navigate out of space turbulence. You get pulled out, by a beacon, from the outside. There was no beacon. I set an anchor around myself and Greycrow, which held the shredding off, and then I sat down in the middle of nowhere and did arithmetic. At my rate of magic consumption versus regeneration, I could hold the anchor for a long time. Long is not forever. And I want to tell you the honest thing I thought, because it's the only time in this entire story I thought it. I thought, so this is where I die. Second life, 22 years, and it ends in a place with no name because I got greedy about a piece of a hat. And then I thought about Freya standing at the mouth of a cave waiting for me to come back out, and I decided that was unacceptable and started working the problem. Meanwhile, above me, in a village on top of a hole, a girl was watching everything through Greycrow's eyes, because the Deathbird's ritual had two masters, and she was the other one. She saw the crown. She saw the fifth ring put it on. She saw a seventh ring monster from 1,000 years ago come out of a dead man's face. She saw me exile him out of a body and take his army off him, and she saw him cast something she had no name for, and she saw me tear space and vanish, and she saw the bond with Greycrow stretch out to a distance that had no number attached to it and stop moving. And she did not scream. She came down into the ruin of that base, and she found the crown lying on the floor, with a remnant soul in it, weakened, exposed, halfway out of the only vessel it had left. And she performed a sacrifice. She'd done it once before, on an island, on a 15-day ritual with me correcting her circles. This time she had no circles and no me. She fed the remnant of the Lich King into the Dark Plane as an offering, and the Dark Plane paid, because it always pays, and what it paid her with was blessing, a lot of it, and the crown, cleaned out, silent, and hers. She did not cry. She bit through her own lower lip and kept working. Because here is what she understood, alone, in a cave full of corpses, in about 4 minutes. There was no beacon, so she would build one. She spent every scrap of blessing she'd just been paid, and every coin of the resources we owned, on 23 consecutive amplification rituals, stacked on the bond between her and Greycrow, each one making the same signal louder, because the bond was the only thread in the universe with my name on the far end of it. 23. She built 23 rituals in a row, at second ring, on a bond that a professional would have told her could not be amplified past 4. And then she stood in the middle of them and turned the light on and left it on. I felt it 4 days later as a direction. One direction. The first direction that had existed since I arrived. And I still had a problem, because knowing which way is not the same as being able to go that way, and my anchor was thinning. So I did the thing I had been saving. I took out Gion's gift. A 10-sided die cut from something that catches light wrong. Fortune perception. The gnome divination trick. You don't change the odds, you read them. And if you don't like them, you borrow. I rolled a 6. A 6 gets me most of the way, and then the current takes me. So I borrowed from the luck I had not spent yet, from the future, at a rate I did not negotiate, and made it a 7. I tore space along the direction of the beacon and let go of the anchor at the same time, and the turbulence closed behind me like a door, and I came out into air. Real air. With a smell in it. I landed in the middle of a ring of 23 burned-out ritual circles in a cave under a village, and standing in the center of them was a girl who had not slept in 4 days and who had a scab on her lip. She looked at me. Her face did nothing for about 2 seconds, then it did everything. She hit me at running speed and put her arms around my ribs and made a noise I had not heard from her before, and I have heard her scream while fighting a third ring undead. I stood there with my hand on the back of her head. If you're feeling down, just cry it out. So she did, loudly, into my chest, for a while. Greycrow, who had come out of the turbulence still attached to my robe, and who had spent 4 days being carried through the void like a bag, looked at this display with visible contempt and started to fly off. She punched him in the wing without letting go of me or looking up. He hit the floor. Then, eventually, she stepped back, wiped her face with her sleeve like she was annoyed at it, and held out both hands with the crown in them. 4/5 of it was still missing. What she had was a broken arc of blackened metal that 1,000 years ago had sat on the head of a king of the dead. I put my own mark on it, and then I compressed it, because legendary equipment doesn't care what shape you keep it in. And I put it on my finger and wore it as a ring. Then I looked around the cave at the 23 circles. How much did this cost? Everything, she said. Was it worth it? She looked at me like I was slow. You came back. Here's a small thing that happened while I was in the void, and it's my favorite footnote in this entire story. I had been answering questions on the wisdom book every day for months, thousands of them. Whole study groups had formed around my answers. And then I stopped, for 4 days, with no warning. The forums decided I'd rage quit over the hit piece. Massimo School, who knew exactly what had actually happened, and who had lost me inside their own city, was forced to issue a public statement to a magical internet full of teenagers. It said, and I want you to appreciate the phrasing, Corbin did not quit the internet, he was merely abducted. So that's on my record now. I came back and handed Massimo the entire Silent Courtyard, locations, membership, the base, the crown, the Lich King, all of it, with memory stone evidence. And that's when it stopped being funny. Because when the schools went looking for one secret society, they found 20. 20 plus organizations, roughly 100 hidden strongholds, in the territory of 2 schools. 2. Out of the whole Truth High Tower. The Truth Council did the multiplication in public and then went very quiet, and then ordered a total sweep. For weeks afterward, there were hundreds of executions a day across the entire tower. Places that hadn't seen a public trial in 50 years were running them at industrial pace. In my previous life, this purge never happened. Silent Courtyard survived, quietly, for another 2 centuries, and eventually stole an empire's legacy and started a second undead scourge that killed a number of people I could look up if I wanted to feel bad. I broke that timeline by walking out of a duel arena at the wrong hour. My flapping wings. I don't say that with pride. I say it because from that point forward, I stopped assuming I knew what was coming and started assuming I was the thing that was coming. We left Blue Radiance with an apology, an escort, and a standing invitation, and went east. Black Domain, where the sky is black, not dark, black, permanently, a canopy of dark elements so thick that the stars are a rumor. The whole city is lit by green, because floating through the streets at about head height, drifting between the shops, are soul flames. Thousands of them. The city's ambient population of unattached spirits. And when Freya walked through the gate, they all came over. Every soul flame in the district peeled off what it was doing and swarmed her, bobbing around her head, brushing her sleeves, circling her ankles, exactly like a pack of puppies whose owner just got home. She stood there in the middle of a green cloud looking like she'd been caught doing something. The locals thought this was extremely funny. Black Domain belongs to the Soul Spirit School, which is the necromancy school, which meant that for the first time since I'd pulled her off an altar, my apprentice was somewhere she was normal. So I threw her out. Go make friends. I have friends. You have me and a bird. Go take a commission with somebody your own age. I don't like people my own age. Go. She went, with the expression of a cat being carried to a bath, and she came back with a partner. The partner was a girl in a black robe pulled all the way forward so that no part of her face was visible, who did not speak unless asked a direct question, who was clearly extremely strong, and around whom the entire city moved like water around a rock. Her name was Elara. In the rest of the Truth High Tower, they call her the Sinful Blood Princess. 25 years ago, the Silver Empire had a Rose War. The Empress died. Her 7-year-old daughter was put on the throne as a seal on the treaty, and at 10, that daughter's magic came apart in the capital and killed 10,000 people in an afternoon. She did not do it on purpose. She was 10. The Empire deposed her, exiled her, and hung the entire war around her neck on the way out, because a dead war needs an owner, and a child can't argue. Everyone in Black Domain knew who she was. Everyone in Black Domain looked at her the way you look at a hole in the ice. Freya had spent 2 years in a cabin by a lake in the Kessi Mountains, with no news, no gossip, and no interest in politics. So when they met, Freya looked at the hood and said hello, and asked whether Elara preferred the eastern route or the southern one. That's all. That's the whole thing. Elara told me, much later, that it took her 3 days to work out what was wrong with the conversation. They ran the commission together, clearing wild undead out of the bog country east of the city, which is a job for 6 people and which they finished in 5 days because one of them can suppress 5 third-ring casters simultaneously and the other one is a nightmare. At night they made meat soup over a fire, and Freya, who has the social instincts of a brick and the persistence of erosion, kept handing her a bowl until she took it. On the 4th night, Freya gave her a book, my textbook. The one I wrote for her on positive and negative energy balance, hand-copied, with her own notes in the margins arguing with me. Elara held it for a long time without opening it. On the way back, 8 mages blocked the road, not bandits, students, from good families, with clean robes. Their leader was very polite about it. We have no quarrel with you. Step aside. She is a woman of sinful blood, and this is not personal. This is the consensus of the entire Black Domain. Freya tilted her head. Do you even deserve to represent the entire Black Domain? And then she put all 8 of them on the ground. It took about 9 seconds. Nobody died. Several of them needed help walking afterward. Elara stood in the road and watched a girl she had known for 5 days fight 8 people over a sentence. Why, she said, are you so good to me? Because we're friends, right? And that broke something. 2 days later, in the city, Freya reached over and pulled the black hood off her head by force. "Don't make yourself seem so unpopular," and then dragged her through the central market by the wrist, in daylight, with her face out, while the whole street looked. Somebody moved to block them at the district gate. Freya punched him. For the record, I did not teach her that. I taught her to reason with idiots calmly. The punching is entirely her own contribution to the curriculum. The finale of the Alara business was a duel, and I'm including it because it's the single most satisfying thing I watched that month. A fourth ring caster named Thorn came in from Truth City. Real talent, real training, real arrogance, and a lava knight summon that had never lost. He challenged Freya in the public arena in front of a full house, and then, while circling, he decided to work the crowd, and said what he thought was an ordinary thing. That he found it distasteful, personally, that this city lets corpses walk around in the streets. In Black Domain, the necromancy city, where every third person in that hall has a beloved family member currently employed as a skeleton. The temperature in the building dropped about 40 degrees, and Thorn did not notice because he had already made up his mind about where he was. Freya let him summon the Lava Knight. Then she cast a second ring spatial banish, second ring, on a fourth ring summon. It works because banish doesn't fight the summon, it fights the summon's lease, and a Lava Knight is a foreign object with a return address. She didn't beat it, she mailed it home. Thorn stood alone on a platform in a hostile city, having just insulted everyone in it, with no summon and a full-blooded necromancer walking toward him. He conceded before she got there. He left Black Domain the same day. The hall gave Freya a standing ovation. She didn't acknowledge it. She walked off the platform, went to the seats, and sat down next to Alara. Now the part that wasn't funny. Because there was a reason Alara had survived 15 years of being the most hated person on the continent, and the reason was that she had done something to herself. Under charm magic of a caliber I don't want to explain, she had split her own mind in two. The surface half was the one everyone met. It felt everything. It absorbed every insult, every stare, every year of it, and it suffered continuously, and suffering produces negative energy. The deep half sat underneath and drank that energy and grew. That's not a coping mechanism, that's a farm. The plan, and it was a plan, made by a very intelligent and very badly hurt person, was for the deep half to eventually consume the surface half entirely and break through into the higher rings on nothing but concentrated hatred. She'd have become one of the strongest casters of the generation, and none of what was left would have been Alara. She was close. Months, maybe. And then Freya handed her a bowl of soup and broke it. Because you cannot run a hatred farm while somebody keeps giving you evidence that the world contains a person who will punch a stranger for you. The surface half started producing the wrong fuel. The two halves went to war. Alara went down in the street mid-sentence, and what came up off her was enough negative energy to require an evacuation. So I went in. I borrowed etherealness from Greycrow, who dangled from my hand throughout with the expression of a bird being used as a tool, which he was. Inside a split mind, it is dark and it is loud, and both halves try to kill you, because to them you are the same kind of intruder. I used the crown. A crown of dominion built for the Lich King has exactly one native function that I could operate at fourth ring, and that function is a filter. Negative energy goes in, gets stripped of its will, and comes out as inert fuel. So I ran her entire internal weather through a dead king's hat, and while it was thin enough to see through, I found the seam where she had cut herself apart, and I sewed the two halves back together. It took 11 hours, and it is the most delicate thing I have ever done, and I include growing my own arms back. She woke up whole. She cried for a long time, which she had not done since she was 10, because the half that could cry had been busy being a battery. Afterward, walking back through the green-lit streets, Freya said something I've thought about since. I'm a selfish person. Oh? I didn't do any of that because it was right. I did it because I wanted Alara to be my friend. If she'd said no on the first day, I'd have left her alone forever. I thought about how to answer that and decided on the truth. Selfishness isn't shameful. Everyone's selfish. You just happen to want good things. So your selfishness makes the world better, and that's worth more than 100 people who help while resenting it. She nodded slowly. Also, I said, their suffering isn't your responsibility. You can help. You are not required to. The day you start thinking you're required to, you'll break yourself, and you'll blame the people you couldn't reach. She was quiet for about 10 steps. And what about you? I did not have an answer for that one. So I pointed out a food stall and changed the subject, and she let me, which was generous of her. The last piece of black domain was an old man, Seth, 6th ring, 90-something. He had been the teacher of Alara's mother, and after the Rose War, he had come out here to the black sky and stopped moving forward, because a 6th ring who cannot find the 7th spends the rest of his life in a room. I knew the road to 7th ring because in my previous life it was documented content and I had watched 1,000 people walk it. I gave it to him, not hints, the whole path in writing with the failure modes annotated. It took him 5 months, and for 5 months the entire Truth High Tower held its breath because a new 7th ring changes the balance of an era. He made it. And the first thing a brand new 7th ring caster did with his brand new political weight was walk into the Truth Council and demand that the charges against Alara be erased. They were erased that week. Then he spent the rest of it negotiating with the Silver family for the release of Alara's mother, who had been alive in a sealed room for 25 years, which nobody had told Alara. He got her out. The price was that she surrenders her name, surrenders her memories, and accepts a permanent sealing at 5th ring for the rest of her life. She took it. Alara agreed to it. I would have too. By the time the announcement went out, Freya and I were 300 miles away on a boat. On purpose, because the moment that becomes our achievement, Alara owes us, and Seth owes us, and the friendship turns into an account with a balance on it, and my apprentice would have lost the only friend she'd ever made. Seth worked it out. He stood on his balcony that evening and asked the empty air a question that I'm told he asked several more times over the following years. Is it really possible for a person to help others and expect nothing in return? The honest answer is no. I expected something. I expected a girl with a scab on her lip to have one person in the world besides me. I just didn't need him to pay for it. The boat was a merchant vessel that was not a merchant vessel. It was a count's private ship with the crest sanded off, and I knew that within an hour because the crew were too clean and the cargo hold was too empty, and nobody on a real trader stands watch in shifts of 4. On the 3rd night, pirates boarded us. They were also not pirates. They were a registered adventuring party of about 30, hired by the Count's own children, who had decided that the fastest route to an inheritance was a shipping accident. The fight was short and stupid. 11 people died in the first 90 seconds, most of them sailors who had signed up to move barrels. I let it run long enough to see who did what, and then I stopped it. 3rd ring, Hymn of Life. A wave of positive energy came off me and went down the deck, and 11 dead men sat up. Freya's face during this was worth the magic on its own. Severed hands walked back to their wrists. A man's open stomach closed from the edges in. One sailor's head, which was at that point closer to the mast than to the sailor, rolled across the boards, reattached, and blinked. Then I bound every single person on that deck, attackers, defenders, and the captain, in cords of light, and went around asking questions. Everyone talked. Being dead 9 seconds ago is a persuasive interrogator. Everyone except one. A thin man from the boarding party who had not fought at all, who sat in the light cords and looked at the deck and said nothing, while people around him confessed to conspiracy in 3-part harmony. Silence like that is either training or something worth being trained for. So I cast a 1st ring charm on him, the weakest thing in my book. Basically a social lubricant, the kind of spell a bad bard uses to get a discount. It worked instantly, because he was a 2nd ring nobody with no mental defenses, and the entire story came out. He'd spent 6 years inside a slave trafficking network. He hadn't been infiltrating it for a guild or a crown or a church. He joined it because his sister went into it and never came out. And he had spent 6 years working his way up and killing them from the inside, one supervisor at a time, arranging accidents. And he had gotten all the way to the regional books before the network collapsed under him, and he came out the other side with no sister, no proof, and no job. He was on the ship because it paid. I let him go. I gave him a letter to the Radiant Light Knights, who are the only organization in the West that would actually check his story instead of hanging him for being near it. Afterward, Freya asked why I'd used charm on that one and not on all of them. Because I didn't have to. The rest talked when I asked. You could have just read his memory. I could have. It's rude, it's slow, and it makes people hate you. She considered that. So the lesson is, you have a mouth on your body. It's for speaking. I stood up and stretched. I teach you principles so that you can calmly reason with idiots, and I train you in combat so that idiots can calmly reason with you. You need both. People who only have the first one get eaten. People who only have the second one become the thing that eats them. We put in at a fishing town and stayed the night at an inn. In the morning, 50 Radiant Light Knights were in the square. Full plate, white and gold, and they'd arrived in the dark and set up without waking anybody, which 50 men in armor should not be able to do. Their commander was talking to the innkeeper, an old man in a nightshirt, and I stood at the window and listened, because a company of holy knights taking an interest in the inn you slept at is worth listening to. The question he asked was, "Did the guests upstairs pay for their room?" The old man said yes, in advance, plus extra for the bath. The commander thanked him, mounted up, and the entire company rode out. That's it. That's the whole encounter. I went downstairs afterward and found what they'd left at the entrance. A folded working, hidden in the doorframe, keyed to trigger only if the guests had robbed the place. It would have killed us instantly. 50 knights had ridden through the night to a village on a rumor, established that the strangers had paid their bill, and left, having armed a trap for a version of us that didn't exist. Freya, they were going to kill us over a room fee? They were going to kill us over whether we were the kind of people who don't pay one. It's the same question, they just have a very direct way of asking it. I liked them immediately. That mattered later. The Black Knight found us 8 days after that. He came out of the sky over an empty plain at a speed that broke the sound in front of him, in black armor with nothing living inside it, and he was there for the crown, which told me the crown had a locator on it, and that somewhere there were more pieces, and that other people wanted the set. I looked at him coming, and I looked at Freya, and I made a decision I did not tell her about in advance. I erased myself from his perception. It's a mind school trick. You don't hide, you edit. He could have looked directly at me and seen a slightly odd distance, which left exactly one target on that plane. Freya realized what I'd done at about the same moment he did. She gave me one look. I have never been looked at like that before or since. Then she turned around and fought him. Fourth ring, undead. Wearing his own crown fragment, which is how he was controlling the dead thing inside the armor. She opened with shadow vortex under his feet and blinked out of the landing zone before he came down, and the plane lost about 30 feet of topsoil. He came through it. She hit the armor with matter dissolution, a touch spell, one finger, and his helmet ran down his shoulders like heated wax, and underneath there was a skull with 2 lights in it and no expression at all. He didn't slow down. She laid runes on the ground in a pattern and pulled him across them and used Shadow Devour, and the runes fed it, and the black armor went matte where the light came off it. And then he used the crown, because that's what the crown does. It dominates undead, and Freya, at that exact moment, was running 4 different self-buffs that make a necromancer temporarily count as undead for the purposes of dark element affinity, which meant she was, technically, on the list. She locked up. Not for long. Under 2 seconds. She's got the willpower of a load-bearing wall. 2 seconds is enough time for a spear. It went through her left shoulder and out the back, and it lifted her off the ground, and Greycrow screamed somewhere above us. I did not move. I want to be honest about how that felt, because I've been asked. It felt like holding your hand on a stove. But she had told me, months earlier in a cabin, that she wanted to stop being the thing I protect, and I had promised her I would let her find out. And a promise you only keep when it's cheap is not a promise, it's a preference. Also, I could have brought her back. I had Hymn of Life and a memory stone, and I had put her life imprint in my own soul the week I met her. She didn't know that part. Freya, pinned on a spear 3 feet off the ground, did the correct thing. She went ethereal. Greycrow's gift that she'd been practicing in the dark for 2 years and had never used in front of anybody. The spear was suddenly holding nothing. And the Black Knight, committed to a full-strength thrust with a 500-pound body behind it, followed the spear forward through a girl who was no longer occupying that space. His head came out the other side of her. And she solidified one finger and touched it to his forehead. 4th ring necromancy, death finger. Except she couldn't cast 4th ring, so what she actually had was a version she'd built herself out of 2nd ring parts, at maybe a 5th of the power, which she called the Youth Edition, and which I refused to let her rename. A 5th of death finger, delivered to a bare skull at point-blank range with no armor between. The lights in his eyes went out. Greycrow dropped out of the clouds and took the crown fragment off the falling body with his claws before it hit the ground. 2/5. Freya landed on her knees, solid again, bleeding hard from a shoulder that had a hole in it, and looked around for me. I dropped the concealment and walked over and started closing the wound. She let me work for a while. You didn't help. No. You would have brought me back. Yes. Which one is it? Did you trust me, or did you have a spare? I finished the shoulder and sat back on my heels. Both. That's what trusting you looks like when I'm the one doing it. I'm not going to apologize for the second part. She thought about it, and then she nodded once, and then she said, "The next time, don't take the spear out of my shoulder so slowly." You did that on purpose. I absolutely did. Ginza is the most beautiful city I have ever walked into. The throne in the central hall is solid mithril. The streets are white stone that stays clean because there are enchantments in the paving that eat dirt. There are fountains that run wine on festival days and gardens on the roofs and glass in every window, and the whole place smells like citrus because somebody 200 years ago decided it should. We arrived at dusk, and Freya stood in the main square with her head back and turned in a slow circle. Then she frowned. "Where are the workers?" I said, "What?" "This city has enchanted paving, glass, running water, and about 900 alchemy workshops. Somebody makes all of that. Where do they live? I've walked 4 districts, and everyone I've seen is wearing silk." She got out the city map I'd bought her and put her finger on the one district we hadn't been to, which was downstream of everything and which the map labeled, with real confidence, as a services area. That is my proudest moment as a teacher. I taught her to think, and the first thing she thought was, where are the workers? We went east. The East District of Ginza is where the city puts everything it doesn't want. The river comes down from the alchemy quarter, and by the time it reaches the east, it isn't water anymore. It's a chemical gradient. It changes color 3 times in a mile. Nothing swims in it. On still days, it produces a fog that settles at knee height and stays. And on that river, chained to the bank, are logs, rafts of lashed timber with shacks built on them, because the land is owned and the water isn't. So the poor of Ginza live on the surface of the thing that's killing them, and the chains are so the current doesn't take their houses. The people who live on the logs are shaped wrong, not metaphorically. The water does something over a generation. Joints go in directions joints don't. Skin comes off in sheets in the summer. Half the children under 10 are blind in at least one eye. They drink that water because the wells are on the land, and the land is owned. We walked upstream that same evening to see the other end of the gradient. Pleasure boats, lanterns, music you could hear across the water. On the deck of the nearest one, a server was scraping a table's worth of untouched food into the river, whole roast birds, warm bread, fruit, because the party had been sitting long enough that a new course was expected, and yesterday's warm is today's insult. The food went into the current and floated east, and along the bank at the edge of the entertainment quarter there was a shimmer in the air, a magical screen, professionally cast, expensive to maintain, whose entire function was to make the eastern shoreline invisible from the boats. They hadn't fixed the problem. They bought a curtain. Freya stood on that bank for a long time without saying anything. Then she said, "Corbin, I'm going to be sick." And she wasn't talking about the smell. The next morning, we watched a girl try to drown herself. She was maybe 11. She walked out along one of the log rafts at dawn with the specific unhurried gait of somebody who has already had the argument with themselves and won it, and she stepped off. Freya didn't cast a water spell. She put something solid under the girl's feet at knee depth, which meant the girl went down and then simply stood there, in the river, on nothing, in front of her whole neighborhood. Her name was May. Her family had 4 other children and a father with the lung thing and a survivor's allowance from the mine that had been cut 7 separate times in 9 years. May had a growth in her belly. Treating it costs more than the family earns in 2 years, and not treating it means she dies anyway, and the allowance pays per surviving dependent. So the arithmetic worked out that she was worth more to the people she loved as a number than as a person, and she had done that math herself, at 11, correctly. Freya pulled her out of the river and cast a first-ring charm to make her answer honestly, and May broke it. A first-ring compulsion, snapped by an 11-year-old with no magic, no training, and no idea what was being done to her, purely because she had decided she was not going to say it out loud. Freya looked at me. I shrugged. Talent. Freya burned out the growth, healed the damage the water had done to the girl's liver on the way, put her entire coin purse into the mother's hands, and walked back to the inn without a word. Halfway there, she stopped. Did what I just did make any sense? Define sense. There are 80,000 people in that district. There it is. So I asked her the only question that mattered. Are you willing to spend every resource you have, every potion, every crystal, everything I've given you, all of your cultivation supply for the next year on those people? She did not think about it for even 1 second. I do. So we did. For 3 days, we walked the East District end to end, and I ran purification on a scale I would describe as agricultural. Not on the people, on the water. We cleaned the entire river through the district, then went upstream and put filters on every alchemical outflow in Ginza, physical arrays, keyed to the works, that separate the toxins out and hold them in a settling tank instead of a child. Then we went back downstream and did the people. 80,000 of them, in shifts, until my hands shook. Cost, everything Freya owned, most of what I'd stripped out of the Kessi Mountains, and 11 days. Which brings me to the alchemists, because a filter on an outflow pipe is a tax, and the Alchemists Association of Ginza had not paid a tax in 4 generations. The word alchemists suggests men with beakers. They were 900 workshops under one association, and the association set the price of every healing potion west of the Truth High Tower. They owned the guard captain, most of the council, and the exclusive supply contract for the entire regional adventurer trade. When a competitor opened, the competitor's building burned down, and the fire report always said lamp oil. Their potions were 4 times the fair price, unstable, and, this is the part that got me, deliberately diluted so that the effect curve tailed off, because a potion that fully heals you is a potion you don't buy twice. The Radiant Light Knights had a chapter house in Ginza and had been trying to break the association for 11 years. They had failed for 11 years because they are honest, which is a serious tactical disadvantage, so I gave them a present. I took the purification technique, the one I used on the river, which is a 5th ring working, and I spent 2 weeks tearing it down into a 1st ring procedure that a knight with no magical talent could execute off a written card at maybe 2% of the power. 2% of purification will still clean a wound, neutralize a toxin, and stop a low-grade infection, which is 90% of what people actually buy potions for. A young knight named Ido read the card, ran the procedure on a cup of river water, watched it come out clear, and said, at a volume that carried, "It actually works?" The knights, who have no law enforcement authority whatsoever, could not legally raid anybody. The Judgment Tribunal could. The Judgment Tribunal is the Truth High Tower's regional legal arm. They also loathed the association and could not touch it, because every raid they'd ever planned had leaked before the door came down. So I offered them a deal. I bring the evidence, they bring the authority, and nobody knows the plan except the 6 of us in the room. We hit the main workshop at dawn. I knocked politely on a reinforced alchemical door with a rune lattice worth 400 gold and said, in the mildest voice I own, "Open up, here to check the water meter." There was a pause on the other side. Then I stopped being mild. "Open the door! Judgment Tribunal!" and kicked it in. What followed was not a fight. It was 6 weeks of politics, and it was more fun than the fight would have been. The association counterattacked the only way it knew how: rumors. They spent enormous money seeding the city with stories that the Judgment Tribunal was staging raids to extort protection money. So I helped. I put my own money into the same rumor. I made it louder, uglier, and more specific. I made sure it reached the city guard, whose captain the association owned, in a version where the tribunal was planning to arrest him next. Within 9 days, the tribunal and the city guard, the association's 2 protectors, were openly at war with each other in council, and the association was standing in the middle, holding both leashes, and discovering that both animals were biting it. When the dust settled, there was a new chamber of commerce in Ginza, the Radiant Light Knights, the Judgment Tribunal, and me. 60% cheaper, 3 times more effective, stable dosage printed on the bottle. Adventuring parties queued outside the gates and fought each other over allocation slots. I kept about 4% of the revenue. The rest went into the East District, land purchase, actual houses on actual ground, a clinic, and a school. We called it the New East District, which is not a creative name, but I was busy. Freya taught at the school 2 mornings a week. She was terrible at it. The children adored her. May sat in the front row. Freya made every child in that building a protective amulet, hundreds of them, hand-cut, cheap materials, 1 afternoon of work each, on the reasoning that the New East District was full of people who had reasons to hate it. 6 weeks later, the son of the association's chairman blew up the school. Alchemical charge, in the storeroom, during morning lessons. I've seen the residue analysis. It was built to bring the whole structure down, and it did. Here's what saved them. Freya's amulets were keyed to the wearer's subconscious desire to protect. She'd built them that way because she was thinking about a child stepping in front of a smaller child. May, sitting in the front row, felt the floor lift, and what she wanted in that quarter second was not to be safe. The amulet read the request and stretched the shield out of shape to fill it. And then the two amulets in the neighboring classrooms felt the pull and joined, and one girl's shield covered 3 rooms. I was 4 streets away and I felt the detonation start. I stopped the explosion in the air. Not the damage, the expansion. I held the pressure front where it was, a frozen orange flower standing above the roofline, and while it hung there, I teleported 106 children out of the building in a single working, and then I let it finish. 11 adults died, 2 teachers, 9 parents in the yard. I collected every soul that came off them before it dispersed, and the ones that were intact enough I put back. 4 of them were not intact enough. Then I went hunting. I did not raid the association. I didn't burn anything down. There were 1,500 people working in those workshops, and most of them had never done anything worse than show up. I marked every alchemist in Ginza with a tracking imprint, and then, over 11 days, I drew them out of the city one at a time, a supply contract, a mistress, a family emergency, a debt, and met each of them on the road. I read the memory of every single one before I decided anything. The ones who had known nothing walked away not knowing they'd been stopped. The ones who had signed off on the school did not walk away. By the end of it, the Alchemists Association of Ginza had no leadership above the level of foreman. The old leader took the blame himself. He was 90 years old, he had run that association for 40 of them, and he had specifically ordered his son not to touch the school, and his son had done it anyway to impress him. He walked out of the city alone and met me on the North Road and confessed to all of it in front of witnesses, including several things he hadn't done, and muddied the water so thoroughly that the Truth Hightower's inquiry closed with a shrug. Then he asked me to walk with him. He took me down under the association's main hall, through a vault array that I recognized within 4 steps because I had spent 2 years in the Kessi Mountains taking apart the work of the man who wrote it. Cassian's array. A Legends array, on a treasury under an alchemist's guild in a merchant city. Inside, on a stand, was a broken piece of blackened metal that made the ring on my finger warm up. The largest fragment of the crown I'd seen. That has killed everyone in my family who tried to move it, the old man said. 4 of them. My brother, my father, 2 of my sons. It sits there, and it waits. He looked at me with the expression of a man who has nothing left to lose and a last card to play. If you dare to take it, then it's yours. I took it, 4/5. We left Ginza a month later. The apprentice alchemist Gareth, who was 18 and who had been in the yard when the school came down and had pulled 2 children out of it with his bare hands, came to the gate to say goodbye. He'd quit. I'm going to the Knights. You're good at alchemy. Learning alchemy can't protect my family, he said. I watched it not protect them. I gave him a letter and a potion recipe and told him to be careful about which orders he refused, because there would be some. And behind us, standing at a high window, the old leader watched 2 people walk out of his city and said, to nobody in particular, the sentence that his household staff repeated for years afterward. A 4th ring spellcaster who can destroy the remnant soul of the Lich King. What kind of storm is a man like that going to stir up in this world? On the 11th of November, in the year 1444, we crossed the border into Donar. Donar used to be a kingdom. Now it's a shape on a map with a war inside it. 40 years ago, the Greenskins came out of the south, and they have been coming ever since, and Donar has spent 4 decades being eaten from the bottom up. The royal house is gone. What's left is a patchwork of warlords, refugee camps, and a loose alliance called the United Army that agrees on exactly one thing, which is that the Greenskins should stop. I came to Donar on purpose. I'd like to say it was compassion. It was partly compassion. It was mostly that in my previous life, the Green Tide ate this continent in stages, and every stage I ever played started with Donar already gone, and I had spent 400 hours as the guy who shows up after the map is on fire. I wanted to see what it looked like before. Our first stop was a border town called Old Chi. The walls had holes in them big enough to ride a horse through, which nobody had repaired because there was nothing inside worth defending. The people were skeletons that walked. Not a figure of speech, and not undead, just what a person looks like after 2 years of half a ration. There were refugee camps outside the walls twice the size of the town, and the camps had no food at all, and the town's answer to the camps was to keep the gates shut. I went and looked at the granary, because you can tell everything about a place from its granary. It was empty. Not low. Empty, swept, with the boards showing. The old man in charge of it, who had the job of guarding nothing, said it best. Even a rat would starve to death in here, my lord. So I raised one hand and filled it. Every bin, floor to ceiling, wall to wall. Grain from a spatial bracelet that had been quietly buying and storing since Ginza, because a bracelet that can hold a house can hold a harvest, and grain is cheap in a place with a functioning economy and priceless in a place without one. The old man sat down on the floor. Then I had it announced at both gates, in the town and in the camps, in exactly these words. Free grain for 3 days. After that, if you want to eat, work. That sentence is the founding document of everything that came afterward. Because charity in a collapsed place does not build anything. 3 days of free food buys you 3 days of gratitude and a 4th day of resentment. But 3 days of free food followed by paid work buys you a labor force that already knows you keep your word. By day 4, I had 11,000 people who wanted jobs and no administration to give them any, so I made one. I ran a charm across the camps that does one thing. It reads for honesty under pressure. Not intelligence, not loyalty, not talent. Just whether a person, given a chance to steal quietly, would. Out of 11,000, I got about 300. 300 illiterate farmers and porters and widows, which was a problem because a bureaucracy needs writing. I fixed that with a mechanical device the gnomes had sold me for an entirely different purpose, which imprints information directly into memory. It hurts. It works. Each of them received 1,000 characters and the arithmetic of weights and measures in about 4 hours, and then they threw up, and then they could read. Then I linked all 300 of them to me with a mental network, because the actual bottleneck in running a city is not decisions, it's the speed at which decisions travel. I can stand in the middle of Old Chi and know, simultaneously, how much grain moved, which ward had a water problem, and who was skimming. Nobody was skimming. I'd checked for that at the start. The other half of building a state is that somebody has to remove the people who are currently profiting from there being no state. Old Chi had 11 gangs, a slave market operating under the name of a labor exchange, and roughly 10,000 armed men in the surrounding country who made their living on the road between the camps and the town. Freya cleared all of it in 2.5 days. She took her undead and Grey Crow, and she went out at dusk on the first day and came back at noon on the third, and when I asked for the number, she said she hadn't counted, and Grey Crow was tired. The number was around 10,000. She was 19. I checked her, carefully, that night, for the thing I have always been afraid of with her, the flatness, the drift, the beginning of the girl in her nightmare. It wasn't there. She was upset, actually, not about the bandits. There's still not enough food, which is how my apprentice invented bread. Spell creation is a 4th ring discipline that most casters never touch, because building a new spell takes years, and the results are usually worse than something in the book. Freya built one in 9 days, at 2nd ring, and she named it Kneading. And what it does is take flour, water, and ambient magic and produce a flat, dense, round loaf about the size of 2 hands. One loaf is a full day's calories for an adult. She could make 400 an hour. Within a month, the copper coin had stopped circulating in Old Chi. Not by decree, people simply refused it. If you paid a porter in copper, he'd look at you and ask for a bread ticket instead, because a bread ticket was backed by a girl who had never once failed to deliver. And copper was backed by a kingdom that had not existed since before he was born. The bread ticket became the currency of Old Chi, then of the province, and eventually of a country, and it is still called that today, which drives the Treasury Department insane. The army came next, and I built it the way you build a competitive roster, which is to say, by testing for the thing that actually matters instead of the thing that's easy to measure. Everyone got a talent crystal reading. That's standard, and it's nearly useless. Then everyone walked the corridor. The corridor was 100 yards of stone tunnel that I enchanted in escalating layers. Fear first, in the entrance, then gravity, doubling every 20 yards, then a lethargy field, then a weakness field, and at the far end, all 4 at once. No monsters, no danger. Nothing in there could hurt you. It just made quitting extremely easy and extremely reasonable at 4 separate points with progressively better arguments. 9 out of 10 men who scored high on the crystal turned around in the third section. And on the second day, a boy came out of the far end of the corridor on his hands and knees, dragging himself over the threshold with his fingernails, leaving a smear of blood behind him because he'd been crawling long enough to take the skin off his palms. He got his head up and looked at me and said, "Did I pass?" His name was Mateo. Talent reading, below average, almost the bottom of the scale. That night, I went into his sleep, which I am aware is a violation, and which I do to every officer I promote, because I would rather be a bad man in private than bury an army because I was polite. His village went down when he was 9. His mother was cut in half in the doorway. His father stayed in the doorway so the children could reach the tree line, and Mateo watched both of those things while running. His younger sister made it as far as a refugee camp, where somebody cut off both her hands for the crime of stealing food, and she died of it 4 days later while he held her. He was 17. I came out of that and sat in the dark for a while. Then I quietly adjusted his talent, not to genius, up to average, roughly the level of a man who can become a knight if he works like an animal for a decade. I could have made him a prodigy with the same effort, and I kept it small on purpose. Because a gift that big isn't a gift, it's a purchase. If I had made him the strongest man in the army, he would have spent the rest of his life knowing he hadn't earned it, and so would everyone else, and it would have rotted him. What I gave him was a chance to compete. He did the rest himself, and everything he became later, he became by crawling. Our first real battle was against a warlord called John Yu, who held the 3 towns north of us and who objected to a border settlement suddenly having grain, walls, and a payroll. He marched 4,000 men at us. Then he stopped marching them, 6 miles out, and made camp for a day and a half. Because it was hot. I read that in the scout report twice. He's a second-tier knight, I said. Can't he even handle a little heat? That is not a joke I made up. That is a real thing that a professional soldier with 4,000 lives in his hands actually did in the field. We took him apart the next morning. I don't have a battle to describe for you, because there wasn't one. I dropped a gravity field on his cavalry in the ford, Freya's undead took the flank, and Mateo's company, 19 days of training, average age 20, held a hedgerow against 3 charges from men who did not want to be there. 0 dead on our side. 0. Afterward, we had 400 prisoners, and I had no interrogators. So I read their memories, one at a time, at about 90 seconds each. Freya asked why I didn't just have them questioned the normal way. Because I don't know how to torture people. You could learn. I could. I'm not going to. It's slower, it's less accurate, and it makes the men who do it worse at everything else. Also, I'd have to hire the kind of person who volunteers. The next city was Qingchao, and Qingchao is where I stopped respecting the opposition. Their field army was 20,000 strong. It moved with a circus. Actual performers, plus about 300 camp prostitutes, plus a merchant train selling luxury goods to officers, and the whole thing occupied 4 miles of road. Their scouts did not scout. We caught 2 of them lying in a wheat field composing a report about our positions, which they were inventing because riding the extra 6 miles was hot and their commander never checked. I let them finish. The report they turned in put us in the wrong valley with half our strength. When we finally met them in the open, they were not in formation, so I waited. 20 minutes. Sitting on a horse, in the sun, watching 20,000 men argue about where the 3rd Battalion was supposed to stand. Why are we waiting? Because if I hit them now, they'll scatter into the countryside, and I'll spend a month pulling them out of villages. Let them finish assembling. It's easier when they're in one place. They took 20 minutes to form up. It took 10 to destroy them. Qingchao City opened its own gates for us that evening because the garrison saw gold-plated armor on the approach road and assumed their own cavalry had won. I did 2 things in Qingchao, and they set the pattern for everything after. First, I executed the local predators. The slavers, the men who ran the grain hoard during the famine, the guard officers who had a price list for not arresting people. Publicly, with the evidence read out over 4 days. Second, I appointed no nobles. Not one. No hereditary titles, no land grants, no family charters. Every position in Qingcao was filled by an appointed official on a salary who could be removed by letter. The local gentry took this about as well as you'd expect, and several of them explained to me at length that a city cannot function without the traditional families. Qingcao's tax revenue tripled in 5 months. It turns out, a city functions fine without the traditional families. It's the traditional families who don't function without the city. The province noticed us after Qingcao. 4 warlords who had spent 9 years failing to kill each other set that aside and put 100,000 men in the field. I had 10,000. Their numbers were real, which is worth saying, because most numbers in Donar weren't. 100,000 actual bodies with actual weapons, and about 6,000 of them were genuinely trained. On the morning of the battle, in their camp, a hired mage from Sinar named Harbor sat down with the coalition's best knight and did arithmetic out loud. Harbor is a professional. Not a patriot, not a believer, a professional. He sells analysis and spell work to whoever is buying, and he has never once been on the losing side. And the way he manages that is by leaving. He went through it item by item. Grain reserves, officer quality, the fact that our 10,000 had eaten every day for 4 months and their 100,000 hadn't eaten in 3. The bread ticket, the corridor, the scouts who actually scouted. Then he told the knight, whose name was Batu and who commanded the coalition's only real heavy cavalry, that he was going to surrender before the battle rather than after it. "I've cast my ballot," he said. Batu thought about it for 1 hour and cast the same one, which is how I acquired my 2 best officers before the fighting started and how the coalition lost its only competent people at dawn. The battle itself was decided by one gesture, and it is the moment Donar started being afraid of me instead of curious. Their remaining strength was 3 third-tier knights. Third tier is as high as the ladder goes anywhere in this province. Men who can fly short distances, take a ballista bolt on the chest, and break a formation by themselves. One of them came down out of the sun at me. Full dive, lance leveled, 400 feet of acceleration behind a man in enchanted plate. I raised one finger. He came apart in the air. There's a real technique behind it. I stopped his heart, unmade the enchantment matrix in his armor, and disassembled the elemental structure of the lance. 3 castings inside a quarter second, which I could only do because I'd rebuilt my soul in a barrel of elemental liquid for 23 days. From the ground, it looked like I pointed at him and he stopped existing. 110,000 men saw it. The entire battlefield stopped. Both armies. There was a documented gap of about 11 seconds in which nobody on that field swung at anybody. The second third-tier knight was killed by Freya's 1,000, who dismounted on her order, dismounted against heavy cavalry, which is insane, and hit him with 1,000 simultaneous strikes coordinated through her network until his armor failed at the shoulder. The third one surrendered. We lost under 1,000 men. The coalition lost the province. That is when the United Army sent someone to talk to us, and that someone was Gavin. The Gavin Resistance Army is the sharp end of the United Army. Exiled knights, dispossessed officers, and the sons of 5 border counties that the Green Tide erased completely. They are the most effective force in Donar and the least willing to compromise, for the very simple reason that everyone else in the alliance still has a home to lose, and they don't. The contract was straightforward. My army joins the front. I keep operational independence. I get the border cities nobody else wants. I signed it in an afternoon because I had come to Donar for the front. We arrived at 3rd Fortress in the middle of an assault. 50,000 greenskins on a wall that had been under attack for 9 days. 2 of my army corps went in from the rear without stopping to form up, which is the single greatest advantage of an army that eats every day. It can march and then immediately fight. We broke the siege in 6 hours. And then, that night, I started the operation that actually mattered, and I didn't tell anybody about it for 2 years. Here is the thing about the Green Tide that nobody in Donar had figured out in 40 years of dying to it. You cannot kill them. Not in the sense that they're hard to kill. Individually, a greenskin warrior is worse than a human soldier, slower to learn, poorly equipped, tactically stupid. You cannot kill them in the sense that killing one does not reduce the total. Because when a greenskin dies, his life force does not disperse, it goes back into a network, and the network feeds the females, and the females bear continuously, day and night, and a greenskin infant matures in 6 months and is battlefield usable at a month. Every soldier Donar had killed in 40 years had been recycled into the thing killing them. The man responsible is called Hiroki, and he is not a legend, he is something worse, an ordinary caster with one perfect idea. Orcs have exactly one innate gift, which is that at the moment of birth, an orc's body adapts once, permanently, to its environment. It's why you find them in deserts and in ice. Hiroki took that single one-time adaptation and rewrote what it adapts to. He pointed it at each other. Every greenskin born under his design adapts, at birth, into a node of a shared life network. They steal life force and they pool it. That's the whole trick. That's 40 years of famine, 40 years of burned counties, an entire kingdom eaten from one edit to one line of biology. The price he paid for it is that they're capped. Fixed ceiling, no advancement. Every single one born mentally deficient because the adaptation that would have gone into a brain went into the network instead. He traded a species' future for a species' arithmetic, and the arithmetic is winning. So I stopped killing them. Starting at Third Fortress, my Army Corps began doing something else, quietly, in the deep south, with orders that existed only inside my mental network and were never written down. We would take a greenskin settlement and eliminate it completely. Every warrior, every female, every juvenile, no survivors, which is a sentence I am not going to dress up. Except one. We left the priest alive. Each settlement has one, and the priest is the network's local anchor. And then I froze him. Time lockdown, at the moment of capture, sealed inside a lead-lined box. A frozen priest is neither alive nor dead. The network can't reclaim what he's holding because he isn't finished happening yet. Every box was a settlement's entire life force, taken permanently out of Hiroki's pool. By the end of that first year, I had 100 boxes in a vault under Old Chi. Nobody in the United Army knew. Not Gavin, not the War Council. The reports said we were conducting punitive raids in the South with heavy attrition, and the losses I reported were real because that work was expensive. I hid it because 100 boxes is a strategy, and a strategy known to an alliance of 14 warlords is a strategy known to Hiroki inside a month. The last big fight of that first year was a valley. The Greenskins had taken a mining city there 11 years earlier and never left, which was unusual. They don't hold ground, they eat it and move. They were holding this one because of what was in it. Silver dwarves. 400 of them, third generation in captivity, kept alive and kept fed because a dwarf who forges is worth more than a dwarf who's eaten. They had been making weapons for the things that killed their families for 11 years. We took the valley in 2 days. Bjorn, their eldest, walked out of a forge with a hammer in his hand and no idea what to do with his face. Deeper in the caves, there was another facility, and I'm going to be brief about it. It was where the network's expansion was manufactured, and the raw material was not orcish. I did not let my soldiers pass the second gate. I went in alone, and I turned the entire installation into fine sand with light, and I came out and told the officer at the entrance that there was nothing of value below and to seal it. Freya knew I was lying. She didn't ask. The dwarves split. Half of them left with Bjorn, and on the way out they paid me for their freedom, because dwarves do not accept gifts. What they paid me with was a heap of rusted scrap, broken tool heads, corroded fittings, the accumulated garbage of 11 years in a slave forge. It was, genuinely, everything they owned. Several of my officers found this insulting. I accepted it with both hands, thanked Bjorn formally, and had them escorted to the fortress and released there with full water, full rations, and empty hands, because a dwarf who has paid his debt and then accepts travel supplies is a dwarf who is now in debt again. The other half stayed and enlisted. That heap of scrap, incidentally, is currently on display in the capital. One more thing from that year, and it's small, and it mattered enormously later. I watched Gavin fight. Not beside him. I watched through a water mirror from 11 miles away, because I make a habit of studying my allies, and Gavin had never once fought in front of me. He is a 5th-tier knight, which in Donar means legend adjacent, and what he did was call down a column of fire that split a fortified city in half and then flooded the entire district with lava. Everyone who saw it was appropriately terrified. I sat there with my chin on my hand and thought, that took 11 seconds. 11 seconds for an effect that a genuine 5th tier produces in 2. He wasn't overkilling a hard target, he was overspending on an easy one, and the length of the cast told me the truth. Gavin's power is real, and Gavin's power is borrowed, or unstable, or nearly out. I didn't tell anyone. I wrote it down in a book I keep in my own memory, and turned the page. 2 years later, that observation is the reason I own this country. In the spring, the South sent a high priest, not a warlord, not a chieftain, one of Hiroki's own, green-skinned, 6th ring equivalent. And when he came north, the front stopped being a war and started being a queue of people waiting to die in order. The line was held by a woman named Astrid, 4th ring, black armor, white hair, and the most disciplined officer I have ever served alongside in either life. I watched her hold that front for 11 days before I intervened, and two things I saw in those 11 days explain her better than a description would. The first, her knights, when a section was about to break, would strip their own armor off and hand it to the men behind them, and then walk forward unarmored to buy 30 seconds. Not once. As standard practice. They had a word for it. The second, she had a standing order that no fourth ring caster was permitted to die. Fourth rings are irreplaceable, and they know it, and they also all had families in the burned counties, and so every few days one of them would decide to spend himself for the line. Astrid's response was to walk into the charge, grab the man by the back of the collar, and physically drag him backward out of it while he screamed at her. She did that with 3 separate people. One of them was her second cousin. And through all 11 days of this, the high priest slept. He slept on a litter carried by 8 guards 400 yards behind the greenskin line, and both armies, ours and theirs, fought in near silence. No war cries, no drums, no horns, because if he woke up, he would hit the entire area with an earthquake working that killed his own side as readily as ours, and everyone on that field, on both sides, had learned this the same way. I have seen a great many battlefields now. That one, 40,000 men killing each other in whispers so as not to disturb a sleeping man, is the one I still dream about. I came into the line on the 12th day, and I woke him up on purpose. Then we fought for 4 days. Straight power comparison. He is a 6th ring. I am a 4th. He should end me in one exchange. He did not touch me once. And the reason is that he had never in his life fought someone who could read a spell while it was being built. Every time he cast, I countered. Not blocked, countered. Spell counter takes the structure of an incoming working and inserts the exact error that collapses it, which costs about 1/10 of what the original cost, and which requires you to identify the spell in the first half of its construction. I had 400 hours of tournament play against opponents who were trying to disguise their casts. He had 40 years of nobody being able to. So for 4 days he stood in an open field and detonated increasingly experimental magic into a landscape, and every single one of them died in his hands, and the ground around him filled up with the scars of things that never happened. The source of my advantage was not talent, it was position. I was a sniper. I had cover, I had false silhouettes on the ridge, I moved after every exchange, and I only fired when I already knew what he was doing. He was a naked man walking down a street at noon carrying a rifle, a lit lantern, and a loudspeaker. By the 3rd day, he had stopped being angry and started being frightened, which is more dangerous. So on the 4th day, I changed the pattern. He built a working to crack the ground under my ridge. I did not counter it, I edited it. 2 adjustments to the model in the last half second. Cheap ones, a rotation of the propagation axis, and a change in depth. And a fault line 1.5 miles long opened up behind him through the middle of his own reserve. The number is somewhere over 4,000, his own. And then, for the first time in 4 days, he made a decision that wasn't a spell. He turned red. I mean this literally. The green went dark and blotchy, and he put on armor. Then he reached out and drank his own honor guard. 11 greenskins of his personal retinue pulled through the network into his body, all at once. And the ones at the back understood what was happening and did not resist, because that is what the network is for. And he came at me on foot to fight with his hands. That was the correct decision. If he had opened with it on day 1, I would probably be dead. I put up a spatial barrier around the 2 of us, which stopped him leaving and stopped anyone helping either of us. Then I dropped gravity on him, which slowed him by maybe 1/3. And then I played badly, deliberately, visibly. The way a losing gambler plays. Chasing, overcommitting, spending big countermeasures on small attacks, backing up, letting him land glancing hits, letting the barrier ring with impacts. I let him believe he was winning for 8 minutes, and for 8 minutes he pressed, and for 8 minutes he did not once try to break the barrier, because the barrier was not a cage, it was a jar. Every element he had thrown for 4 days, every scrap of loose energy in that field, and every ounce of what he was burning out of his own guardsmen had been accumulating inside it, and I had been stirring. When it was full, I stopped playing. 5th ring, separation of turbidity and clarity. Everything inside the dome divides, clear from turbid, pure from foul, sorted at the level below matter. A body is not designed to be sorted. A body is an argument for staying mixed. He came apart in layers, and it took about 9 seconds, and I am not going to describe those 9 seconds. Then it was over, and 40,000 men on 2 sides watched the last piece of him go and started screaming, one side in one direction, one in the other. And I could not move. Not injured, empty. I had spent 4 days countering a 6th ring, and then held a saturation barrier, and then cast a 5th ring separation, and my body had made a series of withdrawals from an account with nothing in it. I could breathe, and I could think, and that was the complete list. Which was a problem, because a general who has just won cannot be carried off his own field on a stretcher. Freya rode out, dismounted, put me on her horse, and then got up behind me and put both arms around me to hold me in the saddle. And we rode down the line, slowly, in front of the whole army, while she funneled mana into my back through her palms at a rate that would have flattened most casters, keeping me upright and keeping my head up. The soldiers took one look at the fourth-ring necromancer with her arms around the chairman and drew a conclusion. The cheering got significantly louder. I could not turn my head to look at her face. I've always regretted that. Gavin's reward for the high priest was generous, and it was also a mistake. He gave me full freedom of action, every border city we could hold, and 10 years without taxation. The freedom of action was the part he'd regret. The tax exemption was the part everyone else regretted, and it opened the crack that the rest of this story falls into. Because the United Army had two halves. The local faction sat in the rear, held the wealthy interior cities, controlled the treasury, supplied the front, and had never seen a greenskin. The border region faction held the front, was made of men whose home counties no longer existed, and received about 40% of what the treasury claimed it had sent. The local faction thought the border faction was a bottomless pit that ate money. The border faction thought the local faction was a nest of merchants growing fat on a war they'd never attend. Both were right. And Gavin, who was the only man both sides respected, chose neutrality and held it for 4 years with real integrity. Which meant that when the local faction stole, he did not punish them, and when the border faction starved, he did not resupply them, and by refusing to be on either side, he arrived at a position where neither side would die for him. I watched a good man carefully make himself irrelevant. I want to say I felt bad about what I did to him later. I mostly felt on schedule. The governor of my capital was 4'9". I'd been dealing with her in writing for 5 months before I met her. Reports, budget requests, 3 separate memos telling me my grain distribution model was wrong, one of which was correct. Her name was Sabina, and the day I finally walked into the administration hall, I looked over the desk and found a 10-year-old. Orphan out of a burned monastery. Started as a rubbish picker at 8, became a courier because she could run, became a clerk because she could read the letters she carried, became a department head at 9 and governor of the capital at 10. And she got there because of a choice she made at 7. Everyone who shows talent gets offered the breathing technique, which makes you strong, or the meditation technique, which makes you calm. Sabina asked which one made you think faster. They told her meditation, marginally, as a side effect. She took it, and she has never once regretted trading a body for a mind, and she is the single most dangerous person in my administration. I asked how a child ended up running a city, and the answer was structural and depressing. Every adult in Donar with 2 working legs is in the army. Has been for 40 years. So the couriers were children, because children were what was left, and then the courier ladder just kept going up, and nobody ever put a floor in it, because nobody had time to. An entire country's civil service staffed from the bottom by orphans because the war ate everyone else. She and I built the state that winter. 7 departments: administration, war, justice, finance, works, education, intelligence. Appointed officials, salaried, rotated, no hereditary anything. Sabina argued against 2 of them. Drop justice and education. Nobody in Donar has courts and nobody has schools. Every warlord in the Alliance runs on garrison law, and it works fine, and we'd be spending 12% of revenue on things no one is asking for. She had the numbers. She always has the numbers. Everyone else is worse, I said. That's not a reason for me to be worse, too. She looked at me for a while. Then she wrote it down, and Donar got courts. The single most important thing I built that winter was in a marble building with a gold roof, and it was a lie from the outside in. Lifespring, officially a holy site. White stone, stained glass, gemstones set into every arch, sacred light pouring out of the dome day and night, and at the center, a pool of blessed blood that returns the worthy dead to life. Actually, necromancy, running on the crown of the Lich King at industrial scale. Here's how it works. Anyone who leaves a life imprint with me, a drop of blood and about 4 seconds, can be resurrected after death, provided they were below 4th ring, and provided the body isn't more than a few days gone. The imprints are stored in memory stones. The energy comes out of the crown. And the crown needs feeding, So I built a collection system. At the moment of a soldier's death, the extreme emotion that comes off him is captured, compressed, and crystallized. Those gemstones set into every arch of the beautiful holy building are the terror and rage of dead men, cut and polished. Nobody knows that. It's written in one document in one vault. I told exactly one person the other part, and it wasn't Sabina. A life imprint is a leash. Every imprint in that building is a handle on the person it belongs to. I can find them anywhere. I can, if I choose, stop their heart from 400 miles away without getting up. At the point I'm describing, 99% of my army had volunteered for one. Freya asked me once whether I'd ever use it. I said no. She said, "That's not the answer to the question I asked." She was right. The question she asked was whether I should be able to. Reinforcements arrived that spring from 3 directions, none of which I'd asked. The first came out of the Truth High Tower. For 2 years, there had been a study club on the wisdom book devoted to my old answers. Wild mages mostly, casters with no school affiliation, which, in the Truth High Tower, is a permanent underclass. The schools finally noticed and shut it down, on the grounds that unaffiliated study groups are a security concern, which is the same grounds they used on Silent Courtyard. So 53 wild mages walked out of the Truth High Tower and came to Donar. Their leader was a woman called Thalia, who introduced herself by handing me a list of 11 errors in my published work on soul membranes. 9 of them were real. The second came from the West, the Radiant Light Knights, who sent 400 crates of potions, a permanent chapter, and 200 volunteers, because a young knight named Ito had spent 2 years telling anyone who'd listen about a card with a purification procedure on it. The third was the strangest, the gnomes. Gian came in person, which meant the gnomes were making a civilizational decision, because Gian is a diviner, and diviners don't travel. She had gone into deep trance and looked at 3 futures for gnome autonomy. Building their own steel ark and running, 7 parts survival, 2 parts extinction. Alliance with the Silver Empire, 2 parts survival, 0 parts autonomy, guaranteed absorption. Accepting my invitation, 10 parts survival, 7 parts autonomy. She came out of the trance bleeding from both eyes and told her council to put everything on the human in Donar. They arrived with 1,100 engineers and the entire mechanical industry of a nation on wheels. "Is this the fate of number 7? She asked me at the gate. I have no idea what that means. Neither do I. It's the only thing I ever hear. Astrid came to me at night. She rode in alone in a black cloak with no escort, which for a woman holding a front against the green tide is close to desertion. And she stood in my study and said she needed to know what I was. Not who. What. I could have managed her. I've managed better. Instead, I put everything on the table. Literally. I cleared the desk and started laying things on it. The high priest's staff from the north. The crown of dominion, 4/5 reassembled, still black. The memory stone bank from Lifespring, and an honest explanation of what the gemstones in the arches are. Matteo, who came in and took his helmet off so she could see that there was no face inside it, just a skull with 5 death cores burning in the sockets, which is 4 more than anything in recorded history has survived. And then a lead box, opened, with a green-skinned priest inside it, frozen mid-breath, 3 years old and not 1 second older. I told her about the network, about the recycling, about why 40 years of Donar's dead had made the enemy stronger, about the 100 boxes under old Chi and what they add up to. She listened to all of it standing. Then I asked her the question I'd brought her there for. What if I told you I had a way to kill Hiroki? There was a long silence. May I ask, she said, who exactly you are? Just an ordinary human being born in the north. She almost laughed. It was the closest I ever saw her get. From the moment I entered Donar, I said, I had already made up my mind. Either Hiroki dies or I do. Everything in this room is arithmetic in service of that. Astrid went down on one knee on my study floor. She has never taken it back, and I have never asked her to. Matteo deserves his own paragraph, and then I'll move on. Greycrow had spent a year ferrying soul flames out of the plane of darkness for me, and I'd learned to build death cores out of them, the engine that turns a living knight into a death knight. A first ring core kills most candidates. We tested thousands of men and found a handful who could hold one. Matteo held 5, and before we started, he asked me to take his life imprint out of Lifespring and put it back in his body. I asked why, and he said, "If I can come back, then somewhere in my head I'll know I can fail." He is now something between a man and an undead. He eats darkness. He cannot take the helmet off in front of soldiers. He was 19 years old. 2 years earlier, he had crawled out of a tunnel on bleeding hands and asked me if he'd passed. There is a version of this story where I feel purely proud of that. In the summer, a Knight's Legacy trial took me. I did not volunteer. We had recovered a sealed portal from a ruin in the border hills. I was standing 8 feet from it doing a structural read, and it reached out and pulled me in like a frog taking a fly. Inside, it showed me the north, the village, the one with the altar in it, cultists in the ring, the fire, the stone, all of it rendered in perfect detail, and my body's original 9-year-old hands in front of my face. Standard. Legacy trials open with your worst memory. I went through it without much difficulty because it wasn't my worst memory, it was somebody else's. That child's fear belonged to a boy who died before I woke up in him. Then it changed the picture. Same village, different day. No altar, no cultists. Sunlight, laundry on lines, a dog asleep in the road, and children, a lot of children, playing a chasing game around the well, and a woman laughing at something out of frame. The village as it would have been. And then 2 black figures walked in from the north road, me and Freya, exactly as we look now. And we burned it, house by house, without hurrying, while the laughing stopped. And then the trial started bringing me people, an aunt I have no memory of, holding her hands out, a man who told me he was my mother's brother, children's voices from inside the fire asking why, the whole apparatus of guilt, professionally constructed, aimed at the seam where a reincarnated man is weakest, which is the question of whether he has any right to the life he's wearing. It's a good trap. It's designed by knights, for knights, and a knight's power runs on conviction, so the trial attacks conviction. I looked at the burning village and the crowd of accusing dead, and I said the only thing I actually felt. Serves you right. Because that village raised a bastard as a spare part. Because they sold him to a cult for a good harvest. Because every single one of those beautiful laughing people in the illusion had, in the real timeline, stood in a circle and watched a 9-year-old put on a stone table and gone home afterward and eaten dinner. The illusion held for 1 more second. Then it fell apart, all at once, like a dropped plate. And what was underneath was an old, thin echo of the knight who'd built the place, sitting on the steps of his own vault with his elbows on his knees, and he was, I think, amused. He gave me the whole library, every technique, no test, no price, and on the way out, he offered 1 piece of advice, which I have written on the wall of the War Department in the capital. If you can't win, just run away with your men. Once you're dead, you have nothing left. Which is a strange thing for a legendary knight to say, and the best military doctrine I have ever been given. I broke the 4th ring of the body 11 days later. Casters call it the 2nd sublimation. Knights call it forging the core. Either way, it means dissolving every organ you have and rebuilding them out of something better. I want to describe what it's actually like, because the books are cowardly about it. Your organs go first, from the inside out. Liver, lungs, stomach, all of it, converting to a suspension. Then your bones soften. Your heart stops, not fails, stops, deliberately. Because a heart is a temporary arrangement and you're getting a permanent one. For about 4 hours, I was a sphere of liquid on a stone floor with a mind in it. And then the last stage, which for a normal candidate happens by itself, the particles of the dissolved body drift together and condense into an extraordinary core, because the soul's own gravity pulls them in. Mine didn't, because I had torn my own soul membrane open 2 years earlier in a barrel of elemental liquid, and a soul with no membrane has no surface tension, and therefore no pull. So there was no gravity, and the particles just hung there, and I lay on the floor as a puddle with a very clear understanding that if nothing happened in the next few minutes, nothing would ever happen again. So I collected them by hand, every particle, manually, one at a time, with will, for 19 hours, assembling a core out of my own dissolved body in a puddle on a stone floor, with Freya sitting cross-legged in the doorway watching a bowl of soup go cold. When it finished, the core was colorless. Every extraordinary core in every text is tinted by the element it favors. Mine came out clear because I don't favor one, and clear is not in the literature. The body reassembled around it in about 90 seconds, faster than it fell apart, which felt unfair. I sat up. Freya crossed the room, walked all the way around me twice, leaned in close to my collarbone, and inhaled. Corbin. What? You smell so good. That's the positive energy saturation. It'll fade in a week. No, she said, with great seriousness. I don't think it should. Sabina broke her soul membrane at first ring. That is not a thing that happens. Casters attempted at fourth ring with preparation in a controlled facility, and a meaningful number of them die. A 10-year-old administrator with a meditation technique and no combat training did it by accident, alone, in her office, because the Knight's Legacy library I brought back had a text in it, and she read it the way she reads everything, which is completely. I found out when she fainted at a budget meeting. Her soul quality was extraordinary, genuinely better than mine at that age, dense and clean and beautifully organized. Her soul volume was about a cupful, and it was dimming, slowly, the way an open bottle goes flat, because the membrane is what keeps a soul from evaporating into the world, and hers had a hole in it that would not close. 2 years at the rate it was going, maybe 3. So I built her a prosthetic. It took 9 weeks in the gnome's mechanical shop, a lattice of soul-conductive alloy holding a cut gemstone, tuned to her exact resonance, worn against the sternum, which does the job the membrane isn't doing. Gian looked at the finished piece and said, mildly, that with 4 hours of extra work it could be made beautiful, and asked whether I wanted it set as a pendant. I said no. I made it deliberately, obviously medical. Clasps, a visible frame, an alloy the color of a splint. Because a 10-year-old girl in an administration full of adults who resent her does not need her chief giving her jewelry, and because there is exactly one way that story gets told in a barracks, and I was not going to hand it to them. She wears it under her collar and complains that it's ugly. It is ugly. That's the feature. The last thing I did before the winter was start stealing from the elemental worlds. The problem is simple. Elemental crystals are the fuel of everything I build. The material planes are where they come from, and no human can enter a material plane. You burn out in seconds. The solution is that you don't have to go in to run a country. I attached myself to the outside of the crystal wall of the plane of light, like a barnacle, and I ran the whole thing from there as an external influence. Step 1. Bait. I put a lure through the wall, disguised as a seed of light, which is the single most desirable object in that plane's economy. Step 2. Something eats it. A light sphere swallows the seed, and now there's a piece of me inside a native, which makes it an anchor. Step 3. Cultivate the anchor. Feed it. Make it strong. Watch it rise in the local hierarchy. Step 4. Have it build an altar. Step 5. Have it steal seeds from its neighbors and sacrifice them on the altar. To me. I ran the same operation on 5 planes. Water was easy. It's a feudal war and everybody's looking for a patron, so my anchor had a court in 8 months. Fire was awful. 3 lords control everything, and they run it like a police state. I got 3 crystals out of the entire year, and I consider that a defeat. Wind is stratified into 3 layers by wind speed, and the ones on the bottom will do anything to get up. Earth was the funniest. Earth is asleep. The entire plane, all of it, all the time. My anchor has been at 9% completion for 2 years because it keeps dozing off mid-ritual. Freya asked me what I would call myself, from the perspective of the beings in those worlds. I thought about it honestly. A voice from outside the sky, offering gifts, asking for sacrifices, growing an obedient priesthood, feeding on what they steal for it. An external demon, I said. Does that bother you? A little. Are you going to stop? No, I need 11,000 crystals a month by spring. She nodded and got out the ledger and started writing down the numbers. That's the part nobody warns you about. Not that you become something, that you keep the accounts while you're doing it. It rained on Blackrock for 3 days. Blackrock is where the United Army keeps its council, and that autumn, every faction in Donar was inside its walls at the same time for the annual session, and it rained the entire time. And under the rain, people were being killed in the streets, quietly, 2 or 3 a night. A border region quartermaster in an alley, a local faction clerk in a canal. Nobody investigated, nobody accused anybody, and every morning the council met and discussed grain allocation as though the city were not eating its own staff. I sat through 4 days of that council, and it has one design feature that explains why a country with 100,000 soldiers had lost 40 years of war. Every faction held a veto. 14 factions. Any one of them could kill any proposal. 9 out of 10 motions failed. Not lost, failed. unvoted, because everyone knew the count in advance. They had a war on their southern border, and their supreme decision-making body could not agree to move a granary. On the 5th day, I made a scene. The border region faction's representative stood up to demand a resupply audit, which was a reasonable request, and I cut him off, and then I escalated, and then I threw him out of the chamber, personally, in front of everyone, loudly, with my hand on the back of his neck and his papers going everywhere. The local faction were delighted. They'd spent 2 years trying to work out which way I leaned, and here was a man they could finally file. The performance had one purpose, which was to make sure that on the 6th night, nobody in the local faction was watching the walls. At the 3rd hour, the border region faction took the gates of Blackrock and opened them, and my 1st and 3rd Army Corps came in through the rain without a torch lit. The man I'd thrown out of the chamber had opened the eastern gate himself. We'd rehearsed the whole scene twice in a tent. I went up to Gavin's floor alone. He was awake. He was standing at the window with his back to the door, watching my columns come up the avenue, and he did not turn around when I came in. Gavin, I know. Your days of leading the rebel army are over. Relinquish power. And he laughed, genuinely, tiredly, and turned around. If you want it, you'll have to take it yourself. Nobody saw the fight. There is no account of it, no witnesses, and I have declined to give one for 4 years. And I'm not going to break that here. I'll tell you the 2 facts that are public. Gavin was, at the moment we started, the strongest knight in Donar. And I walked out of that room 11 minutes later without a single crease in my clothes. The Civil War lasted under 2 months, and I would call it a war out of politeness. The night the gates opened, every senior figure of the local faction inside Blackrock was killed within 20 hours. Not by me. By the border region faction, who had a list, and who had been keeping it for 4 years, and who did not consult anybody. I let it happen. I want that recorded plainly. I could have stopped it, I was informed at the 3rd hour, and I decided that a purge finished by dawn was cheaper than a purge conducted over 2 years. I have not made peace with that. It is simply true. Then the local faction's provinces declared against us and announced a field army of 1 million. The real number was under 200,000, and 80% of those were unarmed refugees who had been counted because they were standing in the vicinity of a soldier. We held the border with a dead zone, a strip 40 miles long that Freya burned flat with her own spell creation and then salted with wards, an ugly black scar of a thing that no living creature would voluntarily enter. Nobody tested it, not once. The rest was pursuit. Their generals did not fight, they loaded wagons. Enzo, who commanded their entire northern group and who was the only one of them I'd been worried about, died in a ditch beside a train of gold he was personally escorting away from his own front, and I am told that he did not understand what was happening to him even while it happened. Our soldiers described the whole campaign the same way, like punching cotton. Less than 2 months, a country changed hands, and the hardest part of it was the paperwork. The Congress of the War Committee opened in Apocalypse on the 1st day of winter and ran for 20 days. Apocalypse is old Chi. Same walls, the holes are repaired. 211,000 people live there now, and the granary has never once been empty since the morning I filled it. I stood at the back of the hall on the first day and looked at that name on the banner and thought about an old man sitting down on the floorboards. The Congress produced 3 documents. The Common Convention, which is 1 sentence long in the operative section, and the sentence is that the green tide will be destroyed by any means and at any cost, and every signatory accepts that phrase without qualification. The Organization Law, which dissolved the United Army, dissolved the 14 factions, dissolved the veto, and established 1 state with Apocalypse as its capital. And the Provisional Law, which is the one I actually care about. The Provisional Law establishes a military dictatorship for the duration of the emergency and names the chairman of the War Committee as its holder, with authority over the army, the treasury, the courts, and the departments without term limit. They gave it to me by acclamation. There was no counting. And the last article of the Provisional Law, which I wrote myself and which 4 separate people tried to talk me out of, states that all powers of the chairman lapse automatically and immediately at the moment of Hiroki's death. Not at the end of the war, not at a peace treaty, at his death, whoever causes it, verified or presumed. Sabina took the administration department, Astrid took war. Gian sits for the gnomes and reports to no one, which is the deal we made at the gate. Matteo stood at the back of the hall in a helmet nobody has ever seen him remove. Freya did not attend. She was 200 miles south with the 2nd Corps and sent a message that said, in full, "Don't sign anything stupid." Afterward, when the hall had emptied, Jian asked if she could do a reading on the new state, as a formality, for the record. She took out a 10-sided die, the same kind she'd rolled in a warehouse in Port City 4 years ago when I was a nobody with a girl and a bird and 800 stolen gold pieces. She rolled it on the committee table, and then she picked it up and rolled it again, and then a third time, and her hands were not steady. What? It won't settle, she said. It reads the same 3 times, which does not happen. There's a debt against your fortune. Something was borrowed, and the account is being called. I did not have to ask when. 4 days in space turbulence, 1 roll, a 6 that I turned into a 7, with luck I did not have and did not own, and borrowed from a version of myself who would have to pay for it later. I've been that later for a while now. How large? I can't see the size. I can see the direction. It comes for you, personally, and it comes soon, and it is not the green one. Then she asked me for the crown. I took it off my finger and let it expand on the table, 4/5 of a circle of blackened metal, and she put her palm over the gap where the last fragment should be. She was quiet for a long time. It's warm, she said. Which means it isn't in a vault, which means somebody is wearing it. So here's where I am. 4 years ago, I woke up on a stone table in a village at the top of the world with my wrists tied, 9 years old, undocumented, unnamed, sold by my own neighbors for a good harvest, watching a man in a mask raise a knife over a child who was supposed to be me. Today, the largest human state on this continent is a machine I designed, running on grain I paid for, defended by an army that has left its souls in my hands, and I signed the law that made me its master with a pen I made out of a gold tree I grew myself. The 9-year-old on the table did not become a king, he became the thing kings are afraid of. And somewhere south of the dead zone, there's a green-skinned man who has never heard my name, who rewrote his own species into a battery and has been winning for 40 years, and who is going to find out this spring that the arithmetic has changed. He is not the part that keeps me up. The part that keeps me up is that 4 days ago, a gnome rolled a die 3 times, and it gave her the same answer, and the last piece of a dead king's crown is warm somewhere in the world. Something out there has already noticed me. It borrowed against me first.